great. I like that movie a lot. And yeah, I watched that, and I watched The Addams Family, which I guess doesn't really count as a horror
I think it
movie.
counts.
Yeah,
I think
I
it
mean
counts.
it's as much a horror movie as it is a Christmas movie. So like,
It's horror adjacent. I mean, I watched Hocus Pocus this October, and
nice.
close enough.
Yeah, you gonna watch the second Hocus Pocus?
No, why would I do that?
It's a
Unless
great
unless
question.
someone says it's really, really good, which I
From
don't
what it,
imagine it is.
I mean, it
But
looks like it's
I like
just
the
gonna be
first
the
one.
same as the first one, just
Yeah.
for Zoomers.
Though maybe it's actually secretly really good, and everyone's been panning it when it's actually amazing. Like a certain other movie we might talk about.
Yeah. Ooh.
Hello. Hello there, you in the chat. Is it Halloween where you are, or is it November now? Are we late? Did we miss Halloween for you?
I hope so.
Yeah, we tried to do this before October ended because, as everyone knows, the interest in horror movies takes a steep decline right after October is over. So, gotta get in under the wire. Talk about some movies. You guys seen the Hellraiser movies?
I've seen a Hellraiser. I've seen two.
Two even. Oh my
Two
goodness.
even. Two Hellraisers.
So yeah, if you couldn't tell from the title and the background of the video, we're here to talk about Hellraiser twice.
Two times.
We
We watched
I
Hellraiser twice. Some
we
of us.
we did. I had never seen these movies until very recently. This month, I should say.
I
So,
watched the original one with my brother last year because my
okay.
brother
Mhm.
has always kind of been a big fan.
Oh yeah, he's a big Hellraiser. What do Hellraiser fans call themselves? Do they have a name? Is it
Pinheads.
is it pervert? Is he a pervert?
Well, yeah. Hi, Ian.
Oh, yeah, so I had never seen them until this year, and then this year we happened to watch. We only watch, or I have only seen this first 1987 Hellraiser movie, written and directed by Clive Barker, and the new one that just came out. The what should we call it? Soft reboot? Is that fair to say? Is that how you'd
Soft reboot?
classify the 2022 version?
Is it a hot re? Is it a hot reboot? I would
I
call it a
said
hot reboot.
soft. What is a hot reboot?
Basically, it's a reboot, complete and total reboot. I would classify this as almost a complete thing. I don't think it would really fall under the same. I mean, I guess maybe it would, but the box is
Maybe it
totally
could. It
different
could.
from.
Yeah, no, I think it probably is its own completely separate thing, which is one of the things that interested me about it. This is not like most reboots to come out in the past 5 to 10 years, I would say. It's very different from the original. And we are here to talk about the
Hmm.
differences and similarities between these two movies. Is one
Oh,
better than the
I just
other?
saw the
Is one
box hit the corner. The box hit the corner. I've been
Wow,
watching this whole time.
what a quick payoff. The box is already
All it took was 3 minutes. Well,
I'm gonna
now
I'm gonna
you can wait until it
I'm
happens
gonna
again.
spoil the mystery. It's gonna happen every 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm gonna
I
hold
know.
you to that. I'm gonna watch it
No, it's
like a
true. I
very
made it. I made
autistic
it
hawk.
today. So, so what we noticed when we looked into how these movies have been received is that the first film, because there have been
Hmm.
many Hellraiser movies, most of which I have not seen. Have you seen any of the other ones?
I have not. I have not seen anything other than Hellraiser 1.
Well, what we've noticed is that the first one is pretty well regarded. It shows up in a lot of best horror movies of all time lists. It's certainly very iconic, especially the Pinhead villain. Some of the iconography from the movie is has stood the test of time, and people tend to hold it in pretty high esteem.
Oh,
People
the
like the movie.
reverence around this movie is massive, I would say.
A lot of people. It's definitely a cult classic. I don't think my parents have seen it, for example, but a lot of people really
Hmm.
like this movie. And I think if I looked at a lot of the reviews, a lot of them floated around like a 7 out of 10 for the first one.
Yeah, that sounds
Um, and
accurate.
and then they kind of took a steep. They fell off pretty quickly after the first one. I think the second one hovers around like a 5 out of 10. If you average all the review sites like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb,
I
and they
haven't
have
looked
not
up
gotten
anything
better
about
after
the
that.
other movies. I've only with the first one and then the new one. So I don't. Was
They're
is the
not very
second
well
one not
regarded.
well regarded? I thought the
I
second one
mean,
was
it's
one of
I
those
think
ones
I
that's
think
kind of.
people I think fans of the franchise, hold it in a special place in their heart. But Hellraiser 2 Hellbound, I believe is the name of that one. Yeah, if you Rotten Tomatoes has it at a 50, Metacritic 40, IMDb 6.4, so not as high as the first one, but I think some people certainly like it. From what I understand, the new movie is takes the most inspiration from the original and the second one. There's aspects of the second one apparently
Oh,
that
okay.
are borrowed. But anyway, the point is people tend to really like this movie a lot.
Hmm. To the point
We
that
wa-
I think some of the new one has been detracted from in a lot of discourse.
It's not as highly regarded. If you look at the reviews, it tends to float around a 6 out of 10. People are like, it's all right. The general consensus seems to be that it's pretty good, but it's not as good as the first one.
Mm.
And I could not disagree more with all of
Oh,
that.
yes. I'm right there with you on that one. I actually would say I kind of hate the first one, having watched it recently. Uh,
So hold on, before we get any further, in the couple days leading up to this stream, I put out a poll on Twitter to the very few followers I have there, and in the community page of this YouTube channel you're watching right now. And a lot of people, I think the overwhelming majority, voted for the first one in a poll asking which is the superior film. Almost everyone chose the original, and
it was 90
um,
percent to 10, right?
yeah, something like that. And as promised in those posts, today we are going to reveal the correct answer. And the correct answer is that the new movie is so much better than the original, it's not even close.
You have chosen poorly.
It's not even close, guys.
It,
This new movie is actually pretty good, pretty darn good, and the original sucks. I'm sorry to say it. I know a lot of people tend to really like the first one, but it's not a good movie. It's not
it,
well written, it's
oof.
not well edited. The acting is bad, the writing is bad, the music is pretty good, the visual effects are pretty good, but the story sucks. The first one sucks.
It, yeah.
And
This.
we're here to talk about why, and why it seems that Hugh and I are one of the few people out there that have this opinion. So we're gonna try to talk about why the first one is so well regarded, considering what happens in it, and we're gonna talk about why we think that the second film is underappreciated. If you hear my dog running around, it's because there's trick or treaters, and he's very excited.
Yeah,
So
mine is also quite excited about the constant doorbells.
yes.
Her favorite noise.
So we're gonna have to spoil both movies. So if you haven't seen them, be warned. We're gonna talk about both of them, and we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna jump back and forth probably a bit. But I suppose we should probably start with the premise of the first movie. Hugh, do you care to explain what the basic idea behind Hellraiser 1987 is?
Uh, I would like to, Jamie. Uh, um,
Can you? Will you please, for the good people at home listening to this?
there's a guy who opens a box that does something fucky to him, and then he gets brought back to life because he dies. He gets brought back to life by his sister-in-law slash lover, and they go on a killing spree to restore his gooey parts to a state of not gooiness, or
You know
a
what?
state of
Actually,
preferred gooiness,
let's
depending
actually
on the vibe that you get from the scene.
let's actually take a step back. So the first movie begins. We see a man in some foreign country. It's kind of there's bugs everywhere. It's kind of dirty. He's got a lot of dirt underneath his nails. It's a very
They both
gross
do. They
movie.
both have a lot of
Yes.
dirt under their nails,
Yes.
and
And so
he puts some
he is
money on a table and takes away a box.
yes, he is there to buy the box that you see floating around like the DVD logo. He is there to buy that box from a mysterious man with a vaguely Asian accent. Um, and he
The
does, and he
dubbing
says,
in this
"What's?"
movie is a
Oh yes,
revelation.
the dubbing is not very good. So he buys this box, and he gives them a lot of money, like two big stacks of hundreds, so at least a few $1,000s. Not sure exactly how much. He buys this box. He takes it back to his spooky house. The movie's set in London, though you'd be forgiven if you didn't know that because almost everyone in it is American. We'll
So
talk about that.
actually, interesting thing. It's not set in London or in the UK. It never actually quite makes it clear where it's supposed to be set.
Actually, it's definitely England
Is
because
it really? Because I thought
yeah, there's a
Kirsty's
line.
in
Hold on.
Brooklyn.
So, well, no, that's where they stayed before. So there's a line later. We'll see a couple moving into this house, right? And there's a line where he says, "Oh, anything's better than Brooklyn. You're here now. You're back, like in your element." He's talking to his British wife, and
Hmm.
so it's like, "Oh, we're back in England now." Is the implication of that line? But the point is, it's kind of hard to tell where it takes place, and we'll talk about why that is.
Yeah, okay, we can do that later.
So he takes this box, and it appears to be a puzzle box of sorts. Except it's not a very good puzzle box, and the movie doesn't make use of the fact that it's supposed to be a puzzle at all. He takes this box. He's got a bunch of candles forming a square around him, and he presses a couple buttons on the box, and it opens up and does some weird
Does
spooky
he even
things.
push buttons on the first try? I think when he
Yes,
like the
and
first
that's
doesn't
and
he
that's
kind
all
of
he
run
does.
his finger around the circle, and
Okay,
then it comes out and he twists it once or twice and pushes some buttons, and then everything happens.
the idea is that this is supposed to be a puzzle box, right? But all he really does to open the puzzle box is press the circle once with his finger and then rub his finger around it like it's a nipple that he's playing with. This is a very horny movie, as you will surely see. And then that opens the puzzle box. It's not really much of a puzzle, as it turns out. Just
Just
he
yeah.
presses the button and it opens. It's like, okay, that's a puzzle box. He opens it, and then these weird spooky demons appear, and they like
Hmm.
these giant hooks on chains come out from nowhere and like grip into him in his skin, and the
Yes.
visual effects are pretty good in the movie, but the flesh effect doesn't look very good at all in my
Not in
opinion.
that. Not in this part.
So it hooks him and he cries out in pain, and then we cut away, right?
Yeah.
And then we see shots of his weird house. It's kind of dirty and dingy and things like that. And we cut back, and we're not wasting any time in this movie. Um, we see these weird demons, the Pinhead, the Cenobites, as we will find out that they are called, and they have dismembered this man and like foisted all of his dismembered parts on these weird contraptions that are spinning and hanging from the ceiling, and he looks like he's just been killed. He's just in a million pieces, and the Pinhead guy is playing around with his pieces. Pinhead guy grabs the puzzle box, spins it, closes it, and then all of that disappears, and now it's just a big empty room. Okay, that will be
Hmm.
important later. That the Pinhead guy has the box. So then we see immediately after that, not clear how much time has passed. A couple moves into the house, and the couple is a man, and the guy who had gone, the guy who went missing, who was killed by that puzzle box, the guy who bought the puzzle box, is the man's brother, and
Yeah, and
he this
he and his British wife are coming into this cottage. They're moving in for some reason. They don't give you any
it's the
backstory. It's the
family
family
estate.
estate, and they've just decided they're gonna move in.
Yeah, and
They don't know
apparently
where the brother is. They assume
no.
he's been arrested, and they just they walk around the rooms and find all this weird shit like
There's
statues.
maggots on the food and stuff like that. It's the nastiest, grossest place ever.
Yeah,
And at
there's a
first,
weird there's a weird statue of something that it's not quite Jesus, but it's some kind of figure with a halo, and it's got a head in its hands and it lights up, and he makes a comment about
yeah,
how he needs to show his daughter this place because she'll love it, which I don't. Okay, sure,
yeah.
it's not anything. To be clear, it's one statue of a pseudo Jesus type figure with a weird head, and then the rest of the room is just furniture covered in dust covers. There's nothing interesting visually happening in this scene.
I guess it's just a big house, so she'll like it. It's not really clear.
He only says
Before
it
we,
after they get to that weird room, though.
yeah, it's it's very strange. Um, the basic idea is that they're moving into this house that used to be occupied by his weird brother who was probably behind a bar somewhere, someplace. He was kind of a degenerate. Turns out that Frank was kind of a hedonist and was really into all sorts of weird, kinky shit. This movie is into all sorts of weird, kinky shit.
This movie is
When
weird, kinky shit.
exactly. So they're walking around the house and the wife discovers like a room with a bed on the floor and there's like some pictures and a whole bunch of trash just laying about. And so they think, "Oh, he must have been squatting here, but he's not here now." And while the husband goes and explores the rest of the house, the woman finds these pictures
Oh,
that are like
real quick, I'd like to
weird.
go back to why the husband leaves the room in the first place. The phone rings and he goes, "What the hell is that?" And like runs downstairs as if he's never heard a phone ringing before. At which point his wife begins to go through the box of photos of the brother in sexually compromising positions with a bunch of different women, a score of women.
Yeah,
if you will.
he's taken a bunch of kinky photos of him with, prostitutes or whoever, and she's really turned on by this. She's like, "Oh my god."
Well, and
And
she
her
flips
knees start
through
to
them
quake.
all, and we see a picture, half of a picture of Frank, with a woman kind of draped over his arm. We don't see the woman draped over his arm. They frame it so that you can't see who it is, but she takes that one photo and then hides the rest back in the box and puts this one with her. Now,
Yeah.
on the rewatch that I did before we started up here, I had in my head, oh, right, that's got to be her in the photo, right? She doesn't want, because we'll get the revelation soon, that she has been, or had at one point, allowed this kinky, filthy, homeless brother to ravage her on her wedding night, essentially. Uh,
No. No,
no?
that might have been interesting. Uh,
Yes, it might have been if it was actually a picture of her and she was hiding it, but actually, as it's revealed, it's just a picture of him with another woman who she promptly tears out of the photograph in order
so
to
it's
have a
just a picture of
flashback
him.
about the sex that she had with the guy in the photo.
Well, it's not a flashback. She's never met him before.
Frank?
No, she's never met Frank before. I'm pretty sure she's never met Frank before.
No, what? The wife?
Yeah, because in
Yes. He comes
no, no,
into
no.
the room and says, "I'm in the flashback." He comes in and says, "I'm brother Frank."
Is that a flashback or
Yeah,
a
no,
fantasy?
that's a flashback.
What?
Yeah, that's meant to be a flashback.
That's not clear at all. Wait, are you like
No, I'm
those
being
scenes?
serious. I'm dead serious. That's not a fantasy. That's a flashback.
Oh,
That is the
God, this.
plot. That is the plot. Is that she
Oh my
slept with his
goodness.
brother once, and he's not as
She's
good, so
still into
she's
him.
super super
Yeah.
horny.
Oh, I thought they hadn't met before. Okay, well, that wasn't made clear at all. But okay, so yeah. Oh, so okay, so she had an affair with the brother in the past, and she still fantasizes about it because he was just the best ever, right?
He was,
You
yes,
know,
he
and
was
she's having these
violent in that.
very yes, and we see some of these flashback scenes, and I just it needs to be said that the acting in this movie is horrific. The
It's
acting
porn
is
level. These are porn
yeah, it's a
actors.
it's porn level acting. It's really bad. It's very cringe. It's very just like everyone says. So one thing you'll notice as we go through the movie, and so one yeah, so I should say that she had an affair with the brother, who's the cool brother. He's into weird kinky shit, and he's adventurous sexually, and he's confident and cool and charismatic. And her husband is just the most pathetic little like cuck
Cuckold.
guy ever. It's really funny. He's comically pathetic, and the brother is like try hard, cool, edgy. It's very and what I noticed on a rewatch is that all the men in the movie are either kind of cool, edgy, badass people or like really pathetic losers. And there's no in between, really. It's just that's the whole
Well,
movie. These characters are like paper cutouts. They're not. They don't feel like real people at all
the
to me.
writer of this movie did work as a male prostitute when his writing career wasn't working out so well for him. In between projects, if he needed money, he was a male prostitute. So this could reflect his experience with men accurately, for all I know. But I,
No, but yeah,
normal people.
the point is we've set up this very on the nose dichotomy between the two brothers. And so of course, she doesn't like her husband cuz he's kind of pathetic. Later we'll see a scene where he cuts his hand and he like almost faints cuz he's like, "Oh my god, the sight of blood." Bleh."
Yeah,
And
and of
then
course he watches
meanwhile
combat sports on the TV later.
we're seeing the flashbacks that I thought were fantasies because they play like fantasies, I guess, in the tone and how on the nose the dialogue is. I just assumed they were fantasies. No, but apparently they really happened, which is just great. And he's really cool and he's really edgy. He's very like,
This
ooh,
is a nice point to bring up, or part to bring up. We have a message in chat about how Frank has a great voice. Um, in this first
which
scene,
Frank?
yeah, which
There
Frank, Monster
there are
Frank or
three
regular
Franks.
Frank? That is a question. But the dubbing on regular Frank in this scene where he is in this flashback where he's seducing and ravaging his brother's wife is
Hmm.
a dub. It is a dub because the filmmakers decided, this is a good point to bring this in, that it was better for the box office potential if it wasn't set specifically in England. So they
Yes.
hastily did a rework of everything at the
Yeah.
end in order to make it feel like it's a mid-Atlantic city.
Yes. It was much more British, and there are characters who are still British who haven't been hastily redubbed by American actors.
But
But
the brother love interest slash
yeah.
murderer, he has been dubbed, and it's a
Well, what
very
about the
aggressive
husband?
dub. No,
The
he
husband.
wasn't dubbed.
Oh, he was American the whole time.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's what I found, managed to find while digging around on the internet. But I could be the husband could be dubbed for all I know. I didn't notice it as it's not as noticeable if he is dubbed as it is with
No.
Frank. It's
Yeah, it's
very
very noticeable
noticeable
with
for Frank.
Frank. So she's remembering all the times that she cheated on her husband with his much cooler and much edgier and more sexually adventurous brother. And she's having a great time fantasizing about that. And while then they're moving into the house, they haven't really cleaned it very well. It's still very dirty and grimy, which is cool. But they're moving in. And for whatever reason, the husband is moving in with these two guys who appear to be just total strangers who are just movers. And they're like struggling to get the bed up the stairs. And they're like, and they're like, all right, let's take a break. It's like, you have any beer? And then he goes and gets them beer while they're still moving furniture. It's kind of
It's not
strange.
even just still moving furniture. They tried to bring the mattress in through the door, got it
Hmm.
little more than halfway,
Hmm.
stopped because it got too difficult, and then he went to get beer. He doesn't, and so when we were watching this the first time, you were asking me, oh, you're like, oh, well, it's his friends. They're moving in. So don't give your friends
Yeah.
beer until after they're done the job. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
No, those aren't his friends. They're just movers,
They're just random strangers. They're
and
movers.
he's just lifting the mattress with them for some reason.
And they're ogling his wife. It's very strange.
His wife has a very David Bowie look, and these two guys are into it. These
So
movers are really about that.
as they're moving in, she goes upstairs and she lays on the dirty mattress where Frank was sleeping. And she starts to like one assume she's like masturbating to the memory of having sex with Frank and how good it was and how much better he is than her husband. And while that's happening, they're trying to move the bed, but they're doing a really poor job because these are all basically porn level actors. And so they're just kind of moving the bed back and forth and not doing anything. And the husband accidentally cuts his hand on a rusty nail right as she's climaxing in her fantasy, right? And so we're sort of linking pain and pleasure together. This is very important thematically for the movie, right? She's upstairs and the husband comes up, his hand's bleeding, and like I said before, he's like, "Oh my god, blood. I'm gonna pass out. You deal with it." Because he's pathetic.
And
And so
yeah, she actually asks him, "Is it deep?" And he goes, "I don't know. I haven't looked." Oh.
yeah, the movie is not at all subtle about trying to make you think that he's pathetic while the other brother, oh, he's so cool. He's such a hard edged guy. And so he cuts his hand or whatever, and some blood falls on the floor in that attic room, which happens to be the same room where Frank was dismembered by weird demons and went into another dimension or whatever happened there. Some blood falls on the floor, it seeps through the boards, and it starts to like collect and form into a heart underneath the floorboards, which is kind of cool. This is a point in the movie's favor. The visual effects, for the most part, are pretty cool. I think it's this. I think you said that it's the same guy who did The Thing, right?
It
John
is, yeah.
Carpenter's The Thing.
It
Yeah,
is
and
that
so the
special
visual
effects
effects
designer.
are pretty cool in general. There's a couple that don't look very good, but this is a pretty cheap movie. I believe it had a budget of $1 million. So for the budget, the visual effects are really good, and you can tell they spent a lot of time and effort on the visual effects.
You can tell the visual effects were kind of the big draw because I would say it's a little. I would say it's obvious that at the beginning in the credits, the big music flare happens when the special effects designer's name pops up.
Yeah,
It's very cheeky.
they were very glad to have him
Yes.
working on the movie. Yes, and I would say that's really the only thing that stands up about the movie. There's some music that's pretty good, but the visual effects are the reason to watch the movie.
I do like the
There's
theme. I think the theme
Yeah, the
is
main
pretty
musical
good.
theme is pretty cool. And so we see this weird heart forming underneath the floorboards, and then it sort of magically transforms and mutates into this weird uh, goblin, gross, yucky, the Thing monster looking thing, where a very basic human form is like
Assembled,
oozing and
yeah.
melting into. It's like a nervous system being created out of weird slime and ooze and things like that. We see a brain form and the spinal cord attaches to it. Some of the visual effects are pretty cool. So some weird monster thing is forming in this attic, right? Meanwhile, we're introduced to Kirsty. Kirsty or Christy? I think it's Kirsty.
It's Kirsty, yeah.
Kirsty is the daughter, the biological daughter of the loser husband, and not the biological kid of his new British wife who
David Bowie
cheated on him.
wife, yes.
Of David Bowie. Yeah, she looks a little bit like Aladdin Sane, that album, David Bowie, at one point later. Anyway, the daughter lives nearby, and she's like, "Oh, I got a room. I got a room
Oh yeah,
here
yes, the
in
phone call
town."
conversation. Yeah, I got a
We see a
room.
we see a phone call where he's like, "I thought you were gonna stay with us," and she's like, "No, I got a room." And every time we cut to her, it's just very tight shot against the white wall because clearly they don't have an actual set for her to be in. But that's
She's
okay.
just in a
It's a
room
low,
upstairs, yeah.
yeah, it's a low budget movie. We'll give them that. It's probably shot in the production office. I would bet.
Yeah, well, he says, "I thought you were going to stay with us." And she says, "No, I like the room." And he says, "Well, you'd like it here." She goes, "Well, you'd like my room." And they have this back and forth about this. And she says, now I need to find a job." And he says, "Oh, what for? You've made the gesture. You don't have to do that." Which I thought was odd.
It's so weird. Like, why don't you want your daughter to have a job?
I didn't think that
She's an
even in the
adult. She's like
80s that
what?
this was an
Like
odd
18,
thing that
19?
your daughter would like. I didn't think it was that odd that your daughter might go to the city to get a job, especially if you're some kind of businessman with a a British wife, an American businessman.
He's got some sort of 9 to 5 because he's out of the house for a lot of the movie, so things can happen. So
He says he got a new great job at the beginning when he's justifying why he wants to move into the house, but of course
yeah.
we never find out exactly what it is he does. Not that it's important, but you know, might help for some characterization. I don't know.
Yeah. And
Fleshed out.
so then they're having a little house party, and they invite some of their friends over who are also kind of losers and pathetic and cringe. I don't know. They're very much played as like dumb suburban types,
Yeah.
right? And they're having dinner, and the dad, the loser dad, is telling his story about how he was at the doctor, and the guy was like didn't care about him at all and almost made him faint. Like, and he's not coming off very tough. Like I said, it's very on the nose. He's pathetic, and the one guy's like, "Well, you should sue the doctor," and he's like, "You know what? You're right. I should." And so the movie is very clearly like, you're not supposed to like the dad. You're supposed to think he's pathetic. Why would he sue over something like that? What a loser. Not like his brother Frank. His brother Frank's so cool. He's so edgy.
His brother Frank would probably come if he got cut on his hand, dude.
Yes, he probably would. I'm pretty sure he does in the movie.
I actually noticed something on the second watch that when I can't wait to get to about Frank and his pain and nerve stuff. It's gonna
Yeah.
gonna be quite interesting. But keep going, keep going. The dinner party.
So the wife is not happy at the dinner party. She's like, "I'm not feeling well. I need to go upstairs." Probably because she wants to go masturbate to the thought of the cool brother again. So she goes upstairs, and there's something I found kind of odd. She goes into the weird empty attic room where Frank disappeared, and some monster is forming, and she sees a bunch of like gross slime on the floor, and there are rats in it, and like licking it and eating it, and things of that nature. And she's like, "Oh, that's disgusting." And then we see this weird monstrous creature thing. And she's like, "Oh my god." She freaks out. She tries to leave the room, and he like crawls along the floor and like slams the door and doesn't allow her to leave. And he's like, "Don't look at me.
She
Don't."
he says, yeah, I wrote this one. I wrote this down because it was awful. He goes, "Don't look at me." And she kind of is doing that, like that kind of thing. And he goes,
Yeah.
"I said, don't look." And so she turns away. She's very polite. She turns away and she puts her hand on the door. She closes her eyes and she goes, "Who are you?" And he goes, "Help me!" Immediately. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the conversation.
That's what the dialogue is like.
And then after he says this, she goes, "Tell me who you are," in a delivery very similar to that.
Yes.
At,
Very
at which
similar.
point he finally reveals, "I am Frank."
I'm Frank. I'm the brother. The brother. And she's like, "Oh," she doesn't believe it at first. And he's like, "You need to help me.
It's so
You
bad.
need." I think I forget if he says it right away, but he's like, the blood got me started, and you need to give me more blood so I can reform the rest of the way." And she's like, she's scared, and then she leaves. Um, and then we're continuing the pattern of all the men in the movie either falling into two camps. One is that they're losers, or one is that they're kind of cool and badass and do edgy things. So Kirsty is there with her boyfriend, one assumes, and the boyfriend has a cigarette in his mouth at the dinner table. It's the '80s, I guess. So, and then he looks like he swallows the cigarette, or he takes a cigarette into his mouth, and then he kind of brings it back up again. And he's like, "Aren't I cool? Aren't I like? Isn't
Check it
that
out. I
badass?"
put my cigarette in my mouth and spat it back out, and it didn't even go out, dude.
It didn't even hurt,
Didn't even
bro.
hurt, bro. And she gives him the look like she's like,
She gives him
"Okay."
fuck me eyes.
Yeah, she's
You're
like,
like,
"Yeah,
"That's it.
yeah, that's
That's
it.
all it takes."
I'm
Yes. So
I'm
the
hooked."
pattern the pattern is that all the men in the movie are either really cool and badass and like into kinky weird shit, or total losers, and all the women are either there to be turned off by or turned on by those two camps. Like that's
That yeah,
those are the characters, if we can call them that. They are characters in the most technical sense of the word, but not much else. Kirsty, as we'll see, has a couple moments where I think she actually does some smart things, but she's probably the best characterized, and she's thin as fuck. We'll get into it. So she is drunk. She's had too much, and she goes upstairs and she sees
David Bowie.
the British wife's name is Julia, and Julia is like standing at the top of the stairs, and she's very dramatically lit, and she's got this weird spooked look on her face. And
Yeah,
Kirsty's like, "Are you all right?"
she's
And
kind
she
of
doesn't
staring
say
off into
anything.
space.
Yeah, it's like, no, she is not all right, Kirsty. She's definitely not all right.
There's pretty much wall to wall music under all of this too, right? It's very soap opera, where it's just playing strings and everything in the background as all of this is happening.
Not under every scene. I've certainly seen worse in terms of movies that have wall to wall music and are really obnoxious about it. There's this Japanese movie called House,
Oh
um,
yeah,
70s horror movie that is wall to wall music, and it's exhausting. So it's not that, which is good.
it's also not great the way that
No,
the music kind of overbears everything in this one.
no, it definitely isn't. The main theme is cool, but other than that, it's not great. So then and then I think, is it later that night or something like that? Anyway, Kirsty is walking around with her boyfriend.
They have some kind of conversation that really doesn't amount to much of fucking anything, honestly. Like
Yeah. No,
they
but while they're walking, they pass a weird, creepy homeless man who's staring at Kirsty. And she looks back. She sees that he's staring at her. And she's like, "Oh, that's weird." And she keeps walking. We see them have a pointless conversation that doesn't really do anything except establish that they like each other, and then they kiss, and that's the end of that scene.
Oh, they kiss, and the camera kind of runs backwards down a hallway in a
Yeah.
subway, and it
It doesn't
looks
reveal anything, it
very,
just, like,
yeah.
zooms out. Yeah.
There's
There's some
nothing.
weird choices like that.
Hmm.
Then we're back in the house, and the wife is in the bed with her loser husband, and he's like murmuring in his sleep in a way that's like, haha, he's pathetic. You know what? It reminded me of Sid in Toy Story, where he's like, "But I want to ride the pony." That's the sort of level of dialogue he's just like murmuring to himself in bed. And she goes back upstairs after, and so to be clear, what's been established so far is that Julia, the British wife who cheated on her husband with the brother who was like coming back from the dead somehow. He's like, I need your help. I need you to spill more blood in this attic so that I can reform and then we can be together. In the meantime, don't look at me. I'm hideous. And so she's scared and put off by that. She goes downstairs or whatever. They're in bed, and she's fantasizing or remembering all the good sex she had with Frank back in the day, while her pathetic loser husband is asleep, going making weird noises. And so then she goes back up to the room and she says, "Okay, I'll help you." Like that was pretty quick. Remember that she's been very grossed out and repulsed by rats and other dirty things, but there's this giant monster in the
An ooze monster
yeah,
that
this ooze monster that
crawled
she
out of the floorboards.
yeah, and is like too hideous to even look at. And he's like, "I need you to bring me blood so I can turn back into my old self again." And she's like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll help you." The sex was just that good, apparently.
So I
So,
actually found an essay in defense of this movie
oh yeah,
where they mention that an alternative title proposed by a friend of Clive Barker's was "How Far a Woman Will Go for a Good Fuck."
that was the proposed title.
That was a friend of Clive Barker's joked that that should be the alternate title. Evidently,
Yeah, I mean, that's the gist of it. That's the
basically,
gist.
that's
Well,
pretty much it. Sex is so good that it will drive people to do evil
to
things.
do murder, to do literal murder, unapologetically, apparently, because she just really wants the dick that bad. That's the level of characterization we're dealing with this in this movie, and it's terrible. It's
It's
terrible.
yeah, it's
They're not.
bottom
They're
of the
just.
barrel shit. It's so
Yeah.
shallow and
Yeah.
uninteresting.
Oh my
There's
god. Yes.
nothing about these characters that has any. But it just doesn't. There's nothing to grasp onto. There's no
There's no
foothold.
real depth of character to any of these people. I think, yeah, so I mean, we'll get a little bit more into it, but we've got the basic gist of the characters so far. So far, we have loser husband who's pathetic. He means well, but he's a loser. And apparently, he must not be good at sex, apparently, or he's not into kinky shit. So that means he sucks. Then we have Frank, who's a hedonist scumbag guy who was having sex with his brother's wife. Or actually, were they married at the time? I'm not sure about that.
It's on his wedding day. It's on her wedding day.
Oh, right. Right. No, yeah,
Because
yeah. So
he
he's
walks up to her and
yes,
says,
you're right.
"Are you gonna let me kiss the bride?"
Oh, right, right, right. Yeah, so he's a scumbag. And he's just really he's a sadist and a masochist. Um, hello to the person in chat. We are currently talking about the old one and why it's terrible and why it's completely overrated. Join us. So um yeah, so that's Frank. Frank is just a masochist. That's his whole character. He's just kind of evil. We'll get more about him later. And then Kirsty loves her dad and doesn't want him to die. That's her character,
Hmm.
essentially, in a nutshell.
Yes. She also is pretty understandably off put by homeless men who eat crickets.
Well, because yeah, all these people like that's it. That's the kind of level of character depth we're talking about here. It's insane. So
Do you see
the
this?
basic the
Do you see this message in the chat about how we are currently explaining why a lot of people liked this movie?
Yeah, so
Okay,
here's the thing. What people like about this movie, it seems to us, is all the weird kinky shit and some of the visuals.
that
That's
that
what they really like about it. And for whatever reason, it seems that that is enough for people to ignore how dog shit everything else in the movie is. Um, we don't know why,
I
and we're here
don't
to
get
talk.
it. I
We're
really
here
don't.
to establish how dog shit everything else in the movie is, and perhaps we can come to an understanding that even if those aspects of the movie are your cup of tea, that is the BDSM stuff and the visual effects, there's nothing else of redeeming value in the entire movie. So there's that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that would be my summary. And I have some other things that I want to talk about later with that. So let's keep going.
So the basic idea is that she, being Julia, the wife who cheated on her husband with Frank, has to kill people. She has to seduce men and bring them back to this attic so that she can kill them and the blood can be used to rejuvenate Frank. Right? So that's exactly what she does.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the movie is structured very, very, very strangely. I would say poorly, in that for half of the movie we're following her as she seduces people and kills them, and then the movie remembers that Kirsty is a thing, and then we follow her from that point on. There's no real clear story
We
structure in that.
haven't followed our protagonist for more than about a minute and a half at a time up
Mhm.
until this point, and we are almost halfway through the movie.
Yes. Very odd. But for a while, we're going to follow Julia as she goes to bars, seduces men, brings them back to the attic, and then kills them with a hammer so that the blood and the guts and whatever else from these people can be used to rejuvenate Frank. And each time she brings someone back, we see him, like, I don't know, suck the life out of them or
He gives
take
him the old zuck.
he
Gives
gives them
him
the
the.
old suck, yes. Or
Also,
takes
just Eric, I'm glad you are on the side of the 10%, the correct 10% here.
so then she kills people, and it should be noted that she's not especially torn up about it, really. I mean, obviously the first one is a little shocking to her,
It's
but
the
she
one that
just
takes the
beats him to
longest, but she gets
it
used to
beats
it
him to
very
death.
quickly.
Yeah, she beats him to death with a hammer and sees the hideous monster Frank like suck the life and ooze out of them. And then the first time it happens, her husband comes home right around the same time that she has to clean up the body, right? Husband comes home. He's like, "Hello, honey, I'm home." And she walks from the creepy attic room to a room across the hall that's just full of stuff, old,
Furniture
furniture.
under dust covers.
Yes.
It's
And
just a
just
room, it's a storage room.
yeah, exactly. Something that became a pattern that really annoyed me as someone who understands how sound works and has lived life in the world is that this house is incredibly creaky and old, and yet people are always walking around the house in like utter silence, and no one knows. Like people are slinking around this house constantly, even though
In
it's like
shoes.
this.
They're
Yeah,
wearing they are
even
wearing shoes in the house and
yes.
somehow sneaking around on creaky old English cottage floorboards.
Yeah, this house is not in good shape, and for whatever reason, like, it's a silent house, and you can just sneak around constantly, and no one knows what room you're walking around in, which is insane. So she walks into this other room while her husband's coming back and looking for her, and she just dumps the body in there. Now, the first time I watched it, I was like, "Oh, she put it in there because he's unlikely to check in that room, and then she can get rid of it later." Nope. At the end of the movie, Kirsty goes in there because she's fleeing from someone who's chasing her, and there's just the body's there and it's been decomposing and it's like full of maggots and stuff. She just dumped a dead body in there, and at least days, probably over a week, has passed, and there's just been a dead body in that room the whole time, decomposing, stinking. She did nothing to hide it. It's just there. Very cool. Luckily, no one noticed, so fuck it, right?
Well, you can't hear this house works differently from other houses, Jamie. You can't hear when people are walking around it in
You can't
shoes,
smell
and you can't
either.
smell anything in it either. It's like
Yeah.
the sense of smell goes dead, and that's actually a metaphor for how the Cenobites give all the sensations because they don't have them in the house, and that's why Frank wanted them. He wanted them to
Sure.
give him the
It's not
sensations.
a magic house.
Sure, it
You'd
is.
be forgiven for thinking that based on some of the things that happened, but it's not a magic house. She just dumps the body in there, and no one notices, which is very cool. But anyway, she's pretty much willing to kill people and hide their bodies and watch this weird monster rejuvenate before her eyes because she just really wants the dick that bad. This feels like a
That
real person to you, doesn't it? This definitely feels like
they all
a
feel like
real
very
person and
real
not a
people
cardboard
to me.
cutout. Yeah.
They all
It's
feel
not
like real people and not caricatures.
not a caricature, a vehicle for your kink. That's definitely not what all the characters in this movie are. Anyway, so then Frank rejuvenates a bit and he's got a bit more he still has like no skin, but we've got like muscle on bone and it's like a proper human actor now. Not the same actor that played Frank when he was a real person for some reason that isn't clear to me. Um,
Oh wait, isn't
so
it?
this is
Wait, it's a different actor.
it is. It's not the same guy that was in the flashbacks. It's not that Frank. It's a different guy.
What? Why?
I don't know. It's a different Frank now, and he has a different voice, which is very cool. It might be the same dub. Actually, I think it's
I
a different voice.
I think it's a
I'm
different.
pretty.
I think I saw that it was a different voice, but I assumed it was
No,
the
I mean
same
it's hard to
actor
tell because of all the makeup and prosthetics on, but it's a different guy for some reason. And I
with
guess
another
she,
dub. It's not actually that guy's
yes,
voice. Oh
and
my
I guess
god.
we're definitely meant to think that she doesn't notice the difference that like in the facial structure and in the voice because
Well,
God
I
forbid
didn't. So
because she seems to believe that yeah, this is definitely Frank. He said he was Frank. I mean, he's a weird ooze slime monster on the floor that wants me to kill people, but it's probably Frank.
yeah, yeah. He
Like
can't.
she doesn't know about any of the supernatural stuff until the moment
This moment
where like
actually that we're
yeah,
just about to talk about when he's come back and he starts talking about the box, right? Because
yeah.
she asks what it is, which he explains then is it opens the doorway, quote unquote, it opens doors to the pleasures
Mhm.
of heaven or of hell. I didn't care which. I thought I'd gone to the limits, but they showed me an entire new, limit of whatever of being of pleasure, pleasure
Yes.
and pain intertwined. It like excessively. But I want to.
And that's about the level of acting I would say too.
It's
It's
pretty close. Yeah,
very very try
indiscernible
hard.
from one another, pleasure
Yes.
and pain. But I want to okay, I want to pause on where we are here because I think I was saying this to you a couple of times while we watched it the first time. It was always my impression that the implication of the movie is that the Cenobites kind of if you open the box seeking the pleasure or the whatever it is that you're seeking, they'll take you to an interdimensional part of space where you will just feel constant pain and pleasure in like these weird supernatural S&M scenarios, like you've been ripped to shreds but somehow you're still feeling each individual bit of your existence, right? Your soul or your spirit, whatever is still there, it's still alive. Which they never really make that clear in the movie,
No,
I
they
would
don't at
say.
all. I
Um,
wouldn't have assumed that if you didn't tell me that when we were watching it, that that was the idea.
that
Because, and I'll let you finish in a second, but
yeah.
because what they show in the initial scene where the demons come and grab him, we see him dismembered all over the floor and stuff like that, and we see bits of his face that Pinhead is kind of assembling next to each other, like they're puzzle pieces. Um, he has no expression on his face. His mouth isn't moving. It doesn't seem like he's alive. And so when you watch the movie, you just have to assume, or you're led to assume that he was just brutally murdered. Like there's
Well,
no indication that he's still conscious until later.
so here's the thing. In this exact scene, when he after like, before he explains what the box is, I noticed that there's a line of dialogue where he says that he is hurting. I'm hurting, and he goes, and then he
Mhm.
says that his nerves are starting to work again,
Mhm.
which would imply that you were right the whole time. There isn't interdimensional like constant feeling of pain and pleasure. He was
No,
just
I
dead. His
no,
his
I think
nerves were
he
starting
did.
to work. He says, "Yeah, it's been so long since he felt anything."
I think that's meant to be about since he's been back in this plane of existence.
That okay?
I don't know,
I
or
guess I
it's
don't know.
unclear.
It's
Well,
unclear.
here's the thing about the movie, the lore in this first one, maybe they like make this more clear in the book that this is based on, or in the future sequels, or I understand that there's like comic books or graphic novels or something like that, or porn. But this might be made more clear elsewhere. In this first movie, the lore is nonsense. It's total nonsense. It doesn't it's like it's
I have no
nothing is
idea what's
made
happening.
clear at all. Is he in this other dimension? Is he still alive feeling everything? That's sort of the implication. But then he says, "Oh, I haven't felt anything in a very long time." He's only been back for like a day or two, so I'm not sure what he's talking about. None of this is made clear at all. But what he tells her in rather vague terms, and she doesn't ask any follow-up questions because she's not a human being. He tells her that this box, opened a portal to these demons called Cenobites, who showed them, they're explorers of the farthest regions of pain and pleasure and all that sort of stuff. Even though when we see him get tortured in the very beginning, he just looks like he's in pain. He doesn't look like he's enjoying it at all.
Yeah, nobody's
So
jerking him off or anything. There's nothing.
no,
There's nothing that looks pleasurable whatsoever going on
yeah,
in this
it,
in this
yeah,
scenario.
yeah. He doesn't look. He doesn't even. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't imagine that they'd show someone jerking him off in this movie, but he doesn't even seem to have like a smile on his face or being. He just looks like he's in agony. So I guess
I should
that's what
check
he's
because I
into. I
think
guess.
I heard something about how this was almost given an X rating.
I mean, maybe an initial cut. I'd be surprised. I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty gory movie, and there's sexual implications, but we don't see a lot of super sexual, explicit things. I think we see a couple nipples, but that's about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's some photos.
someone says, I agree in principle, but the visuals and twisted plot are the core of most horror movies in my experience. Well, here's the thing. If you're talking about this movie, I wouldn't describe it as a twisted plot. I would describe it as an absolutely horrific plot. I think the
I
plot
would
is
call it
garbage.
non-existent.
Well, no,
It's
there's a
almost
plot.
bare.
It's in tatters. It's like it's forwarded by characters who don't feel like real people. The structure of it is nonsense. The lore is nonsense, and a lot of really stupid things happen. So the plot is definitely not a point in this movie's favor. Like the style of the movie is a point in its favor,
It
and
does have
the
some neat
general kinky,
shots.
yeah, the kinkiness is but the story itself is garbage.
The
So
story
anyway,
is garbage. The character writing is garbage, and also yes, they were going to give the film an X rating, but he made some cuts to secure
okay.
the R rating. So maybe there's an unreleased version where somebody is jerking Frank off in subspace.
Maybe, maybe. But anyway, so yeah, so these
I can
demons,
hope.
he calls them Cenobites. We don't really get an explanation of what that means or anything, which is fine. He was there, and they were showing him the furthest reaches of pain and pleasure, and he's a hedonist, sadomasochist, BDSM kind of guy, and so he seeks this out, and then goes there, and they show him the furthest he didn't, places he thought he could never go in terms of sensory experience. And then he's like, I had to escape. It's like, why? I thought you liked this stuff. You don't he never says, for example, he never says that like, oh, it was too much for me. He never says that like I was always the person being tortured. I never got to do any myself, and that's what I was looking for. That's the best faith interpretation because he never explains why he wanted to leave. I mean, any normal person would want to leave, but this is not a normal
Yeah,
person.
we've established he's not normal. He knew that this was
No.
going to be the result, and then he got it, and he was just like, "Wait, fuck this! I don't like this."
Yeah, I mean,
But
because
why?
it's not like he learned some lesson about how that stuff is bad, because he comes back not to be like, oh, I learned my lesson, I'm going to be a changed man. He's still like a total psychopath sadist. So, I, why did he want to leave?
I,
Not clear, but he wanted to leave and he needed to escape. And he's like, I got to, and we also can't, you need to bring me more bodies so I can rejuvenate the rest of me. At this point, he's still this weird sort of fleshy monster. And he's like, you need to rejuvenate the rest of me, bring me more people, more blood. That way we can leave here and they can't get me again. It's like, I don't know why you want to leave so bad. It seems like exactly your cup of tea, but okay. So that's what she has to do. She has to get more people. And she's like, oh no, I don't want to get more people. And he's like, you have to. And she's like, okay.
and then
Character writing.
she proceeds to kill about three more caricatures of scummy dudes who
Yeah.
try to cheat or do a hookup.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. The first guy that she kills is a little aggressive with her. She brings him back to his place, and he's like kissing her, and she's like, "Oh, like back off a little bit." He's like, "What? You're not."
He's acting all nervous at first. He's
And
just like,
so,
oh, I don't know if about drinking alone. And then she gets into the house. He starts kissing her and trying to be all romantic. And when she, is unresponsive, basically struggling, I assume, with the weight of what is supposed to be happening with this guy, like the reason that she's brought him here. He immediately just goes, "What's wrong with you? You're not going to change your mind, are you?"
yeah, it
He
seems
gets
like the
really
movie.
angry.
Yeah, he gets rather aggressive, and the movie. It seems like the movie is trying to be like, "Oh, see this guy, he's a little bit of a scumbag, so we're not going to feel bad when she kills him." But they definitely don't go far enough in the he's a scumbag can't like direction to actually make it okay. It's really strange. It's like, well, also the other thing that's strange about it is what we understand based on her character. It's like I'm surprised she's not into that, like him being really aggressive. But I guess he's not hot enough, so she's not into it when he
He's
does it.
bald. He's got a bald patch.
Oh yeah, see, he's
Frank
bald and
looks
a
like he
little
rides a
right,
motorcycle.
right, yeah, yeah. Frank is a hunk, and this guy, he's bald and he's a little bit shorter than her. So when he's sexually aggressive, it's a bad thing. So that's cool. And so she kills him, and then the later people we see are less like scumbags and just seem more like losers, like Frank. Not Frank. Larry, I believe, is the loser husband's name. So
There's
she has to
the
kill a
dude
few
with
more
the
people.
shaved head who I think the dude with the shaved head might be where I turned it off. This on the second watch, I was like, I think I'm good. When he comes in and he kind of gives the huh, well yeah, like I like to be discreet kind of thing, like trying to play it off like he's all cool and suave, and then
Yeah,
then it cuts to
he
him like
seems
getting his
to
head
he
beat in.
seems yeah, he seems to know that she's cheating on her
A
husband or
character out
whatever.
of a Guy Ritchie movie is how I would describe him. An extra from a Guy Ritchie movie.
Anyway, she kills a couple more people, and even though Frank, this is a thing I found strange. Even though Frank is still hideous by any normal definition, suddenly he's not like, "Don't look at me." He's like, "Come here, I want to touch you." It's
He
very
puts on a
yeah,
shirt.
yeah, he puts on a shirt just to like still be bleeding through it. I don't know why he puts on the shirt. It can't be for any practical reason. It's not like this is all magical nonsense. So
It's like he's
whatever.
been flayed, and he's putting it like he's been flayed. His skin does barely exists. He's down to that really raw layer of just goop, and he puts a shirt on. He puts a cotton shirt on over this.
Yeah, just to bleed through it. But he's got a shirt on now, so I guess he looks more like a person.
We could
And
save a
now
little
he
money
doesn't.
on special effects.
Yeah, that's the main reason. Yeah, to save money, which is fine. It's a low budget movie, but he is like suddenly he doesn't feel hideous anymore, even though he's absolutely still hideous. He's like, "Come here, I want to touch you. Come to daddy," and he says, "Come to daddy" a lot, which is
Which will be important
cool.
later.
Unfortunately, it will be important later. Yeah, she kills a few people.
Is
Um,
the next bit where we see Kirsty working in the pet shop?
Oh, before we get there, at one point when he's talking to her, he's
Just shooting.
explaining what's going on. He's explaining what's going on, and Julie is talking to Frank, and he says something about the box, and he's like, "No, don't touch the box; it's dangerous." And I'm like, "How did he get the box back?"
Oh yeah, wait, he has the box back. Pinhead took the box at
Yeah,
that.
Pinhead closed the box, and then the box and him and Frank's flayed parts everywhere. They all disappeared, and now all of a sudden in this scene, he has the box back again. No explanation for that. He just has it again. It's not like Pinhead would have given it to him. He's looking for him. Actually, no,
Yeah,
he's not even looking
he's
for
not
him because
looking
he
for him
doesn't
yet
know
because he
he's
doesn't know
gone.
he's escaped. He thinks he's still wherever he is,
But
trapped. I
when he
assume.
escaped, it's not like he was like the little early flesh monster was holding the box. We have no idea where he just has the box again, inexplicably, which is so cool. It's so cool because it's going to be really important later that he has the box because it's going to allow the rest of the movie to happen. But he just has it again. I
God,
think
it's
at this
so
point we
bad.
do see Kirsty is working at a pet shop.
Yes, working at a pet shop, and then the weird hobo that she saw staring at her on the other scene that she was in earlier. He comes in while she's having an argument with another dubbed woman. Um, And he kind of just silently wanders in, walks back to where they keep the crickets to feed the lizards and everything, and he just sticks his hand in and takes a bunch of them and eats them. Right, like they just
Yeah.
show him munch down on some crickets, and Kirsty goes, "Ah, get out of here! You get out!" And he looks confused and sort of stumbles out of the pet shop. Her boyfriend shows up out of nowhere to say hi, I guess. She
Hmm.
looks freaked out, and he goes, "What's wrong?" Or she says something weird just happened. I think she says something about how something weird happened, and he goes, "What?" And she looks over at where the hobo had just been standing and staring at her with some longing puppy dog eye kind of look, and he's gone. And she goes, "Nothing," and just walks away from it.
Oh yeah, it's just classic horror movie character who just doesn't tell people around them the spooky things they saw. Really
Yeah.
annoying because this is the same homeless guy who was staring at her creepily one night when they were just walking around town. She noticed him, they made eye contact, and she was weirded out by it. Now the same guy comes into her store and is eating crickets in front of her, and then her boyfriend's like, "What just happened?" She doesn't go, "There was this guy and he was eating crickets. It was this craziest thing I've ever seen." She just doesn't say anything because she's not a real person either. She's just like,
She's
"Okay."
the real she's the character we're expected to root for, though. So
Yeah. Well, she has a couple moments where she does smart things, but it's just like the movie keeps doing this where like she just doesn't say things she's
well,
supposed to
she
say.
they don't know what to do with her for the entire first half of the movie. They don't even know what to do with
Yes.
her yet. When she's at the pet store and the dude is eating crickets, there's nothing. It's not serving the plot in any way. As we'll find out later, it doesn't really do anything at all. The significance of the homeless man is never made clear. Just spoilers there. But we're 50 something minutes in, and our main character that we're supposed to be rooting for, that the only one that we might feel any sense of danger for, that might give us the sense of suspense and fear that we would get in a good, effective horror movie, she has done nothing.
No.
Absolutely nothing.
No. You might not even think she's supposed to be the main character until about halfway through. Very really good writing at that point. Uh what and then
Did he
so there's-
did real quick? Did Frank steal the box? Does he say that he stole the box when he escaped?
I don't remember him saying that.
Neither do I. But
I don't think he
that's a
says that.
comment from Darkness in the chat. Is that he thought he stole the box when he escaped? I don't remember him saying that, but maybe he does. I
We
didn't
don't
notice it either time.
Was the box I don't think the box was there when he was just a pile of goo on the floor forming into a person. I'm not sure when he would have grabbed it or how he would have had it.
I don't
Maybe
remember the
that's how he
box
got out. I don't know.
materializing with him. I thought the blood was the reason he got out, and the blood drips through the floorboards onto a heart,
Yes.
which I assume is that maybe that's supposed to be the piece that is that supposed to be the piece that the Cenobite left behind? Is the heart?
I don't know.
I don't.
I don't know. I don't I it struck me as very very strange that he just suddenly has the box again.
Yeah, I don't
Considering
remember him.
the last person to have it was Pinhead, and he's brought back by blood, not by any sort of like clever way of getting out by stealing the box. None of that's ever said. He just suddenly has it, which is very strange. But when he's having conversations with Julia, there's a lot of really cringe dialogue where he's like, we'll be together. You're not going to leave me, are you?" And she's like, "No." It's like, "We'll be together forever. It'll be like love, only real."
Ugh,
And it's like,
God.
who, like, what kind of, it's so
You know who wrote
juvenile.
that? You know who wrote that line?
Yeah.
A male prostitute.
Yeah, it's true. The homeless guy is the puzzle guardian. His purpose is to pass the box on to new candidates who will open it. So why is the puzzle guardian following Kirsty before she ever interacts with the box? That's my
That yeah.
question. Because he's following her around before she's had any interaction with the box, and he's being creepy and just following her. At the very end of the movie, he'll take the box back and fly away. We'll talk about that. But he's following her even though she's had absolutely no interaction with it. It's very
She
strange. She
doesn't even
doesn't go
know
to
any. She doesn't even know it exists. In fact,
She doesn't know
apart
where
from
it
the
exists
one
at all, yeah.
scene that we saw of her at the dinner party in the house, and then the time where she comes over to make coffee. So she's set foot in the house twice for about 5 minutes each time, maybe a
Mhm.
couple hours. She
Yeah.
doesn't know anything about any of that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Not
That
sure how
does
the puzzle guardian seems to have a homing beacon on it at the end of the movie, but he clearly doesn't know where the puzzle box is, or he would have gone to the house.
maybe the implication is that it's fated, because the Asian man does say to Frank that the box always was his when he sells it to him.
What? That's
So
I don't understand what the point of that is, except for some like sort of spooky The Shining, you've always been the caretaker sort of vibes.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those like time is a flat circle kind of things. Like,
Yeah. Eventually we're back at the house, right? And loser husband and his wife are watching TV, and she's disinterested. They're watching or uninterested. They're watching boxing on TV, and he's really into it, even though we already know he's a pussy.
he's
So it's
sickened by
like,
the sight of blood, but he loves watching boxing. I don't.
yeah, it's very strange because then he says to her, like, "Oh, I thought this stuff made you sick," and she's like, "No, I don't mind it. I've seen worse." And the line is meant to go, haha, she's seen more horrific things since, so now boxing doesn't make her sick. And it's like, if boxing made you sick, how are you just killing people with a hammer and feeling nothing about it? It's
Well,
so
and if
strange.
it's blood, which makes him sick, but he's fine with watching that on TV. It's the
Yeah,
opposite. The
it's
character, like, those lines are the opposite of what they should be,
yeah, you would
based on
think
what we
so.
know.
It's cryptic, but does she open? She opens the box eventually, but the weird homeless puzzle guardian guy has been stalking her before she ever interacts with the box.
Frank
It's
has the
very
box, and the puzzle
yeah,
guardian is stalking Kirsty.
yeah. For some reason, just because we don't know what to do with Kirsty until then. That's the reason.
Yeah,
We
because
don't know.
they have no idea
We
how
have
to make
no
her
idea what to do with
interesting
her.
right now.
And I think the thought was, well, she can't just appear at the halfway point and suddenly be the main character. We have to follow her a little bit. I don't know, make her be on the run from some weird homeless guy.
Or be noticing some weird homeless guy staring
Yeah,
at. Yeah.
not on the run, just notice him a
It's
couple
not as
times.
interesting as being chased by somebody. It's just, oh yeah, this guy's been like, I've seen the same homeless guy twice.
Yeah. So anyway, they're watching TV and he's into the boxing and she's not. And she says, "You know what?
But this is when
or
they hear the
actually,
noise upstairs,
yeah, they
right?
hear a noise upstairs
Oh, because Frank
because
screams
yeah,
for no reason and starts punching
yes,
the wall. Out of nowhere, he just starts going, oh, and then beating the
yeah,
wall. And he goes,
yes,
but all he hears, not the scream, is the punching. I assume because they think the scream is being covered over by the lightning or the
I
thunder.
guess so.
But he hears the
Frank
pounding on
is
the wall.
Frank is stomping around in the attic and going "Arr!" and like punching the wall, making all sorts of noise. He's not trying to hide for whatever reason, and so maybe it's because he's trying to lure the other brother up.
No,
That
because he hides. Otherwise, like if he was trying to lure the other
oh
brother up,
right,
why
because he
wouldn't he
is hide.
jump
He
him?
does hide. Yeah, he does
He
hide.
would just jump
You're
him as soon
right.
as he comes up the stairs. So
Yeah,
he's like, so
yeah.
he
So
starts screaming and banging his fists on the wall, and the cuck brother goes, "Okay, oh, what the hell was that?" And she
mhm.
says, "Oh, I must have." David Bowie says, "I must have left a window open. I should go up and check it." And he goes, "No, I'll do it." And so he stands up, and she goes, "No, no, don't go up there. I'm afraid of thunder." Because she's not a real fucking person.
And he's like, "Don't worry, we'll go up together." And it's like, I don't know why that's any better, but okay. So
She
they go
begs
up.
him a couple no, she begs him a couple more times, tries to throw the pussy at him, and it doesn't work. And then he gets up there and the room is just fucking empty and he goes must and then they hear some squeaking. Some
Some
rats.
rats.
And he goes, "Oh, we
Mhm.
guess we got rats." And then it cuts to this scene where there's rats just nailed to the wall.
Well, Frank did that because he's bored of this.
Why? Why did he do
Because
that?
he's a
Why was
psychopath. He's getting off on it. He probably jerked off too, for all we know. We don't see that part. It was cut apparently. No, but he just nails rats to the walls. He's just, because he's just a psychopath, sadist, and he's just up in the room, going out of his mind. So clearly, he's just like he's just spurging out and hitting shit, and making all sorts of noise. And it's like, what are you doing? Like he doesn't. You know that there are people here that you're trying to hide from, because then he hides and he's like, oh shit, I gotta hide. And so he hides in their bedroom, not which is like on the floor below where the spooky attic is. He hides in their bedroom closet. And so after they find nothing but apparently some rats, they don't notice the rats that are nailed to the wall. They just hear rat squeaks and they go, oh, that noise must have been rats. They don't seem concerned about it. I'd be concerned if there were rats in my house, but this is a gross movie, so they don't care. And so then he's like, "Oh, we should." I forget if there's a line to justify why they go to bed, but then they're like going to have sex now. Um, I don't. He's loser husband and the wife are going to have sex, and they're having sex on their bed, and he's seems to be enjoying it more than her, or they're like about to have sex. They haven't started yet, and then we
Ah,
see that watching from the closet is Frank because that's where he was hiding in the closet,
he
and
ran out
then
of the other room that he
yes,
was in, where he nailed the rats to the door or to the wall,
yeah,
and went and hid in the closet without anybody here, all because the husband heard a thump.
yeah.
But he didn't,
Well,
like, of
because
course
he made the thump.
he made the
Like he was making the thumps. Why? So was he doesn't mind a little rat blood rejuvenation. Well, we don't see that it rejuvenates him at all. Um,
yeah,
he
we no,
doesn't
it
look.
does he
No,
doesn't kill
no
them,
marked
like,
difference.
there's no, it's not like the rats are drained like the bodies are, the human
Yeah,
bodies.
they're not
It's just they're
shriveled
just
up or
in
anything.
agony,
Yeah, they're still
bleeding to
alive. It
death.
looks
They're
like.
still alive, bleeding to death while nailed to a wall. It's just a clumsy way of showing that Frank is super cruel. That's it.
Yeah, he's super cruel.
Just in
Uh,
case you were in any doubt about what this character's purpose in the story is.
yeah, he's super cruel. So now he's watching them from the closet as they're engaged in foreplay, and then it's there's they try to justify this with the fact that there's a thunderstorm happening, but even though he's in the same room as them while they're having sex, and Larry, the loser husband, can't see because he has his back to him, Frank just comes out of the closet and starts walking towards the bed. And as he's walking towards the bed, and he doesn't hear this, Larry doesn't hear this for no reason at all, even though they're in the same room. This is an old house. Those floorboards would creak like a
He's
motherfucker.
standing right over
He's
him.
he's standing right at the edge of the bed, and meanwhile, not trying to like keep her mouth shut at all. Julia's going, "No, don't do it. I can't take it." Because Frank pulls out a knife, like he's gonna potentially stab the
Stab
loser
Larry, yeah.
husband. Yeah, and she's like, "No, don't do it. I can't take it. Don't. I beg you." And Larry's just still down there, like I don't know, eating her out or whatever he's doing. Doesn't react to her like screaming no in agony and like pain, like no, please don't. He doesn't notice that at all, which gives Frank enough time to take a rat out of his pocket or from behind his back or whatever, and like cut a layer of skin off the rat and just kind of show it to her, like, look what I did. He doesn't say anything, but he's just like, oh yeah, check that shit out. And
It,
she's like, oh no, stop. And Larry doesn't do anything. He doesn't hear any of this. He doesn't smell any of this. He doesn't.
the
He
rat
doesn't
doesn't
react.
squeak or anything.
No, he doesn't react to the fact that Julia's screaming like a crazy person, and that gives Frank enough time to go back into the closet
Very
before
slowly back into the
very
closet. Very
slowly.
deliberately backs into the closet. I
And and then and then Larry finally stops whatever he was doing down there. Like, what's the matter with you? I can't. You know what? I can't get a read on you at all. So sometimes you're all over me, and then you're cold as ice. What's
Yeah,
going on
one
with you?
minute you're all over me, the next one you're cold as ice. What's wrong with you?
And that's about how he delivers it too. She was like screaming, like, "No, please don't."
The rat scene
Guys, this
reminded
is
me so much of that thing in the first in Nightmare on Elm Street where Freddy is chasing the one girl and then he calls out her name and goes, "Hey Tina," and then he shows his hand to her and he just cuts his own two fingers off for no reason. It's not particularly scary or anything. It
yeah.
looks really dumb, and she just goes freaks the fuck out and like it's just like. Is this just a thing that had to happen in these horror movies at one point? Like, you just had to show people guts for no reason? Like, that's just no motivation in the story at all. We gotta have a shot showing something
Him
gross
cutting
like
open a
that.
rat. Yeah. Okay, but I think it needs to be said. This scene is horrific, and not in the scary way. This scene is one of the dumbest scenes I've ever seen in a horror movie. It's garbage, and I cannot for the life of me understand how anyone thinks this is a good movie. This movie is terrible. So, like, to be clear, right? The villain who is hiding in the attic starts going crazy and smacking the walls and running around for no reason because it alerts his presence to the
It
loser
creates
brother.
tension.
No, hold on. I'm doing something. So
Okay.
loser brother goes upstairs to see what the noise he created was, and he's like, "Oh my god, I have to hide. I'm gonna leave the room I was in to go down and hide in their closet." And then what happens? They go to start having sex. I guess he just assumed that was going to happen because then while they're having sex, he walks out of the closet and was walking towards the bed with a knife. The wife, they haven't even started having sex. They're about to. And the wife is screaming, "No, don't, please, I can't take it." And the husband, who is like down at her crotch, doesn't react to that even a little bit. He doesn't hear Frank coming out of the closet. He doesn't react to her screaming like a fucking crazy person. And Frank like walks up to the bed, looks right at Julia, skins the top of a rat, goes, "Look at that," and then walks back to the closet. And the husband hears none of this. It's
So
awful.
while this seems
It's
like a
so
good point
stupid. It makes no fucking sense. It serves no purpose other than it's creepy. This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. I cannot believe that people think this is a good movie. All right,
I am right
go
there
ahead.
with you. I was going to say, so in the spirit of that, I did do a little digging because I am also absolutely baffled that anybody thinks this is any good. Like that there's anything redeeming apart from a couple of small things, right?
There is nothing redeeming about the story itself.
Yeah, the
The
writing
story itself is
I
abysmal.
was I'm shocked by that. So I went digging and I found an essay in defense of the movie that I want to read just a little bit of. I took some quotes down.
Go
Uh,
for it.
so it said, if there is a metaphor here for Britain under Thatcher, I fail to track it. And the defense that or the reasoning that they give is that they clearly it wasn't very important to keep it set in England because they decided that it was fine to change it to New York. So
Hmm.
the dimension of social commentary here is almost entirely lacking, and the plot is at a minimum. In absence of these qualities, Hellraiser focuses on devising images designed to induce a combination of wonderment and sheer visceral disgust. Despite its moments of neophyte clunkiness, the film conveys a keen understanding of magic and myth, clearly not the storytelling part of myth.
No, it does not.
And
Fuck off.
the shudders of pleasure remain undiminished. So it's admitting it's not a particularly good social metaphor. It's not a particularly good movie. Calling a thing neophyte clunkiness is basically saying it looks like an amateur made it. So
Yes. Which I can forgive because it's low budget. All right, it was a very cheap movie. I'm
you can
fine
do
with some
so
low
much
budget
better
stuff.
with low budget.
Well, they spent a lot on the visual effects, and that's the part that's any good, right?
Okay,
But it
well,
doesn't excuse
fair.
it.
But so
It doesn't
basically,
excuse anything about the writing.
no, not at all. The essay says Hellraiser was a hit, making the stuff of hardcore kink subculture into a suburban Halloween costume. So
Yeah.
basically, people in the 80s thought it looked cool. That's
Yeah,
why it's a 5 out
that's
of
it.
10.
Yeah. No, it's terrible. This movie is one of the worst written horror movies I've seen. It's really, really, really bad,
This is one of
and it
the
gets
yeah.
worse.
It,
We're
it's
not
not.
done.
There's
It's
no.
not like that was even the worst scene, but that was a particularly egregious scene that makes no sense. None of the character decisions really make sense, except for the loser husband who just wants to go check out what that noise was, you know. But
Yeah.
and then he just doesn't hear or sense, and it's baffling. It makes you feel like a crazy person watching it. So after that scene, he goes and has dinner with Kirsty, and he's like, you know what, my wife has been acting kind of strange lately. I mean, he's totally oblivious to things, but he can sense that something is wrong, which is something, I guess. And then he tells Kirsty, like, I don't know what to do about her, but maybe you could come by and visit and, like, try to be friends with her. Maybe she needs someone to talk to other than me. So, loser husband, you know, he's not a bad guy. He's an idiot, and
He's
he's
cringe.
insanely cringe and oblivious, but he cares about his wife. Yeah, and so, like, I don't know
Yeah.
anyway, so he's like, "Kirsty, you haven't been in this movie at all yet, really, and you're supposed to be the main character. Maybe you should come by, and, try to be friends with, my wife. Maybe that'll help." And so she's like, "Okay, dad, I'll do that," 'cause, Kirsty likes her dad, and good for her. She doesn't come by one evening when her dad is home. She decides to come by during the day while the dad's away, which I thought was an interesting choice. She just kind of shows up unannounced, and she shows up unannounced at the house to see Julia
Bring.
bringing some stranger back to the house. And so her first thought is naturally that she's cheating on him, and so she goes in to explore. Meanwhile, we get the standard sort of scene we've seen a couple times now, where they bring the guy up to the attic, and the guy's like, "Oh, but there's no bed in here." Oh, here's the thing. Sorry, I just I just remembered this. Whenever they bring guys up to the attic and they're like, "What are we doing in this attic?" Um, like they come in and they don't see anything wrong. Like the first guy they bring in, they bring him into the room. He looks around. He's like, "There's no bed in here," and she says, "Oh, well, I prefer the floor." And so they
He
kind of
goes, ah,
turn
first
around.
time for everything, and then
Yeah,
he's game.
and then they do some stuff, and then when he has his back turned to her, she beats him to death with a hammer. And then we realize that the monster guy has just been in the room in the corner the whole time. There's no place to hide in this
No,
room.
yeah, it's
He
a
just didn't
small
notice them.
square.
No, it's so poorly directed because it's a small rectangular room. There's no place for the monster guy to hide, but then we see shots where he's just there now and he's going to come, do the suck on the victims they brought. And so the first couple times they walk in, they don't notice anything, and all of a sudden he's there. No idea why they don't see him. There's nowhere to hide in the room. But then this last guy they bring in that Kirsty sees them bring into the house, they bring him into the attic, and then he sees Frank, the monstrous, skinless, fleshy Frank, right away. And he's like, "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" And you're reminded that, oh yeah, there's nowhere to hide in this room. And so they beat him to they don't beat him to death with the hammer. He manages to like not get hit by the hammer,
Yeah,
but
he's
Frank,
still alive, but Frank doesn't actually need to kill them at all. He just kind of grabs the guy, and I think he tells Julia, "Look away," in his in the soap opera kind of way, and then his fingers start to dig into the guy's cheek. And he starts to drain him of his life and his blood and his juices
yeah,
and organs, kind of like in The Mummy.
yeah. Importantly, he seems to have complete like control of him. He's grabbed him. He's got him pinned up against the wall. Like you said, he's stuck his fingers into his throat. And they
Yeah,
have this really really bad cringe sound design where there's like something being sucked through a straw, and it's
it's just
obvious
a
that it's
really
something being sucked through a straw. It's like the sound design is just so uninspired and on the nose, and at worst it makes things incoherent. I'm like, why can't we hear any of what we're seeing? People are walking around making no noise. Anyway, sound design's really bad, not a fan. And so he's got him pinned up against the wall, seemingly immobilized, and he's sucking the whatever out of
sucking
him.
him out, just giving him the old suck.
And Kirsty comes in, and she's like, and oh, so she knocks on the door, and Julia, the cold, frigid wife, goes and answers it, and she's like, actually, no, I think she just wanders in at this point. Yeah, she wanders in, and she's like, "Hello, hello," and she comes upstairs, and she comes up to the very top, and then right as she's coming to the door to the attic, it just swings open, and the guy who's having the life force sucked out of him is just like, "Help me!" And it's just like, I thought Frank had him pinned down. Why did Frank let him out of the room? And then Frank comes out of the room and he attacks him. He's like, "Rah!" And then Kirsty freaks out and all this stuff. It's like, I don't understand how this guy got out of the room. It's just like all
The
this stuff
door
is
swung
so
open on its
clumsy.
own. It I
Yeah.
We don't see him open the door and fall out on it. It swings open and then he comes out.
Yeah.
It it's really poorly blocked, man. Like,
Yes.
so one of the comments was, didn't Clive Barker direct? He was an amateur. Yeah, but you can be an amateur and not be shitty. Like, you can be an amateur and be working with you
Direction is pretty
understand,
shitty.
huh?
It's the writing, and he wrote it.
The writing is bad, but the direction is poor. He doesn't do
Yeah.
blocking correctly or frame shots in a way that hides the issues of the set. It's
Yeah.
things are unmotivated and happen, and he doesn't think about the
No.
physical presence of anything in
And
the.
plenty of amateur people working with low budgets have done a much better job in the directing department. But what is absolutely inexcusable as far as budget is concerned is how bad the writing is. The writing is
Yeah,
horrific.
and he, as this Semantic Dragon did say, is Clive Barker also had a lot of creative control because he hated the changes that the studios made to a previous project, right? So he is in he's got a lot of creative control over this movie. This is what he wanted to put out, and it's not working. It's
No.
really bad.
And it gets worse. So after Frank does the suck on this guy, yeah, and Kirsty is freaked out. He's like, "Come here, where are you going?" He's being really creepy and aggressive, and he's like, "Oh, it's your brother Frank. It's your uncle. Sorry, not your brother. It's your uncle Frank." And she's freaking out, like, "What the fuck?" Because he still looks like a fleshy monster at this point.
He hasn't really improved much from the suck that he just did on the new guy.
No, he hasn't. It's very inconsistent.
So I don't know how long it takes for that to take effect.
Yeah, it was usually pretty instant or pretty close.
Well,
Anyway, so anyway, he after he does the suck on this guy, he's like, Kirsty, it's me, it's Frank. Don't be scared. But he's being really threatening. So I'm like, why are you saying there's nothing to be afraid of? You're like chasing her around the room and you're a weird monster. And he's like, no, don't be scared. He says, come to daddy. I have no idea why he says come to daddy.
Because it's his catchphrase.
It's his catchphrase. That's basically it.
That's the thing.
And he says come to daddy here, even though it doesn't serve the purpose of not, like, he's trying to be like, no, don't be afraid, don't run away, but he's being really aggressive and he's also being creepy. Like, why would your uncle say come to daddy? Yeah. So he's just being creepy, even though it doesn't serve his goals at the moment. And he kind of backs her into the creepy attic. And he's like, no, come here. Oh, you're really pretty now. He's being very creepy because he's just a degenerate psychopath.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you're really pretty now. I bet your father's so proud of you. And she's trying to avoid him. She manages to grab the box or like stumble into it or something. She grabs the box and it does a little shock thing. And she's like, what the fuck was that? And he's like, no, be careful with that. And so this is one of those moments where Kirsty's actually pretty smart. He says, no, don't, be careful with that. And she's like, oh, you care a lot about this thing. This is suddenly my leverage and my way of like getting out of here. And I'm like, okay. That's, like you can see the gears turning in her head where she's like, oh, this thing. Okay. You're afraid of this thing. You don't want me to destroy it, whatever it is. And so she kind of uses that to like put him on his heels. And then he like tries to grab her, something like that. And she's like, oh, if you want it so bad, take it. She throws it through the window and it runs out. It like flies outside and he's like, no.
He runs to the window, right? And she runs out of the house. Uses that opportunity. Yes, that is her being a smart horror movie protagonist.
Yes. And so then she grabs the box on her way out and then she's running away now. And she's running away and she looks rather, disheveled and frazzled. She passes some nuns who are like, oh my goodness, look at that girl. What's up with her? And then she just kind of like passes out on the street.
Yeah, she does. She just kind of faints.
She faints. She's been through a lot. She saw something pretty horrific. Well, we'll accept that. She passes out, and then some random bystanders, one guy wearing a New York Yankees hat, that's how you know it's America, they like bend over her, and there's an upshot looking at them, and they're like, are you okay? And then it kind of lingers a little bit too long, because the editing's not very good in this movie either. It just kind of lingers on them for a second, and they stare at her, and they don't do anything. And it just lingers there a little too long, and then we finally cut. It's like, cool. So they just came to like gawk right in her face and not try to help her. Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yep. And she wakes up in?
She wakes up in a hospital / maybe a mental hospital. It is not clear. And right before she wakes up, we see this blooming flower.
Oh, yeah. Her dream sequences. There's one thing I wanted to touch on. Yeah. We missed the first one, or we skipped over the first one. The one where the baby is crying and she's kind of sweating, but it looks clammy, and there's feathers all over the place, and there's this weird pulsating thing underneath a sheet. It's a really interesting looking dream,
Hmm.
and she pulls it off, and then somebody, some man's face covered in blood. Who I paused it on my rewatch. It's not her father.
Is it her boyfriend?
No, it's nobody that we have seen so far in the movie.
Oh
I
wait.
don't know who the fuck it is. I don't know
Yeah,
who
but
it's
yeah,
supposed to be.
to echo your point, I can't remember when this happened now, but it was earlier. She has a nightmare, and the nightmare is very effective. It's very
Yeah,
abstract. It's very surreal, and in a good way. And
yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is cool, and it doesn't really accomplish much of anything really, except to be a cool, spooky dream. And I'm fine with that. I like dream sequences in horror movies. You can overdo them for sure, but one is
I
nice.
like dream sequences generally when they're motivated by anything in the plot. This one doesn't have any connection though to any of the
uh,
apart from the fact that it's spooky and spooky stuff's about to happen,
yeah.
which we know. I guess that like that's it. That's the only thing it accomplishes.
No, yeah, well, yeah. So here's the thing: she starts having weird, surreal nightmares, and she's being followed by the homeless puzzle guy, even though she hasn't interacted with the main villain or the puzzle at all yet. They just like are
Yeah,
preemptively haunting her because they need spooky things to happen. That's
yeah.
the vibe. I don't know what else. But it
I
is
mean
a
that's got
rather
to be
effective
it.
sequence. But anyway, she wakes up in this hospital and there's this moment before she wakes up where we see like a flower blooming and then it comes to be that the flower we see blooming is part of a TV that a nurse is watching in the same room. I don't know why the nurse is just watching I don't know, I guess some program about flowers or something. But what it really serves is, generic symbolism, but it's like I don't understand what the flower blooming symbolism has to do with her character. It feels really inappropriate in like multiple senses of the word.
I don't know what the baby crying symbolism in the first dream sequence has to do with anything.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
in like they're both choices that independently are kind of creepy and
Yeah.
effective on the scene,
Hmm.
but neither of them serve a purpose character-wise, plot-wise,
Thematic,
thematically nothing. They're just there and they look neat.
not really, because the idea of her blossoming sexually or something is not really
It's not
that doesn't
really
happen
the
to her in this
no.
movie, so it doesn't apply to her for sure.
It's like
It's
that
rather
one.
it's
Even the
strange.
essay that was defending the movie had the thing. It was just like, yeah, the sexuality messages and metaphors don't really play. They're
They
not
don't
like,
congeal into anything. There's no real thematic idea here, really. I mean, insofar as anything could be said to be about anything. You know what I mean? There's no coherent theme is what I'm trying
yeah.
to say. The
That well,
symbolism
that's what I'm getting at as well. Yeah,
and
it's like,
there are more examples of this that we're about to get into, but this might be a good time to mention that this movie does really feel like the writer is throwing everything creepy at the wall and seeing what sticks. It's like I don't know. Is skinning a rat creepy? We'll do that. It's like okay, but that didn't really relate to anything. Didn't further anyone's goals. Why were we skinning a rat? I don't know. It's creepy. There's the crying baby. That whole thing. That's kind of creepy. It's like what does that mean? Oh, I don't know, but it's creepy. Um, we're about to see a scene where things get really weird once she opens the box and like lights explode and like the IV bag like fills with blood and explodes, things like that where I'm like, okay, that's kind of creepy in isolation, but what does that actually have to do with anything that we're seeing? It's like, I don't know. They're just kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what
yeah,
sticks. And as it turns out, what sticks are the Cenobites and the box. Like that's the
yeah.
gist
That's
of
it.
it,
Yeah,
right?
that yeah.
Yeah.
Those things are that, and that's exactly what we get as she opens the box in the hospital that she's in when she well, opens is a strong word, I would say. She
Yes.
pulls it out and takes a look at it and then kind of just goes, "Oh wow, this centerpiece is really pretty," and she ever so slightly caresses it, not like a particular amount of times or anything. I don't remember her doing it more than once, but she kind of caresses that thing and it just opens on its own.
Yeah. It's not a puzzle box.
It's
No one
not.
solves a puzzle with this box to open it. You don't even get interesting, puzzle stuff. She takes the box. Oh, right before this, I should say that before she opens the box and creepy things happen. She's like, she doesn't know where she is, and she's like, I'm in the hospital. And the nurse is like, "Oh, you woke up, good girl." I don't know why she says "good girl," but it's weird. And she gets the doctor, and she's like, "What's wrong with me?" And it's like you fainted or whatever. Do you know anything about this box? You were gripping it really hard when they found you. They're like, I need you to sit and rest and recuperate. The police will want to have some words with you. And I'm like, the police?
Why on earth would the
Why?
police want to talk to her?
Why? She's just a woman that like fainted,
She
and
ran
some
from a
bystanders.
country cottage,
No
presumably
one,
in
no
Long
one, no
Island,
one,
to Brooklyn.
no one who found her knows where she came from or anything about what happened to her. She was just some bystanders saw her walking down the street. She looked kind of out of it and she fainted, and they called an ambulance and they took her to the hospital. And she woke up and she's like, "Oh, I don't. Where am I?" And he's like, "You need to rest. The police will be in to speak with you." It's like, why? What? Like, why? Why did you call the police? Was there a crime? What? Why would she being? Why is she being interviewed by the police? But not only that,
She doesn't
they
say to
also
call the police when they find her, does she? I don't remember her
no,
saying anything about that, but like, yeah,
no,
because if she had said
no. She
something
just
about
calls.
that when she
Yeah,
leaves a house with a creepy goo monster running around, I
she
guess
didn't say
she
any of
didn't
that.
say
She
that
just
though.
collapses on the street, gets taken to the hospital, and like the police will want to have a word with her, I guess. But not only that, they lock her in there.
That door doesn't have a lock.
No, it's not a door that could lock. It's like
It's
one
one
of
of
those
those like
doors,
cafeteria doors.
cafeteria kitchen doors, like, yeah, the big kind of swinging doors that you kind of press. That is like there's no knob at all. There's no handle. It's just like a metal rectangle that you just press open. It's not a door with a locking mechanism. But also, why are they locking her in there? This isn't an insane asylum, I don't think. They don't make it seem like that. Why would it be she wouldn't be in an insane asylum. That would make no sense. She's just in a normal
No,
hospital.
yeah, she'd be in a fucking emergency room and they'd put some smelling salts under her nose. Like there's nothing weird happened. She fainted. People do it. It
Yeah,
happens.
there's been no discussion. She's just waking up, so she hasn't even had time to say that a crime has been committed, and they're holding her there. Why? So she can't leave and so creepy things can happen.
So she has
That's the
nothing to
level
do
of writing
besides
we're
to
talking about.
finger the
Yeah.
box.
Yeah. This is terrible writing. This is horrific writing. This is so bad. Okay, so she's being locked in here for some reason, being held against her will, even though she seems kind of fine now, honestly, except that she's a little frazzled.
They have
So
no
she's
reason to
playing with
hold her,
this
but they're
box,
doing it
and
anyway.
she's holding the box, and before she really even presses anything, there's like these pink little spheres of light coming from it, like it's tingling or something. And she's like, "Oh, this is pretty," and kind of gently caresses
The nipple.
like
The box's nipple.
the box's nipple, and it just opens on its own. And then once it opens on its own, then weird, creepy shit starts happening. Like when Frank opened it at the very beginning of the movie, we see like this weird, ominous light coming through what were solid walls. And then we see a giant passageway. And like one of the more interesting things about this movie is a giant passageway. Like
It opens
when the
up in the
box
yeah.
opens, the what should I say? Like the architecture of the space changes in really strange, kind of liminal ways. It's kind of cool. So a big giant passageway opens up, and we start hearing a baby crying, not unlike the baby crying we heard when she was having a dream like 30 minutes ago in the movie, or however long ago that was. And so she walks down this creepy passageway. Um, so here's the thing. Uh, it doesn't appear that she's dreaming, so I have no idea why she just willingly goes down here. It's just classic horror movie thing where they're like, "Oh, weird, creepy noises coming from a long, dark hallway. I'll walk down that." Yeah.
Maybe it's
So
because she was locked in and this was her only method of escape.
I guess so. She walks down this hallway. Here's this baby crying. Is just walking down there slowly, and she runs into this weird giant
Flesh golem with two
flesh
heads.
golem with two heads that's kind of upside down and kind of walking on
It's
the
kind of
ceiling.
like a giant ball sack.
There's something generally scrotic or phallic about it. It's strange. It seems like a leftover prop from The Thing. It doesn't seem to look consistent with the aesthetics of
The
the
Cenobites.
Cenobites at all. It's just another weird monster, and it chases her. and she runs away from it and then runs back into the room, and she looks back and the thing's gone now. So that was just a spooky sequence we had. Not sure what
Yeah,
that.
doesn't came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
They remembered at this point that we need a protagonist to be in danger in a horror movie
yeah.
to really kind of give us that sense of fear.
And this is just throwing more shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. What does that monster have to do with anything else about the idea of opening the box and like summoning weird pleasure demons? I don't fucking know.
Nothing. It's not a pleasure demon as far as we know. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is a Cenobite. There's no answers.
It doesn't
I'm
really do
somebody
anything but
could pull
chase
up a
her.
wiki.
She comes back into the room, and then the Cenobites appear. Pinhead, and there's one with his teeth kind of chomping away. The four weird pleasure demons with like exposed flesh, wearing leather, weird BDSM demons show up. And this is where we get the famous Pinhead guy, who you can see two halves of his face on the background of this stream. He appears, and he's like,
He does
and I know that this is supposed to be a very iconic movie monster. He definitely has a cool look about him. And maybe this is blasphemy to some of you, but his acting is terrible. His acting is really bad. He comes up and he's like, "You opened the box and we showed up." Whatever the fuck he says. I don't remember.
So what he says is, "You opened the box and we came." And actually, there's a fun story because there's a game called Dead by Daylight. I don't know if you've ever played it, but basically, freeze tag or something with a bunch of with serial killers from famous movies, or like the famous monsters from movies, and they put Pinhead in this game. And my brother, who plays a lot of it, was telling me there's a mechanic where you can actually open the box and summon him to you. But what he says when he shows up is, "You opened the box, I came." And apparently that made the rounds on TikTok. So
of course. So he shows up, and they explain that they are I don't remember the exact lines, but that they are demons from the
explorers in the outer
furthest
reaches of sensation.
Yes. They're weird pain, pleasure, BDSM demons. And he's like, "You summoned us you opened the box." No, oh, it's even worse. Hold on. I'm trying to remember the exact line. Oh yeah, fun fact: when she's opening the box, she's kind of moving it around in her hands, and we hear clicking sounds, even though she's not pressing or turning anything. So that's cool. And then so he comes in, and he says, "You solved the box." No, she didn't.
No, the box did it itself.
It did it itself. She didn't solve anything. She just caressed it a little bit, going, "Oh, this is pretty." There was no. You can't do the, "Oh, you solved the puzzle, you summoned us." No, she wasn't even. She didn't know it was a puzzle box, probably, and she wasn't trying to solve a puzzle. She didn't solve the puzzle. The box just did it itself. So fuck off. That's a stupid line. You solved the box. No, she didn't. And then he says, he's like, "They're there to bring gifts," is how they phrase it. Like, "Oh, angels to some, devils to others,
demons to others." Yeah.
Yeah. And we come to bring gifts of pain and pleasure and sensation, but they have no choice, so they're not really gifts.
It's not gifts; it's more of a sentencing.
Yeah, you solved the puzzle by lightly touching this box, so now you have
now
you're doomed to accept our gifts.
You're doomed to have to come with us to our interdimensional space dungeon, and your soul is now our sexual plaything for the rest of eternity. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations. That's what you get for opening the box and solving the box, apparently, even though you didn't even know what the fuck it was. And this is another moment where she gets to be kind of smart. And this is like one of the only aspects of the movie I like, is that she has a couple scenes where she gets to be smart. And she's like, "You do you know Frank or whatever? Like, did you took Frank?" And he's like, "Yes, we did." And he's like, "He escaped you." And Pinhead's like, "No one escapes us." And it's like, wow, these guys are also incompetent. That's cool. I guess they just leave people unattended.
Yeah, I don't know how they wouldn't realize that he had escaped with the box. Like, how else did the box get to Frank?
That's a good question. I have no idea. But he escaped, but they don't seem to know it, so it makes them a little incompetent, which, maybe not as imposing as other horror villains in that sense. But she's like, "Oh, well, I can bring you to him if you spare me." And so, and at first they're like, "Well, why don't we just take both of you?"
He
And
doesn't even
she's
say
like,
why don't we. He says maybe we will.
"Yeah,
He does. It's not even one of those like, okay, well, maybe. It's just like, ah, yeah, maybe we'll just take both of you. Why
yeah."
not?
Well,
Why
but
wouldn't I just do that?
he does say maybe, and it's one of the funniest lines in the movie because I don't understand
Oh
why
yeah, but
people
he
think.
just goes maybe.
He goes like, "Well, like we'll accept your deal or whatever, maybe." And there's a pause, and he goes, "Maybe." Like, cool. His acting is horrendous. His dialogue is horrendous. Great. Cool. I don't other than the look, I don't understand, what people like about him. It's not he doesn't have any real gravitas in his voice. It's awkward. They don't say, like, "No one escapes us," and it's like, "Well, someone literally did, and you missed it,
You didn't
apparently."
even notice, and yeah,
She didn't solve the box, she just lightly touched it, so that's nonsense. If she doesn't really have a choice, these aren't exactly gifts, you're just here to torture her. Like, this is all so full of shit. It's annoying. It's annoying, it's badly executed, even if the idea sort of at the core of it is interesting, you know?
well, obviously it's interesting, as we'll explore a little bit later.
Um, I don't remember how much and then we cut back to the, Frank and Julie? Is that her name?
Julia,
I
David
Julia.
Bowie, dude, just David Bowie. It's
And
Bowie.
so she decides that, you know what, she's going to give up her husband at this point because they're running out of time, apparently.
Yeah, well, because I guess he's on to the fact that the Cenobites are on to him somehow.
Well, because Christy
Oh,
escaped,
she took
she's
the
probably going to go
box.
to the cops or something, and she has the box. So I guess he's a little worried that maybe she'll accidentally summon the Cenobites because apparently all you have to do is kind of touch the box a certain way. And also, I think Julia is convinced she's going to go to the cops or something. So they're running out of time, and they need to flee, but he can't flee now because he's still a flesh monster. So he's like, I need that last person. I need that last body." And so she agrees to kill her husband, right?
Yeah.
And this is where we get Frank number three, because apparently, even though all the other kills were just magically forming body parts for him, he wasn't stealing the body parts from those people. To get skin, he needs to steal Frank's.
Steal
No,
Larry's face. He
he
needs to
needs to
steal the dad's face.
he needs to steal the dad's skin instead of just forming his own skin. And so now in his final form, he just looks and sounds exactly like the dad. Why?
I have no idea, dude.
Why?
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Why did
He doesn't have the same voice anymore.
the face
He just
like
he
he's
just
just
turns into the dad now.
and the face is just kind of on there. It's not like he just kind of like lightly tapped it on, like you would if you were doing a face mask. You
Yeah.
know,
So
it's like
Flary or Lank,
Larry
whatever you want to call him,
flank.
Flank. he I don't know. He's just and the only reason this happens really, even though it's not in keeping with the mechanics of how he's been rejuvenating thus far, is so we can do a fake out, right? So
A really gross fake out.
yeah, she manages to escape. That is, Kirsty manages to escape the Cenobites who are like, "Oh, lead us to him, I guess, or we'll let
Yeah,
you escape." And so she comes back, demands to see her father, goes up to see her father, and her father is acting very strange. He doesn't act like the loser dad that she must know pretty well at this point. He acts like Frank. He's
but
kind of sketchy.
he has her fooled.
He has a weird sort of sadistic grin, and he's saying things that the other guy would not have said, but she doesn't notice. So that's cool. No, the Pinhead has a booming voice, but his acting is really bad, and the lines are really bad, and the execution of like the plot and what's happening in the story is really bad. So no, I don't feel it has the gravitas at all. Especially when he's like, maybe, maybe. it's no. Is I don't think his performance is good at all. I,
I was not. I didn't have any strong feelings one way or the other on his performance. I didn't find it
it's
particularly
laughable.
imposing,
No.
I didn't find it. I wouldn't say I found it laughable. I found it kind of just there. I was like, okay, so that's happening, I guess.
No, some of the famous lines too are not like I don't
You
think they're
opened the
well
box
delivered.
and we came.
Yeah, it's I
That's
don't it's
seems to be the famous one, or
yeah, it's not like a
explorers in the.
particularly
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know. I'm not.
And, you know,
I wasn't
I'll
feeling it, honestly.
if other people found it imposing, found liked his performance, there's not much I can say to convince you that, oh, you know, that's one of the hardest things about critiquing like an actor's performance because if someone else likes it and finds it believable, it's hard to say, no, you're wrong too. But no, I didn't find him imposing at all.
I wouldn't say I found him imposing, honestly.
No. So anyway, Kirsty is back and she's being fooled by her dad who acts and nothing like her dad. He's got blood on him and stuff. But he says, no, I killed Frank. Frank is dead. He was a dog. I had to put him down. And he talks just like Frank, except with Larry's voice. So I don't know why she's fooled by this at all. And it's like, and she's like, no, I need to see Frank to make sure he's dead or whatever. And so they go up to the room and they see the dead body there.
Yeah, and
Um, Go ahead.
she's fooled. Well, I was gonna say she's fooled by her father, who's acting like Frank, to the point where she runs over and says, "Oh, Daddy, I thought something horrible had happened." When it's very obvious that that's not him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's behaving completely differently. He
Oh, and
doesn't.
here's the other thing. When she comes at this point, when Kirsty comes back to the house, she's not suspicious of Julia at all, even though she should absolutely know that she's involved.
Yeah,
Remember, because she saw
she
the
saw him bring
person,
in.
yeah, bring that guy to Frank to be killed. And then so when she comes back and like, Daddy, Frank is back. He's trying to kill you. She's not suspicious of Julia at all. She's not like, what is she doing here? She's not like, she's in on it. She doesn't say anything like that at all. Conveniently, I would say.
Agreed. So there are a couple things with the that I wanted to respond to real quick because one of the other famous lines is "We have such sights to show you," which is
Mhm.
pointed out. I don't. I want to take a little bit to address that here. I don't quite understand what that means in this context because, as far as I can tell, they just killed him. I know that it's implied or that it's supposed to be the case that they are tortured for eternity in the outer reaches of the
Mhm.
kink dungeon, but they don't seem to be aware of it at all. We don't know
Yeah.
that that's
I mean,
happening,
yeah,
really. I mean, like, it's
we see them
unclear.
get
So that
we see them
sight to
sorry.
show you thing doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't do it for. I just, okay. I find it kind of confusing. And
Yeah.
I
I
wanted
mean,
to.
because they kill them in this plane, and you just have to imagine in this other dimension that they're still conscious and feeling it, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I guess
That's
it's
what
not.
I would say.
I guess that's what they mean when they say all those things that they say about the Cenobites. But it's just it's difficult for me to wrap my
Yeah.
mind around that. But then the other thing was that Hellraiser was groundbreaking for its time. Um, how? It clearly wasn't in the writing. It wasn't particularly groundbreaking in the special effects because it's basically the thing accomplishes similar things with special effects and with
It's
makeup and practical
groundbreaking
effects.
in how, like, degenerately kinky it is.
Like it's groundbreaking in bringing BDSM imagery into the mainstream, I suppose,
I
is basically it,
suppose.
which doesn't really, I don't know. I'm
No,
not
I mean, like, yeah.
particularly.
So I would say that there are some iconic images and there's some very interesting ideas that I don't think are executed well, but there's iconic imagery here, but I wouldn't say it's groundbreaking. I would
I
say,
guess in the way that if like I guess if it's groundbreaking if it's iconic and it's original, right?
I
So that
guess
would
so.
be I guess that would technically be groundbreaking. So I will concede that point.
So now we are in the room where there is now a deceased. She thinks it's Frank's dead body on the ground, and then the Cenobites show up again. Um,
Ah,
You know,
yes.
I here's the thing about the Cenobites is that they don't follow any consistent rules in this movie, and so they come across as stupid because in the same house is the person they're looking for, but they show up in this room, kind of inexplicably, look at the body and go, "We want to know, like, show us the person who did this." It's like I don't under. Oh
He's
god,
downstairs. Like, you know
yeah,
that. If you
yeah,
know that
yeah.
that's not Frank, then you know where he is.
They have magical bullshit powers, and they just don't seem to use them. I don't know. They seem to appear when they're needed, exactly where they're needed sometimes, but not other times, and I find that frustrating.
It's interesting that so it says that they actually do go into the realm of Leviathan in the second film, so you get to
Mhm.
see the sites that they're showing. I'm not going to watch the second film because I did not like
'Cause this
this at
one's
all. This
terrible.
one is so bad. Like, the writing
Yeah,
is terrible.
yeah.
It's a struggle for me to make it through this.
Um. So okay, and then they they leave the scene or something. I forget how, but she leaves that room and she runs into Frank again. She's trying to escape, right? Or she's trying to escape and she's running down the stairs and Julia stops her. And Julia's like, "No, you can't leave." And then the Frank pretending to be her dad is like, "Oh, where are you going?" And she's like, We need to get out of here." And
Oh, wait, there's 10
uh,
Hellraisers? There's 10 original Hellraisers? Oh, well, that changes my mind, actually.
but okay, she's trying to leave. The point is she's trying to leave, and Frank Larry Flary is like, "No, don't leave." I don't know why he doesn't want her to leave. I don't know why he doesn't want everyone to leave because he shouldn't be here. He wanted to leave as soon as possible before, and he's basically healed now. But all of a sudden, he's like, "No, don't go, stay." And then he says, "Come to daddy." And oh my gosh, he said, "Come to daddy." That's the big giveaway that it's actually
It's
Frank.
his catchphrase. She knows it's his catchphrase. She knew
Exactly.
that. Kirsty's smart, man. Kirsty's a
Yeah.
protagonist's
Oh, yeah.
protagonist.
Yeah. So this is an example of her not being smart and not having picked up on this sooner. But he said his catchphrase, and she's like, "Oh my god, you're not my dad. You killed my dad, and you're Frank. Oh my goodness." And then so she tries to
Ah.
leave, and he has the knife, and he's like, "All right, well, I guess we're the jig's up now." And so he goes to try and stab
She rips off part of his
Kirsty.
face, right?
Yeah, somewhere in here she like claws at him and like scratches his face, and the skin just kind of comes right off because it's just been, I don't know, very loosely applied with Elmer's glue or something. She scratches a bit of his skin off. He goes to stab her, and she moves out of the way, and and he stabs Julia instead. Oh my gosh! And then Kirsty runs upstairs instead of downstairs because this is a horror movie in the '80s. So instead of running away down the stairs, she runs upstairs and he's stabbing Julia, or he stabbed Julia, and then he's like nothing personal, and sucks the life out of her and just kills her. Interestingly, sucking the life out of Julia doesn't heal his face. He just
It
sucks the
doesn't do
life out
much
of
of
her
anything. He just
for
kind of
no
has that
reason.
power now, and he
He
can.
just sucks the life out of her and leaves her for dead. He stabbed her on accident and then sucked the life out of her on purpose, just to because he's cruel. He doesn't actually want to
Because
be
he's the
with
kind
her.
of dude who nails rats to a wall in the middle of a
Yeah.
thunderstorm because he's bored.
Do you guys like horror? Yes, we like good horror
Yes,
movies
I like
typically.
horror movies that.
A lot,
Yeah,
actually.
I think horror is probably my favorite genre when the script is good.
Yeah. Um, this is not one of those times. Interestingly, there is one of those times in this franchise, and we're going to talk about it once we're done with this one.
Hmm.
No, because this movie's terrible. But before we, okay, so
Although Hellraiser versus Predator, like, if that's a real thing, I
it's not,
please
but I
be a
would
real
watch
thing.
that.
I would watch that too.
No, actually, no, I wouldn't because the Cenobites don't have any rules.
I'd watch
so,
it. I'd check it out.
so, he sucks as Semantic Dragon says, not all the life out of her, just most of it, and basically leaves her for dead because he's cruel. He didn't do it. I don't fucking know why. And then he goes upstairs and he's looking for Kirsty, And even though this is an old creaky house and there's no music playing at this point, he can't hear what room she's stomping around in. She goes into the room with all the weird furniture under covers and weird artifacts and that room that's being used for storage. She runs in there instead. And so he's running around. And even though she's walking around a floor above him, he's like checking the rooms on this floor, like, oh, did you go in here? Because apparently he doesn't have ears. And
Nobody does.
because no
Sound
one has
doesn't
ears,
work in the house.
sound doesn't work in this. Yeah, in
This
this
house is in a
movie at
pocket
all.
dimension in Schenectady, New York.
So he walks in. He's looking around for her. She's hiding in that room. She's like bumping into shit and making all sorts of noise. And then he's like, "Oh, she is in that room." He goes into that room, and she's like shuffling around and like can't hear her for no good reason. And then she kind of backs into a body that falls on her, and it's the body that the first body that
That Julia
Julia
brought
and
to
Frank killed.
sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah, that's just been sitting in that room decaying for God knows how long. At least a few days, probably a week. It's just been sitting there. It's got maggots on it, however long that takes to happen. Um, that's just been there the whole time. Very cool. Not doing a good job of hiding it, even though they apparently have like 8 hours a day to just do whatever they want in the house. They never got rid of that body. Very cool. And so she kind of screams when she bumps into the body. So obviously he knows where she is in the room, right? But he doesn't go to her. He kind of steps out of the room, I guess pretending like he didn't hear it for
I
no
I
reason.
don't know why he did.
He just leaves. He just leaves the room
Oh my
like,
god,
"I'm gonna
you're so
pretend like I didn't hear that," and leaves. So, he and then he
he got spooked,
presumably
man. He was like, "Shit, what if it's a Cenobite?"
and so he walks into the attic room, I guess, and eventually, even though not enough time has passed to believe that she's safe, Kirsty walks out of the room to the landing of that hallway, and instead of immediately going downstairs, just stands there and, like, cries for a few minutes, and then he sneaks up behind her and grabs her, and it's like, "Kirsty, what the fuck are you doing, you dumb bitch?" Like, no will to survive at this point in the movie, apparently.
But this is the first shitty decision that she. Well, second, I guess, because she
The
ran upstairs.
first?
She did some smart things earlier. We can
He
give
had a
her what
couple little moments, but then there's moments like this that just completely undermine it.
we'll call that a cancellation. She's even zero. She's an
She just
even
needs to be
zero.
stupid now. That's the gist of
The
it. She
script
needs to
needs her
be
to be
stupid.
dumb because
Yeah.
otherwise there wouldn't be anything particularly scary about this.
And then he like grabs her and leads her into the creepy attic room again and is acting like he's gonna kill her. Says, "Come to daddy" one more time, probably. I think I don't remember.
I, I, I hope
And
not.
then she presses a button or something, or the Cenobites show up. Is the basic idea, and the Cenobites show up and
And it
they
does the
grab
cool
him,
the bell with the sinking noise and all that
and
happens.
the Cenobites grab him, and he's like, "You tricked me." And she doesn't say anything. And the Cenobites grab him. The chains come out and they grab Frank, Larry, Flary, and they grab
Frank.
him and they're like piercing his skin. And he's like, ah, and he's screaming. I don't know why he doesn't like this. I thought he was really into this shit. But anyway, they want him back.
No, he wanted to
And
escape. Remember?
why?
Cause it sucks in there.
And so they grab him and then they like chain him a bunch of different ways, and then like right before he gets ripped apart he says Jesus wept.
Well, yeah, one of the most interesting pieces of makeup for him, I would say, in the movie is him being pulled apart by the little fish hooks. I thought that was pretty. That looked pretty cool. Pretty thing-like. I was down with that. Then he does the Jesus wept thing and just explodes.
Yeah, they rip him
So,
apart, and
okay, so
presumably, yeah,
is he
well, he
dead or?
disappears. He gets ripped apart, and then Kirsty's trying to leave. Oh, but the Cenobites aren't happy with just taking him. They want to take her too, and so they're chasing after her. And you're like, oh my gosh, how is she gonna defeat these magical, otherworldly kink torture demons? Well, you just gotta like lightly touch the box, and that destroys them or
Click it in
sends
their
them.
general direction.
Yeah, you just gotta like kind of rub the box while looking at them, and that makes them disappear into a ball of lightning.
And
cool.
so she does.
Yeah, and one by one, she just gets rid of them that way. Not all of them. We'll get to one of them in a second. But cool. So there's no stakes here. They really want this scene to be tense because,
It's
like, oh
not.
my god, how's she gonna escape these demons? This is the fucking climax of the movie. But all you have to do is kind of touch the box, and that makes them go away.
Yep.
That's it. That's all you have to do. And so she does that. She makes Pinhead disappear, and then she runs into one of the other one, and she goes, ah! But then she touches the box, and then that one disappears. And then, oh, she's gonna be snuck up on by the fat one who kind of looks like a frog. But oh, sorry, I should have mentioned this. The house is collapsing for no reason. The house
Oh
is
yeah,
just
the house starts to
collapsing.
fall apart for some. Yeah. As,
Yes,
as if it was held together by the evil sex magic that the Cenobites have brought.
yes.
Their
Uh,
spell is being undone like Sauron in Mordor.
Oh, but here's the thing. They're not controlling the house disintegrating in an effort to try and get her or anything, because the house disintegrating, a beam falls and destroys the fat frog one. So he's done. He doesn't even get zapped by the box. He just like a beam falls on his head and now he's dead. Cool. And so then
Yeah.
she's about to leave because there's been no tension here. Oh, but all of a sudden they're about to open the door, but it's not really a real door. It just kind of opens to a hallway. And oh my god, the weird double-headed flesh golem is back.
The
He's
ball
back.
sack is chasing him. Oh
He's
no.
trying to kill her again, and they really, really want this scene to be tense. But it turns out all you have to do is press the box, and this one dies too.
They do have
Isn't
a scene where
isn't
they
this great?
struggle over the box a little bit.
Oh yeah, they
They
struggle
struggle
over the
over the box
box.
because she drops it, and
She
they
drops it,
struggle
and
over the
then
box for about one frame, and then she grabs
no,
it again.
no, it's a little too long, I would say, especially because like
Oh
it's
yeah, because
really
it
easy
happens.
for her to grab, and like 30 seconds of
Oh
scrambling
my
and very,
god.
very frantic, very overbearing music playing. She
You're
touches the box a little bit, and that one goes away too. And so they defeated all the evil here just by kind of touching the box a little bit. And they brought all the evil here just by kind of touching the box a little bit. Isn't this
cool.
great?
Oh,
Can't you
man.
guys like feel how like full of tension and suspense this movie is?
The house's sexuality is unblossoming.
It's true. Yeah. And so they escape the house and they're kind of wandering around the city apparently. And this is really bizarre because this is more just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks because they come to this area that seems to be in an industrial part of town where
It's like the
whatever
end. It's
country
like the
we're
end set
even.
of Candyman. Have you seen that? Where they're
Oh,
just
he
burning
did.
trash outside
Yeah.
the tenement
Well,
building.
this is Clive Barker did both, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, there's just
maybe
a
it's the
bunch
same
of
set.
piles of fire, just burning. Not even like hobo garbage can fires, just fires, loose fires randomly, just there, and they're burning shit. And so they go, "Oh, well, how convenient! There's all these fires in this random secluded part of town that we happen to wander to. Let's throw the box in the fire." So she throws the box in the fire that they just stumbled to. They didn't build this fire, by the
No,
way.
no, no.
They
They
just
just
came
walked to
upon
it,
it.
and then the hobo man, who has been
Hobo
stalking
Man, he's
Kirsty,
back.
he's
He
back.
was stalking her.
He was
He has
stalking
a
her the whole
homie.
time. He has, and
Yes.
he walks up and gives her the longing look again, and then he grabs the box out of the fire, walks into the fire, sets himself on fire to grab the box, and I guess is transformed into a giant flesh dragon.
No, there's no flesh. It's all bones,
It's
isn't
just
it? Isn't it?
bones.
Or maybe there's.
I thought it was.
I don't
Yeah, I thought
know.
it had some kind of flesh coloring.
Maybe.
Whatever. He turns into the giant horror monster dragon, and flies away with the box. At which point we get a nice swell in the music. Zoom out from Kirsty and her boyfriend as they watch the dragon fly away, and then we're back at the old Chinese man with the box,
And the
selling
old
it to
Chinese
somebody else.
so selling it to somebody else. Oh, like, oh my gosh, guys, the cycle continues. Isn't that spooky? The end.
Ooh boy. Ooh boy.
Um. I
So
don't
that's a movie.
know how much needs to be said if you're not convinced by this point, but the story is garbage. Story's garbage. there's no stakes in the final climax at all for one, because
All of the
they're the
content.
most.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, how about this for an imposing, iconic horror villain? They're so easily defeated, it's insane. They probably wouldn't have even got Frank if Kirsty just pressed the box once.
A lot of the context for the interesting ideas doesn't really even get presented in this movie. I mean, all the stuff about where they take people, the sites they show them, the
Yeah,
lore behind all of it is it's hardly
it's
even
so
hinted
thin
at.
and like vague and it's like scattershot, and
Yeah,
it makes you think. And the Cenobites are almost barely in this. There's so many spooky things that aren't them that it doesn't even really seem like they're the main villains, really. Because I mean, the main villain is Frank, who's just like a total psychopath, right? And the
yeah.
Cenobites are just also there, kind of, to be creepy in a couple scenes. But then again, so is the flesh golem, and then again, so is the dream sequences, and then again, so is the homeless guy who turns into a dragon at the end. It's like it's very like, I don't know, what is this creepy? Why don't I put that in the movie? And then it's
I
like,
think Roger Ebert on his review of this one, it was either his review of this one or his review of the second one, where he said it's not so much a movie as it is a scattered collection of film reel that can be viewed in any order and without any context and within a couple of minutes, basically.
it's like, okay, it's not that there's no plot, it's just that the plot is stupid. It's not that there
Well,
are
but
no characters except there.
yeah, I'm
No,
not saying that
there's a
there's no
plot,
plot.
it's
There's
just
a plot.
awful.
It's just not very
Yeah,
good, and there's characters in there, but they're more caricatures than characters. But
yeah.
most of
There's
the
no
design,
coherent
most of what
theme.
makes it interesting, the design and everything like that, doesn't
Mhm.
serve a coherent purpose that's
No.
made coherent in this one. I'm sure in the
Yeah.
second one, it's expanded on in
Yes.
some kind of interesting way. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
I don't
There's
know how
no.
you have a franchise
I
if
don't
you
know.
don't.
I don't know how it has the cultural staying power that it does if it's just
Yes.
this in isolation. So
So here's the
there's
thing.
got to be something
I've
redeemable
seen a
in the
couple
others.
people recommend watching the second film. And here's my question. If the people that liked this movie and think this is good don't think the second one is as good, how bad could the second one actually be?
Well, interesting segue because the people who like this one also don't think a certain other installment in this franchise is good.
Or at least they don't think it's as
As good,
good.
not as good.
That's for sure. Before we jump into the second movie, which I'm excited to talk about,
Well,
um,
not second movie, the
yeah,
new
sorry.
movie.
The new movie, the 2022 Hellraiser, and all the merits or lack thereof of that. Um, I just I think it's important maybe to make this clear that where we're coming from in terms of how we're assessing the quality of a movie is that the story is the thing. The story is the thing that everything else is there to serve. So visuals, editing, music, acting, cinematography, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Every technical aspect of a movie, everything that makes a movie interesting, whether it's the premise or the lore, the world building, the themes, the characters, or just interesting designs of creepy creatures. All of that is in service of the story. And when the story sucks, it's very hard to get invested in those other things. Because I could just fucking look at a picture of Pinhead and go, "Oh, that's kind of creepy," and get more out of the movie than I did when watching it. I'm
yeah,
being hyperbolic, but the idea is that these visuals and the things that people like about this movie are serving, or not serving at all, a terrible story. The direction is terrible. The characters are thin at best. Like Kirsty, who ends up being our main character, she's a more believable person than anyone else in the movie, I would say. What do we know about her? She doesn't want her dad to die, and she doesn't want to die herself.
and she doesn't like Julia very much. We're
She
told
doesn't
that.
like, yeah. She has a boyfriend who she likes to kiss sometimes.
Yeah, and she works at a pet shop, but she's not the manager.
Like that's her character. She's ostensibly the protagonist eventually.
She's
Julia.
pretty.
Julia wants to get fucked by Frank so bad that she's willing to murder people.
Many
She's
people.
repulsed by some things, but not by others. She's a confusing. She's a plot device. Really, I do not believe this person exists at all. Frank is a completely malevolent and sadistic and maybe masochistic as well psychopath
Not
who's cruel.
masochistic enough to enjoy the
No,
eternal
no,
masochism.
no, apparently not. But then again, I'm being charitable if I assume that the reason he wanted out is because he wanted to inflict pain. Like
Instead, yeah.
you have to do a lot of like projecting onto the movie to like get that because it's so vague. Um, and then the loser dad uh, is a generally nice guy, but he's a little bit of a pussy. That's his character.
He's kind of cringe. He's not particularly interesting in any aspect. He's afraid of blood, but likes watching other men beat each other up on TV.
In terms of the world building, I would say it's they're like we hint at world building that we don't actually get. If there are rules, they're not explained in this. There's just a general vibe. That's the world building essentially. The plot is ridiculous and hinges on all sorts of insane holes and contrivances. And then what would you say like best faith interpretation of what the theme of the story is? Like, give it your best shot.
Um, Repressing sexuality leads to murder?
No, but the murder comes from not repressing their sexuality.
Uh,
The evil people
I
are
don't
the
know.
people who don't
It's
repress their
kind of
sexual urges.
yeah. I don't know. It's kind of incoherent theme wise. There's not much
Yeah.
there. It just kind of exists to be a schlocky horror movie.
I think it definitely wants to be about
It wants to have
pain and pleasure
gravitas. It
and
wants to be
yeah.
about. It wants to be about that.
Chicks love bad
Maybe.
boys. Apparently.
Well,
Apparently
actually,
they
maybe
like
that
them a
one.
whole bunch.
That friend of Clive Barker summed it up perfectly. The theme of the movie is women will go a long way to get laid.
Apparently. What's an 80s horror film that excels in all the aforementioned ways?
The
The Thing.
Thing.
The Thing, one of the best movies of all time.
Agreed.
Also has really, really good practical effects if you're into that. Really iconic
I'm sure.
horror
Yeah.
antagonist designs.
Kurt
yeah.
Russell.
Kurt
Great
Russell.
actor.
Characters who you have clear goals and you want them to succeed, and a plot that isn't a total mess of nonsense. It's not
Yeah.
barely disguised fetish like softcore porn. It's a story. You know,
Yeah.
remember those?
And it has a theme about paranoia, a coherent one, in fact.
Yes, and like you know, like who you can trust in like disaster situations and all sorts of stuff like that. Great. The Thing is a contender for the best horror film. Yeah, it definitely is. I think
agree.
The Thing is a contender for one of the best movies of all time. I would say.
Alien is also very
yeah.
good.
What was that? Alien? Was that 79?
Yeah. We can count that
Yeah.
as an 80s one, right? Or late.
Yeah.
80s
The
movies.
Shining.
Oh, The Shining. I love The Shining.
The Shining's one of my favorite movies. I love The Shining. Shining's great. That's iconic. It has some really great visuals. Oh, but there's a story there too that's kind of being served by the visuals. Imagine that.
Oh, American Werewolf in London. I like that movie a lot too.
Oh yeah, that movie's great. It's really
Is The
funny.
Fly an 80s movie or is that a 90s movie? Because I really like The Fly.
The Fly is one of my favorite horror movies too.
Yeah.
86.
That
The
counts.
Fly. Cronenberg's The Fly was 86. There you go. There's another 80s
that
movie.
One, yeah, that's another one that I feel like could be a contender for one of the better horror movies.
So, what those movies don't have that Hellraiser has is the degenerate kinkiness, but that's not enough to sustain me. You know, you can fucking watch porn if that's what you're looking for. You know what?
Is The Exorcist an 80s movie or is that a 70s movie?
Exorcist was 70s for sure. I think it was
But I love
74.
The Exorcist is another one that it could be considered a contender for one of the best movies. Full stop.
It's pretty good. I'll be right back. You entertain the good people.
Oh, I will do my best. I like Carrie a lot too. Carrie's another good one. Predator. I don't know if Predator feels a bit more like an action movie than a horror movie to me. I think Jamie might agree with me on that one. We can ask him when he gets back. But in keeping with the Predator thing, I really like Aliens as well. A bunny does blow a guy in The Shining, actually. Yes, there are a dog, a man in a dog costume, if we're getting specific. Nothing compared to what he does in the book. In the book, the dog man at the Overlook Hotel chases Danny around the hallways, screaming about how he wants to eat his little boy penis. So, Stephen King... Stanley Kubrick edited out a couple of Stephen King's more sexual, deviant things. I'll wait until Jamie gets back. We can ask about The Evil Dead. I haven't seen Vampires by John Carpenter, but I've seen a lot of other John Carpenter movies, and The Thing is definitely my favorite.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. So Evil Dead was mentioned here, Jamie. How do you feel about The Evil Dead?
I think we should save that for another time. I'm only for attacking one cult classic, Sacred Cow, at a time. So let's focus on Hellraiser for now.
Okay, give me 1 second. You have your time in the limelight here.
All right, so we'll talk about Evil Dead another time. I'll be curious to see Hugh's opinion when he gets back. If I were to rate Hellraiser 1987 out of 10, I would probably go in the 2 or 3 range. I think it's really that bad. I am baffled by how well liked, no, not just well liked, because I can understand why people like some of the visuals and stuff like that, and the music and a general sort of, ooh, that's a fucked up vibe. But people who think this movie is good are out of their goddamn minds. There's my take. I think 3 seems fair because 2, the movies can get really bad. This is not the worst movie of all time by any means, but it's pretty bad. And so, when we saw this movie, or when I saw this movie for the first time this month, and then we had plans to see the new one that just came out, I got pretty I wasn't excited anymore after watching this first one until I heard that Hellraiser 2022 is very different from the original movie. And then I was like, oh, well, maybe it's actually good. Side note, props on the Final Destination editing. Oh, thank you so much. That was fun. I hope you enjoyed those. See, everyone, Army of Darkness is the one of the Evil Dead movies that I have not seen yet. I'd really like to. That one seems fun, campy, over the top. I'm into that more so than the Evil Dead one. I just think many similar mistakes could be found in both Alien and The Thing. No.
Absolutely not. They cannot. I've rewatched them recently, actually, and I would say no. They do not have any of these same flaws. Not even close.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that Alien or The Thing are 10 out of 10 movies necessarily. It's not like there's nothing wrong with the movies, but many similar mistakes. Get the fuck out of here. No way. No fucking way. Absolutely not. Anyway.
Real quick, what is your view on Gremlins?
Oh, I love Gremlins. Gremlins is great.
Okay. I've never seen Gremlins, actually.
What? It's fun.
I should watch
It's
Gremlins.
a good time.
Should I watch Gremlins?
Yes, you should watch Gremlins.
You should watch Army of Darkness, actually, because Army of Darkness is pretty funny.
You should. Gremlins makes a really good Christmas movie, so you should watch it then.
Army of Darkness is actually, they remade it recently. It was called Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Hey. Oh,
Bada bing, da.
So, without any further ado, let's talk about this new Hellraiser reboot.
Oh yeah,
Oh my
let's do
gosh,
it. Oh my god,
a
let's do it. We
a
watched this
reboot
one a couple
of
days
a
after.
yeah, a reboot of a 70s, 80s, and or 90s movie in current year. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. There are so many bad ones of those. So this one is probably not very good, right? Well, definitely.
Right?
If you look at all the critics' reviews online, I have not been able to find anyone other than YMS who thinks that the new movie is better than the old one. Everyone, even people that like this new Hellraiser movie, no one thinks that it's better than the first one. It's like, ah, well, it's
I,
probably the next best one in the franchise, or some people might think it's not quite as good as two, but no one thinks it's better than the first one,
except
except for
us.
us.
Except us.
It's
It's so
so
much better.
much better.
It's
So
so
much
much fucking
better.
better. It's
Yes.
actually, I would go so far as to say, really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
It's really quite good. I was very pleasantly surprised with this movie. It's well, okay, well, what is definitely 1000% true is that it's better than the original. It's not even close. There isn't an aspect of filmmaking or storytelling that is worse.
No,
Like
not
it's
even. There's not one. No, I didn't find it bungled at all. It's quite refreshing,
yeah, I mean,
especially
okay,
after we
so
watched the first one.
yeah, so what you'll find is a consistent pattern is that there are definitely things that could be improved.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Not a
yeah.
perfect movie. It's not a classic. I wouldn't rate it nearly as high as Alien or The Thing or any
No,
of those
no,
sort
no,
of
no, no,
movies.
no, no, no. But I did
But it
enjoy
is
it a lot.
good. It is good. And it is better than people are saying it is. So let's talk about it. So
Yeah,
it's
let's
what's
do that. What's the first thing you notice about this new one that is what we would call an improvement over the first? Because for me,
um
I would say it's the
y-
character writing.
yes.
That's
Yeah,
the
we'll
first
we'll we'll
thing.
go into the plot, but let's start, what you might call the four pillars of storytelling, right? There's character, plot, world building, and theme, right?
Hmm.
Literally all of them are better, but let's go one by one. The characters in the new Hellraiser movie are likable and interesting, and they feel like real people, and they have, human drama that is compelling and interesting in
It's
its
fun
own
to
right.
watch
It's
them.
actually
Just it's
fun to
fun to
watch.
watch them in scenes.
Yes.
They're well acted. They play off of each other as if
Yes.
they are human beings.
The
They don't
writing
just
for
talk
them
through
is
one
like
another.
clever, and not like that they say clever things, but like it's cleverly written for the characters to. Okay, so the debate. Oh, so we're gonna spoil the movie. And so before we spoil the movie, anyone who hasn't seen the new Hellraiser movie who wants to watch a movie that's like, oh, what about like if a Hellraiser movie was good? If you're interested in that, you should see this movie. If you don't want it spoiled, don't continue here because we will spoil things. And we do recommend the movie. We think it's
Yes,
good. We think it's not getting the praise it deserves. And so it's definitely worth the watch, even if you're not going to think it's a masterpiece. Definitely worth the watch.
agreed.
So, is there BDSM? No, I'm out. There is.
There
Just
is
no,
some BDSM stuff. I mean, as much as
yes,
any Hellraiser thing is BDSM stuff, it's just in this case it kind of serves a purpose a little bit,
yeah,
other than just being freaky.
yes. So, characters. The main character is a young woman named Riley. And Riley has a boyfriend who she spends a decent amount of the movie with, and a brother who she lives in an apartment with her brother,
Her brother's
the
boyfriend.
brother's boyfriend, and a roommate named Nora, right?
Yeah.
And the central character drama and dynamic between the brother and Riley. The brother's name is Matt, I believe. Yes,
Yeah.
and is that
Riley's a drug addict.
Riley is a supposedly recovering drug addict, and Matt is very concerned with her recovery and wants the best for her. She is dating a guy named Trevor.
Yes, his name is Trevor.
And
Uh,
Trevor is also a recovering addict.
Hmm.
Matt does not like Trevor because he's worried that him being an addict might make it more likely that Riley relapses.
And we
Essentially,
find out in a very simple line of dialogue that Trevor kind of picked Riley up from an AA meeting. Like he went to an
yes,
AA meeting and they
yes.
started
He
dating.
says, like they're one of the first scenes we see of Riley and Trevor is that they're having sex, and then they stop having sex. They come out of the room and they realize that people have come home when they didn't realize. They thought they were alone in the apartment, but the others have come home and they've been cooking dinner. And so she's like, "Oh, you guys heard us having sex, did you? Didn't you?" And they're like, "Yep." And so after dinner, you can tell that there is some sort of tension with the brother,
But
and she
the
says,
boyfriend excuses himself almost
"Yeah, he doesn't
immediately. He
stay for
doesn't stay
dinner."
for dinner. He's
Yeah,
invited to, and he says, "Ah, nah, I gotta go."
nah, no thanks. I gotta
He's
go.
very awkward
I have
about it.
work to
Actually, he
do.
excuses
Yeah, it's
himself.
an awkward. I mean, partly it's awkward because they were having raucous, noisy sex, and everyone else just heard it.
Yeah,
And also,
believably
I think
awkward.
yes, and I think Trevor senses that the brother doesn't like him all that much. There's definitely a little bit of antagonism there, and so he doesn't stay for dinner. After dinner, Riley's like, you can just say it if you want to, and Matt's like, I don't like him. All right, what kind of guy picks up a girl at an AA meeting? And Riley says something to the effect of, it's like pretty good dialogue writing between the two of them. She says something to the effect of like, look, like I like you're gonna take all my vices away from me. I can't just fuck a cute guy every once in a while. And she's like, I don't like him, but like he's got, you have your own recovery to deal with, so does he. Like, I don't want you to have to deal with that as well. He's concerned
Hmm.
that he might trigger her into relapsing or whatever, because he's under the impression that Riley is currently clean. We will find out that she is not. But Matt just cares about his
Just
sister and is
yeah.
like, just what he's like, I'm not trying to tell you you can't have fun. I'm just concerned about you or whatever. And it's funny, there's a part where like as they're arguing, you hear the roommate and the boyfriend are watching TV in the other room. And there's a part I didn't really notice it was happening until afterwards, but like the volume of the TV turns down and Matt like snaps at them. He's like, "Did you really just turn the TV down to listen to us argue?" And they're like, "No." And they turn the volume back up. Um, there's little
Yeah,
funny moments like that.
funny little moments.
Yeah. And so that's the basic dynamic between them, right? That she's dating this guy, and we will find out in a scene or two later that she's drinking with him and smoking pot and stuff like that. That she's not clean, right? Of
Or
her
sober.
alcoholism and drug. Yeah, she's not sober. Um, uh, the boyfriend Trevor and her are talking, and she says something about like, I need to find a new job, and he's like, but you have a job. And she's like, nah, I'm tired of being broke, I need to find a better job. He's like, well, she's like, what? He's like, I mean, don't worry, nah, nothing, you know
Yeah.
don't worry about it. She's like, what? Fucking tell me. And they have like pretty believable chemistry. She's kind of like hitting him like, tell me. Like they have chemistry. They feel like real people that you can believe that they were
How many
ever in a
times can we say
relationship.
that about this movie? They feel like
Yeah.
real people.
Yeah, it's I will try not to say that over and over and over again, but especially compared to the other movie, it's remarkable, I would say. So and he says, "Well, you know how I work at like delivering like stuff to warehouses." So he has some sort of job where he delivers packages to warehouses, right? And he's like, "Well, there's this one warehouse that seems to be completely empty. Like I pass by it all the time. I never see people going in or out. And there's a storage container there, and the storage container contained like I'm like it's just been there. No one's gonna miss it. I don't know what's in there, but like maybe we could go break into that and steal it, right?"
Yeah.
It's like I remember, like, we don't need to break in because I remember the key code to the warehouse, right? It's just sitting there. I think it's just been left there. We can go open the storage container and see if there's anything valuable inside. Because they're looking to make a quick buck, right?
Yeah.
Um, I should note that there was a cold open to the movie that I completely skipped because I wanted to talk about the
We jumped
characters.
in about the characters, yeah, so
Yeah,
we
and
can
now
rewind a little bit
I'm
here.
jumping into the plot. But those are the main human characters, right? We have Riley is a recovering addict dealing with some shit. Um, the brother, who she has a tumultuous relationship with because the brother is trying to keep her sober, but is coming across more like a
Father,
parent.
yeah.
Yeah. The brother's gay boyfriend, What was his
You can
name?
just say
I don't
boyfriend.
remember. Yeah, the gay boyfriend. And then and then um the Nora, the roommate, right?
Nora the roommate. Yeah.
And so basically what happens is that they go to this storage container. They
Oh, do we
break
want to go
open
back to
this.
the cold open real quick? Or
Yes, I guess we should. But the basic idea is that they find the box in the storage container. They don't find money or anything obviously valuable, but they find this box. And Trevor's like, hold on to it. I'll see if I can get a appraiser. Obviously, this thing is probably valuable. It's in a safe in a storage container in a warehouse. So I'll get an appraiser. We'll figure out how much it's worth. You hold on to it. All right. What we see in the very, very beginning of the movie
it's a
is
rewinding now, yeah.
yeah, we're rewinding a little bit. Is that a woman in Serbia meets with a guy at some kind of abandoned, like Soviet looking, like industrial park. And
Yeah.
she buys the box from this guy. And she's like, and he's like, hey, it's not to be taken lightly. Um, and she's buying it for her boss, Mr. Voight, right?
hmm And then
And this scene is like a little, I don't know, it's not bad,
it's a
but
little clunky, I guess, but
it's
it's
a
yeah.
little clunky, but
Because
she's
she buys
buying.
it in Serbia, and then we jump pretty much straight to the Berkshires in Massachusetts.
Yes, a very, very ritzy, kind of almost gothic looking mansion where some sort of degenerate sex party is happening. There's
Yes.
people drinking, there's people fucking each other. They're playing really interesting music,
It's a very eyes wide
diegetically.
shut kind of
Yeah, it's a
thing.
little
Yeah.
eyes wide shutty, not quite as like weirdly classy and esoteric, but its basic idea is that the crazy drug fueled sex party happening at Rich Mansion. And we follow this guy who looks very male model-y. I think he's supposed to be a sex worker, prostitute of some sort. And he's looking at all this. He meets the woman who is buying the box in Serbia at the bar, and she like strikes up a conversation with him, like, "Hey, how are you enjoying this? You having a good time?" He's like, "Yeah, this is crazy." And the guy says, like, "Do you know Mr. Voight?" And she's like, "I work for him, actually." He's like, "Wow, like, I'd love to meet him." Or he says something like, "I'd
Yeah,
love to
something
meet
I'd
him."
love to meet him.
And she's like, "Well, there's a passageway at the end of the hall. You can go there in 10 minutes." And the implication is like, "Oh, maybe you can have some sort of private. I don't know. We have something for you if you're
Yeah.
interested." It's kind of tantalizing and weird because this is a strange sort of sexual exotic scenario he's in. So he goes there and he finds this grand open
It's like
foyer. What would you call it?
it's almost like a museum room, right? Like
Yeah,
it's a
it feels like
trophy
a
room
museum room,
almost.
trophy room. There's a couple things in glass boxes. There's a book. There's a couple other strange artifacts. There's this black and white marble, black and white and gold, kind of grand but kind of creepy looking room. And he's like, "Hello," and then he sees,
In
and
the
there's kind of a
middle.
clever shot in the middle on a pedestal with no glass box around it is the Hellraiser box. Oh my gosh, spooky! But and we see it straight on, so it looks like a
Hourglass
just a square.
almost. It's got
No,
a
hold on. We see it first as a square, and then the camera kind of moves over, and you realize that it's in a weird hourglass shape. There's nice little reveals like that because this was directed by a competent person, and so it's like, oh, it's the box, but it's slightly different than you
yeah, that
might.
doesn't look like the box that I know. Wonder what's going on with that.
It looks slightly different. It's very emblematic of the movie itself. It's like, oh, here's the thing you know, but it's
It's a,
not quite what you expected this time. And so he picks it up and he's looking at it. It's just this pretty box in the middle of this room. And then a man walks in. His name is Mr. Voight. He's the owner of this estate. And he's like, "How are you enjoying the party?" He says something to him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, like sorry for touching your thing." He's like, "No, it's okay. You can touch it." He's like, "What is it?" It's like, "It's a puzzle box." And this guy, I should say that the guy who plays Voight is very charming and charismatic.
yeah,
He's one of my favorite
I
performances in the
I
movie.
think he's excellent in this
Oh, he's
movie.
really
Yeah.
good. He's like charming but a little creepy at the same time. He's exactly what you want for this sort of part. Um, so he picks up he's like, "It's a puzzle box," and he starts tinkering with it. And this is
And
one of
this
my
is what
favorite little aspects of this movie is that it's actually a puzzle box this
he
time.
actually has to turn pieces and look at the
Aligned
clues and
patterns.
align
And he's
yeah.
like,
Oh my
yes,
god. See,
it's an
there's work to
actual
be done
puzzle.
apart from just teasing its nipple.
Yes. It's like the person making the movie thought like, "Oh, what if we did it like the first movie, but it was good this time? That's a recurring motif, if you haven't noticed. So it's a puzzle, and we see him like trying to spin certain parts to get certain intricate patterns to line up, and he opens it up. Or sorry, he doesn't open up right away. He's turning things, and he goes, If I open it, do I get a prize?" And Mr. Voight says, "I do." And there's a weird, and then he kind of smiles at him, and there's an almost sexual tension there, something. It's playful and ominous, kind of balanced in a really nice, delicate sort of way. And so, and then he's turning the pieces, and some like two pieces kind of jut out, and he like goes to turn them and close them, and a fucking knife sort of blade comes out of the box and stabs him in the hand, and he starts freaking out. And Void is just kind of staring at him intently, like not showing any expression on his face. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And there's like old blood gushing from his hand, and he's like freaking out. And he goes, "What the hell was that?" And he kind of like
Starts to
stumbles
get
back, and
woozy.
he's bleeding. He starts getting woozy, and he collapses on the floor.
The little knife
And
folds back into the box.
yes, and like blood gets sucked into it, and the box starts changing shape on its own after it's like stabbed him and gotten blood on it. It
It's been
starts
solved.
changing into a different shape, and then these weird, much like in the first movie, where like the architecture of the room changes, and then like chains come out like they do in the first movie, and they like grab this guy and they like hook into him, and he's screaming in agony. There's blood everywhere, all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, and it
And
looks
then
good. It looks it,
Voight is, yeah, it does look good. It does look good. I It's worth noting that this movie feels, it isn't all CGI. It
yeah.
isn't all see, like I just watched the 2017 It movie recently, and
All
God,
yeah,
that movie
very
just
ugly.
relies way too heavily on CGI, and it just feels fake. This movie, I'm sure there's plenty of CGI in the movie. Do not get me
There is,
wrong,
yeah,
but
no, there
it's
is.
very tastefully done. I feel like it uses a mix of CGI along with, there's stop motion, there's practical,
Makeup
squids and
and yeah,
makeup and prosthetics and all that stuff, and maybe there might even be some miniatures at some point. I'm not 100% certain on that. But the point is that, much like, they're very different movies, obviously, but much like a movie like Jurassic Park kind of uses every available visual effects technology to try to blend them all together into something cohesive, that's what this movie does. I feel like it balances all the different techniques really well. So it still feels real, still feels visceral. The blood is like, it's not CGI. It might be CGI assisted, but it's not like totally fake. It's like gurgling and dark and bloody. It's very like David Fincher movie blood, where it's like almost black, you know?
yeah. It's I think the first surprise that I was pleasantly surprised by was how good the practical effects looked
Yeah.
in that scene and
Hmm.
in later scenes as well. Is the CGI on par with Final Destination 4?
A little
I
better, I
believe
would
they shot this in 3D as well, actually.
say.
So if
No,
you
they
have a
didn't.
3D TV, you really
I don't think that's true. I think he's lying to you. Don't listen to him. But bring out your 3D goggles now. Watch the box bounce around the screen. Anyway, so while he's being like tortured by these weird chains, uh, Voight grabs the puzzle box, which has changed into a different shape. It's now this long sort of, it's got like two triangles on two ends, so it kind of looks like a diamond, like a very
a
elongated
rhombus, a very
diamond.
long rhombus.
Yeah, what the 3D version of that. And then he sets it up on the pedestal, and it's kind of standing on its end. And in the background, this movie does a really good job of letting some of the horrific things just play out of focus in the background. It's very effective. Like,
Yeah,
he's doing his thing with the puzzle box, not paying attention to it. Meanwhile, this guy's being like tortured horrifically, and the chains are like lifting him off the ground. And it's all just out of focus in the background while he's doing his thing, because he's not paying attention to it. You know,
yeah.
I don't know, like, it's really effective
Competent
directing.
directing
Yes,
makes a
it's
big
very effective.
difference.
And so, he's looking up. There's a skylight in the ceiling, and he's looking up, and there's these weird clouds and lightning forming, and he's calling out like, "I am a penitent. I'd like an audience with something." Generic lines where he's making some sort of plea or prayer or sacrifice to some sort of higher demonic power thing. We're not really sure what it is, and then we see the prostitute guy get ripped apart, and then we cut away, and it's like
Yes.
boom, Hellraiser, and I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And
So
like,
when that,
and
I was like, I'm buckled in. Let's go. Hit the gas,
yeah,
baby.
yeah, it's something like that, yeah. And then, very effectively, I would say, doing what the original movie tried to do, but a little better. And I'm specifically referencing the scene in the original where he's moving the bed and cuts his hand on the nail right as she's
Climaxing.
orgasming. Yeah, and like her screams match his screams, and it's like, ooh, pleasure and pain mixed together. Whoa, this movie, he's
Effective
being
execution on the theme.
he's being ripped apart, and as he's screaming it kind of blends into the impassioned moaning of Riley and her boyfriend having sex, right? And it's not super explicit, like I don't think we see nipples or whatever, but it's
But
a
yeah,
proper sex scene. And
and
so
it's
yeah,
smart editing.
yes, it's smart editing. It's doing the same sort of thing, I would just say a little less clunkily.
Yeah,
And that, like, it's not that this movie
not
isn't.
perfect, but
A lot of people who seem to really like the original don't like that this new one isn't as kinky, and like it's not that that stuff isn't there. I would say it's more subtle and it's more effectively used to tell a story, and that's not all it is.
yeah, I think somebody earlier mentioned how it was the original one is a product of trying to make something like that with a broad, like a wider audience appeal, and I think that in that regard as well, this new one has succeeded. At least, like it seems to me, it would have succeeded better because it's making it, it's keeping it there. It's clearly there if you go and look for it,
Yeah.
but it's also subtle enough that somebody who doesn't know to look for it is going to miss it. So yeah, I
I
don't.
I
I like it.
I really think it's better in every way, to put it bluntly. It's doing a lot of the same things. It's just not as. It's just definitely not as horny of a movie as the first one is. There's no ifs,
Yeah,
ands, or
that
buts
is
about
true.
that. But it's not like the kinky sex stuff isn't there, right? It's
Yeah,
still there. Anyway. So then we meet Riley and her boyfriend. We have that awkward scene, yada yada. So now we're back to Riley and Trevor have
stolen the
and
box,
they stolen the box from a safe,
and the
right?
box is now back in its original, in the shape that you see bouncing across your screen.
Yes. For those familiar with the lore, this will end up being called the Lament configuration. We'll talk more about that later. So now that they have the box, she stumbles home. That is, Riley stumbles home, and we see Matt and his boyfriend, is reading some poetry to him as they lay in bed.
He's reading Shelley to him or something.
Lord Byron,
Oh,
Lord
it
Byron.
is
They make a
Byron.
point
Yeah,
of that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're having their little,
That's I
romantic moment.
imagine that's what what like that's like the gayest thing that they could have possibly been doing.
Yeah, they're post-coital poetry readings to each other. Anyway, they're laying in bed and they hear Riley come home, and she's kind of stumbling and making a lot of noise. Matt comes out and he's like, "Are you drunk?" And she's like, "No." And he's like, "Well, you can't even take your shoes off. Like, you seem like you're drunk." And he's like, she's like, "I don't know. It was dark in here. I'm like trying not to. I'm doing a bad job of acting drunk. She does a good job of
She does a
acting drunk.
really good job of acting drunk. Yeah, she's
Yes, acting drunk and trying to hide it because she knows the importance of that to their
yeah.
relationship. I'm doing a bad impression, but she's like, it's dark out. I'm not drunk, and he's like, you can't even take your shoes off, all this sort of stuff. And it's like, you're drunk. What are you doing? Like, do you have pills? What did you do? And she's like, I had something to drink. What are you, jealous? She's very
Yeah.
aggressive. And then they start arguing or
And
whatever.
it
There's
gets
a part,
heated. It gets very real.
yeah, and it's very effective. There's a part where clearly she's doing that thing that a lot of people in this sort of situation might do, where she's trying to get him to kick her out because she thinks deep down that that's what he really wants, and so she's like trying to get him to do that. So she's like, and she's like, he's like, I love you. I care about you. And she's like, no, you don't love me. You just love having someone to fix so you can feel important. And she's like trying to like, jab at
Yeah.
him like that, right? But it doesn't work. He like sees right through it. He's like, I see what you're doing. All right. Like it's like
Yeah.
I see what you're doing. She's like, no, you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know anything about what I'm doing. It's like, but he's right.
Yeah.
There's great little moments where like, I don't know, it's just very mature. It feels very believable and compelling. Like they feel exactly it's the behavior, the attention to detail in terms of the behavior and the dialogue is very, very well done. It's
Yeah.
one of the best parts about the movie is the human drama between the characters.
Yeah. Well, and that makes it a more effective horror movie because that way you actually care about these characters and what's
Yes.
going to happen to them, which creates the
Yeah.
tension.
And he's like, You're drunk, all right? Sleep it off, but in the morning you have to pack your shit." And it's like, "Ooh." And she's like, she basically, I don't remember the exact lines, but she's like, "You don't mean that." And he's like hell I do. And she's like, "Well, why don't you just tell me to get the fuck out?" She's like, "Get the fuck out." And he says, "Get the fuck out." And so then
Yeah.
she leaves that night instead of sleeping it off, right? And she's like, "I thought you'd never ask," because she's like, she wants to believe that he doesn't care about her, or that, like, you know what I mean? Or that
Yeah.
what he really wants is to kick her out. And so she kind of manipulates the conversation in that direction to fulfill her sort of weird, um,
To
self-loathing.
achieve her goal. Yeah.
Yeah.
She wants to have a reason to drink
Yes.
and to use those pills that
Exactly.
she goes out to her car to use after I
Yes.
think the boyfriend comes out and tries to convince her to come back in, right?
The boyfriend is already outside smoking a cigarette, and she comes outside. And I really like the boyfriend's moment here, where he's like, "You're really leaving?" She's like, "What?" It's like, "You guys are having a bad night. Just come back inside. Like, you'll feel better in the morning. Just come back inside." But she doesn't, and she says some sort of snarky thing and leaves. Right.
Yeah.
And so then she's kind of wandering around she's not wandering. She's going to her car, which is parked somewhere on the street.
Yeah.
And
She starts putting shit in, and then a little pill container drops out, right? That drops out of her
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Uh, and she opens it up, and she looks at him, and you see the the cogs turning, and then she pours them out onto the ground. She closes it up. She walks away, goes to get in the car, and then she turns around and goes and picks the pills back up off the ground. She
Mhm.
gets 3 of them, and she takes all of them,
Yeah. I really
which is
like
I
that
loved
scene.
that scene.
Yeah, because you have this little moment where it's like, okay, she's not going to take the pills even though she wants to, and then she changes her mind, and then like goes and picks them off the dirty street to take them anyway.
Yeah,
It's
because she
like,
got
oh,
what she did. I think it's one of those things like she did what she did to get
mhm,
that, and then
yeah,
she got it, and
mhm. I
she
don't know. It
knew
just feels,
she didn't she knew she
yeah,
shouldn't, and then she did it anyway, which is yes, they were already achieving pretty much the exact same goal with the mother character, the stepmother character from the first one, but
um, I
she
wouldn't,
knows she shouldn't do something, but she does it anyway, and then she goes off the deep end. Is like the first one.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
how I would
In an abstract sense,
in the
yes, I
best
know what you
faith
mean.
abstract sense of the characterization with her. She knows she shouldn't want to fuck Frank, but she does, and yeah.
She's if we compare her to Kirsty, which is
I
probably
guess
the
that's probably
closest.
a better one. Yeah,
Like Kirsty just doesn't want her dad to die. Like that's her thing. Like Riley is a person struggling with addiction, with a tumultuous relationship with her brother that she's like sabotaging because she thinks that's what she deserves. Like there's so much more here.
yeah. When it
So much
feels very
more.
faithful to the aesthetic that Clive Barker was kind of
Yeah,
working.
it
It
feels
was
in
working.
keeping
Yeah,
with the spirit of what,
of what he was
in a
working with.
good
Yeah.
way. It's definitely different from the original, but it feels like a more mature version to me. That's what it feels
Yeah,
like.
that yeah.
It feels so much less juvenile than a lot of the original does in terms of the dialogue and the character motivations. They're so like one dimensional in the original, and they feel like real people. Anyway, so Riley takes some pills and she grabs the box and she like wanders over to this park. It's late at night. There's no one around. She goes into the park and she's sitting on a
One of those spinny wheels
yeah
that Jesse Pinkman likes to
spinny
frequent.
wheels. Yeah, like that shot in Breaking Bad. Anyway, she takes the pills and she's looking at the box and she's like, "What are you?" And I like this scene a lot because once again, it's actually a puzzle this time. It's a real puzzle. And you can see, and it's not just like we see her turning things, we can see the patterns, we can see the parts she's going, oh, that probably lines up with this. And then she turns it so it does. And there's a certain order of operations that she does that causes other things to like open and move that wouldn't before. It's an actual puzzle box. So like they put time and effort into making it an actual puzzle this time. It's great. And so she's tinkering with it. She gets to a certain point where she presses a button and it's
Well,
kind of tense because you don't know what's going to
yeah,
happen. You
because
think
well,
maybe
because
the blade's
you
going to
don't
come
know
out.
when the knife is going to come out, which
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
already creating tension because we don't really
Hmm.
want this character to die,
No.
and we know that she's like that close to accidentally killing herself. So
Yes. Yes.
it's great.
Because we've set up expectations about how this box works. And so we can use those mechanics to accomplish stakes. And we have investment in not wanting this character to die because she's troubled and she deserves better than this.
She's
So we
sympathetic.
don't, yes, and so we don't want her to meet a horrific end, but we know that she could if she messes around with this box. And so there's tension, like in a story. And so she is turning the box and she's like moving her hands around it and she kind of pushes the pieces back together similar to the way the guy did in the opening, and the knife just barely misses her hand, right? It juts
Yeah,
out from a certain point, but she happened to not be holding it from that particular position, right? And so she's like, what the fuck, because there's a giant there's a little knife sticking out of it now. And then she's confused about that. She kind of sets it down. She's like, that's weird. Why is there a knife? That's crazy. And then she's like, the pills are starting to kick in now, right? And she
yeah.
kind of lays back on the circular. What do you call that thing? What's the word for
It's a
that?
merry-go-round, isn't it?
Is that a merry-go-round?
I
Not a
th-
carousel, but a merry-go-round.
yeah, I think so.
Little spinny playground circular thing. Anyway, she's on one of those, and we get an overhead shot, kind of like the one in Breaking Bad too. So that was nice. And she's spinning around on this thing. She's kind of losing, her grip. And then we get this great scene where the camera is kind of like from her POV on this spinning wheel going around in circles. And then we see this ominous figure in the distance, but it kind of swings by and out of frame pretty quickly because she's spinning. I was like, that's really effective. That's a really
Yeah,
nice shot. Very competent directing. Really into it. And she gets up and she's like, what was that? And she looks over and it's gone. But then she hears this voice, this really raspy, whispery voice that says, that blade was meant for you. I won't do an impression of the voice, but it's really raspy, demonic sort of voice that says, that blade was meant for you. She looks around and she sees the first proper Cenobite we see in the movie. Interesting. It's definitely a Cenobite. It has, there are differences in the aesthetic. I think there are improvements in the aesthetic, in my opinion. We've lost
I
the
agree with
leather.
you.
They're not wearing sort of like matrix outfits with holes for the nipples to be shown through anymore. There's no
Yeah.
leather, but like
They've done really interesting practical makeup work to make it
yes,
look like flayed organs and body
yeah.
parts and like
So they're like
exposed like flaps of
yes,
skin turned up and like they
turned
made them
inside
look like
out,
horror
and
body mods, which is like
it's
it
a lot
seems like
like the
exactly what we
original
want.
design. It feels in keeping with the spirit of the original design, but slightly modernized and slightly improved, in my opinion. Some people might disagree. That's fine, but they look good. I don't think you could
I
argue they
mean,
look bad.
yeah, I think they look really interesting
Yes, and horrifying
and
and
yeah,
creepy and
yeah.
disgusting and all that all the
There
things
was
you
that
want.
one that got me really good later on in the thing.
Yeah.
Very
Oh god, there's a
uncomfortable.
couple that are especially creepy in my opinion because there's a good 5 or 6 in this movie. It definitely, for the people that are here to see particularly horrifying Cenobites, this movie doesn't disappoint in my opinion.
I feel like honestly it kind of, unless you're just really into the style of the guy from the thing, like these kind of deliver just as well as anything John Carpenter would have done. I would say like they're pretty gruesomely
Yeah,
made
they
up.
look good. They're pretty good. And so this isn't the Pinhead because there is a different Pinhead in this movie. as you might have heard in like the marketing and promotion and the trailer. But it's one of the different Cenobites. Anyway, really creepy. And the Cenobite is holding the box now, and it says to Riley, "If not you, then another." Right? And then she sets the box back down. So it's like that blade was meant for you. The thing that
Yeah.
cut the guy's hand in the original, or sorry, not in the
That
original, in the opening.
in the opening scene, and then
Yes.
if not her, she needs to give it another one.
Yes, which is interesting. So the box, she has opened the box and she can like see the Cenobites now, but they can't attack her because they can't get her because it didn't spill her blood yet. Her blood hasn't been absorbed into the device, so they can't get to her yet, but they can like appear for her. And so they're like, well, if it's not going to be you, you need to get someone else. And it's like, oh, cool. So now she's haunted by this thing. There are rules and mechanics of how these things work. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so much better because like now it's like, oh, because before you might wonder why, Cenobites don't just immediately kill people, like how, when do they come and why and how and when can they just randomly use their magic bullshit powers to grab people with chains, and when can they not? Because in the final climax of the original, they appear kind of randomly and they use the chains to get Frank finally, and then they're chasing the other one around they're chasing Kirsty around the house, but they don't just grab her with chains at any point. Why? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Yeah. I
there's
mean,
no
there's not
tension there.
really. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what this establishes, right, is that when you open the box, and by opening the box, you actually have to engage with the puzzle in this movie, which is neat. Um, a blade comes out, and like it's meant to get you. It comes out in a way that the average person would probably be holding it if they were putting the pieces together. She just happened to barely miss it, and so it's like, okay, well now they're gonna haunt her and like
And yeah,
haunt
they
her.
demand a sacrifice in her
Yes.
place. So now
Yeah.
she's roped in, but
Mhm.
not in an unescapable way.
Yes, but she doesn't quite know what's going on
Yeah.
yet. They haven't spelled out everything about who they are and what they stand for and what they're here to do. They just say like, if it's the blade was meant for you, if not you, another. And then she has this weird vision where like the Cenobite presses a button in the device, and a hole appears in her chest, like where her heart is, and she like, and
Oh yeah.
chains fly out of it. And then we cut to the bedroom of her brother, and chains come from the ceiling, grab the brother, and like yank him up. And we like hard cut to the brother waking up from like a nightmare. And I'm like, that's cool. I like
Yeah.
that a lot.
That was
We're doing
effective. That was an effective little moment. I really liked that.
And it's building on the original in a way that improves it, in my opinion. Because in the original, there's one scene where she's having a nightmare. It's the scene she's at her boyfriend's place. She has the nightmare where she sees the
Yeah, she hears the baby crying and the
yeah.
yeah, and
But then
we
we
cut
cut
to
to
the
the
boyfriend
boyfriend
waking
waking up.
up,
Yeah,
which was I thought that was really kind of shitty because like when I saw it the second time I was like it doesn't. I
no, it
guess it's
seemed like he was
subverting.
also having the same dream. It
Yeah,
seemed to be the
the way the
implication.
editing, yeah, it was like he had the yeah. Is that what the implication was supposed to be? I
I
thought it
don't
was
know.
just
It's
that.
unclear because that's
Yeah,
what this movie's like. But what this movie does is go, oh, okay, they're kind of like sharing the same nightmare. And I'm like, that's really interesting because
I guess that is
we
supposed to
know
be.
it's the same nightmare because when the brother wakes up, he like reaches for his chest where like he felt the hooks. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
You know, competent, subtle directing. It's nice. And now that he's awake,
he's
he's
worried.
like, he's worried about her. And the boyfriend, people ask really good questions in this movie and provide good answers. It's not like one of those bad horror movies where people ask a good question and like the person just doesn't it's not like the Rings of Power where people ask things and then conveniently
Rational questions, and then the
yes,
characters just talk around it, and they never
yes.
follow up. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. It is not that people. So the boyfriend says like, why, like if you're worried about her, just call her, which is a good point because he's like getting ready to go, like he's gonna leave, and he's like, if you're worried about her, just call her, and he's like, I know she won't answer. I have to go look for her. So it's like, oh, okay, like he's done this before.
Yeah.
essentially. He knows that she won't answer when she's like this, so he needs to go find her, right? And then he goes and finds her car and like sees that she's not in the car, and then looks over at the playground and sees her kind of passed out on the merry-go-round, right?
Yeah,
So
and so he's freaked out and he runs over
yeah.
because he thinks she's overdosing. She's definitely high, and so he
Hmm.
runs over to the merry-go-round. And the first thing he does is start trying to make sure she's okay. He starts
Yes.
asking what she took, and then he
Hmm.
finds the puzzle box.
He accidentally puts his hand on the puzzle box with the blade exposed and stabs himself.
And so he
Like, he's, like,
yeah
scrambling to try and pick her up, and he accidentally puts his hand down, not knowing that box is there, and stabs himself in the hand. So now it has gotten his blood, and she's waking up out of the drug-induced stupor, like, what are you doing here?" And he's bleeding from his hand, and she's like, "Your hand." And he's like, "No, it's fine, it's fine." He's not concerned about his own hand, he's just trying to make sure she's not about to OD, right? And so I'm
yeah
like, I like this guy a lot. I like him a lot. I like both of them a lot, but I'm very, I like him. He's a good character. He's sympathetic, and it's he's not just sympathetic in that he's an average person who doesn't want to be evil. Like, he has a richness of character that just there isn't
he's
any of.
yeah he cares a lot about the people around him, and they show it through his
Yes,
actions, not just
yes,
through
exactly.
some clunky dialogue. It's
So
very
yeah,
refreshing, and he basically realizes that she's kind of coming to. So he goes, "Just stay right here. I'm gonna go clean this up." And he goes into the park bathroom to clean his hand.
yeah, it's even better because he's like, okay, he like props her against the wall, and he's like, I'm just gonna go rinse this off real quick. You stay awake, all right? Stay awake. Just I need you to stay awake. He's very concerned with her, and he's like, I'm just gonna go rinse this off. So he runs into this public bathroom, and he's rinsing it off, and then he's like, he hears this weird ringing noise, and the lights seem really bright, and like he's having this weird sort of disorientation, right?
Yeah, he gets all woozy, like the guy
And
from the
then
beginning.
yes, and then much like that, we see like the architecture change, and like a weird pathway opens up, and the lights coming in that are very much like the original. They do a really good job, I would say, of honoring some of the iconic imagery, and
Yeah,
not using it in a like, "Hey, remember this?" It's like, no, it's just like this
this
is
is
what
just
it
how.
looks
Yeah,
like.
this is
We're
just
gonna
how it
do it
happens.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is how it happens, and he freaks out, and then we see like blood gurgling in the sink, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?" And then he gets like they like get him with the chains, right? Isn't that what happens?
I think so.
I think
I
so.
they get him, and I don't
They
remember
get him.
who.
Is
I don't
the
remember
point?
what with, but they get
I
him, and
don't
I
know. I don't know
remember.
how explicitly we see him die, but we see
Is
they
there a
get him.
scream? Does Riley hears a scream from the bathroom?
Yeah,
Right?
he
Yeah.
screams, and then she runs into the bathroom, and he's gone, and she sees no evidence of the room being made larger or any of the weird architectural changes. Right? He's gone now.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, fuck, so now her brother's gone." I'm like, "Shit." I'm very invested in trying to bring him back somehow if he's alive. You know what I mean? Like, I really care
Yeah.
about this guy. I'm like, "Oh, shit." And she kinda sort of got him killed inadvertently, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, "That's really strong too." And so,
It's a strong sense of motivation for her to face
yeah.
down all the scary shit.
I'm pretty sure the next thing we see is she's with, the boyfriend and the roommate, and they've, like,
Called the
trying to
cops, and they're trying to find.
yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to find where the brother went. They think he was either
I
taken
don't know.
or.
They don't know what happened to him. She doesn't really know exactly what happened to him because she was pretty high and out of it. And so that creates some tension between him and the between her and the boyfriend. The boyfriend's like, "I need you to think, like remember like what happened." And she, what she does remember was very strange and surreal and horrific. So she's not quite sure that was real because she's like, I don't know. I was high. I don't remember. And there's tension there because now it's revealed that she's definitely not clean, right?
Yeah.
I think
It's
the next,
great. It's really
yeah,
effective.
very effective. And so while they're still trying to figure out what's going on, she leaves, and that's a source of tension, like a sore spot for them too. Because why is she leaving? But she's going to find Trevor and to like talk to him about this fucking box and what happened to him, right? And she's talking to Trevor, and she can be more honest with Trevor. She's like, like I was high, but like not that high.
Yeah,
Like
those pills
I
have never made me hallucinate. She says
yeah.
that, and
And I'm
I
like,
like
ah,
that
that's
because it's
good.
just like, yeah,
Yes,
because they know how that shit affects them. It's not like
exactly. Yeah,
people
and
who
I
do a
they
lot of those.
one assumes they were like opiates or something, not like or barbiturates or something, not like
Yeah,
hallucinogens.
Xanax, some shit like
Whatever
that.
it was. Yeah.
Whatever the Zoomers
Um.
are doing these days.
So then what immediately happens next? But yeah, like we get these great scenes with just characters in rooms like talking about what to do next, and I don't know. They it's just like really
Oh, they go.
effective.
They try to find out who owns the storage container. She basically goes. She
Right,
because
right, right, right,
she
right, right.
yeah because she's just like, well, yeah, but do you know where it is or who owns it? And he goes, no, I don't. She says, well, we can find that out, right?
Yes. This is
And
a perfect example. Perfect example because she's like, what is this thing?" And he's like, "I don't know. Like, what's the storage container?" He's like, "I don't know any more than you do." And she's like, "Well, who owns the place?" And he's like, "I don't know." And as soon as he said, "I don't know," to who owns the place, my brain goes, "Well, I mean, we can find out who owns the lease. Like, you can get that information." And then she's like, "Well, we can find out." And I'm like, "Yes, thank you." Like, people are
exactly.
smart. People are smart and like think like the people are thinking the right things, and of course it makes sense at first. He's like, no, he doesn't think like, well, I don't know, and she's like, well, we can look, we have to go, and so which is, and we do a smart thing narratively where we don't literally see them go to the like the build like
The
the
we
public.
don't see them go to the public library and
No,
pull all the files and sit there
no.
combing through the microfilm like we might if this was it. But then we
We skip right that we understand that they're going to figure out who owns the building, and then we cut right to them visiting the person whose name is on the lease, right? And I'm
yeah,
like, that's perfect, perfect,
and it
nice,
turns out
efficient storytelling.
that the person whose name was on the lease,
The woman from Serbia in the very beginning, the one who worked
yes,
for Voight. Voight, is that how you say it?
yeah, Voight.
Yes,
It's like Vought from The Boys, but with an I.
yes.
Or
And so,
Vate from Watchmen. I feel like it's pretty clear they were going for an Ozymandias from Watchmen vibe with that
yeah,
name.
I can believe it. So they find this woman, and she, she's not doing super well. She has got like an oxygen mask and whatever, but she's in a nursing home of sorts.
Hospice, yeah.
Yeah, hospice
Place
sort of thing.
place where you go because your medical condition is so bad that you're probably gonna die. And she
Yes.
actually says this when they're asking her questions. She basically goes, "I'm gonna die in this place, okay? Like it
Mhm.
doesn't bother me that you came." Or I think they because
Yes.
they're nervous about having
Is
to.
this a bad time or whatever?
Yeah,
And so they tell her that like, oh, we know that your name is on that lease. We found this box there. And what we find out from this woman is that the box was put there on purpose to like hide it, to like keep it from people. It's like their way of burying it essentially. It's just sitting in a storage container in a warehouse that no one ever goes into. It's just kind of there. Like if we put it there, nothing will ever happen to it. But then they broke in and they found it, and she's like upset.
yeah,
Like why would you do that? It wasn't shipped in. We hid it there on purpose is basically what she's
yeah.
saying.
That yeah,
And
which is
she
great.
tells, yes, it is. No, that's really smart because it's like of course, like,
Of
okay,
course, a good
you
person
would.
who
Yes.
accidentally stumbles on this would try
Yes.
something like that.
She tells them that Roland Voight was monstrous and sadistic is the word she used. And she says that this box ended Voight. And now I don't know how to say it. It ended
Voight.
Voight's life. Um, and then Riley reveals that she has it with her. Like,
Yeah.
and then she sort of panics,
She's like, what?
right?
Yeah.
Why would you bring that
Well,
to
she
me?
she
Sort of
looks at it. The
thing.
first thing she says is she goes, "This isn't the first configuration."
Yes,
She's like, what did you do?"
yes. Oh, it should be noted. I don't know if it was clear that after it got the blood of the brother, it changed shape on its own into a different shape. It's a little bit more. I couldn't describe to you what
It's kind of like a
mathematical shape this is.
sun, right? Like it's all.
It's a different shape now. It's not a square.
Yeah.
That's the basic idea. It's like a, I don't know, tetrahedron or something like that. Um, she's like, this isn't the first configuration. That means it's been opened already. And she's like, so you've seen them. So this lady knows about them being the Cenobites,
Yeah.
right? And then he says that Roland Voigt called them angels, but he was fucking
Fucking crazy.
crazy.
So yeah.
And then she starts coughing, and Trevor is here like, we should just go. We should get out of here. We should leave her alone, right? He's trying to leave. And she's like, I need some water. And so Trevor's like, I'll go get it. And so he goes to get some water. And while he's like walking out of the room, and Riley is looking at her, she tries to grab the
The box.
the box
Yeah.
from her. She's like, I'm taking this now. And it's really interesting because both sides make total sense. So she's like, I'm taking this. You don't know what it is. This thing is dangerous. I need to take this. And
Yeah.
meanwhile, Riley's like, no, 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 no. Like, all she knows is that this thing caused her brother to be taken and disappear. And like,
And
I
it's her
need
best
this to,
chance of getting him back.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She doesn't know how it works, but she's like, I can't fucking get rid of this. This is probably the only way I can get my brother back. And so they're fighting over it. And I'm like, this makes sense. And then it stabs her. I think it stabs.
It stabs the woman from Serbia.
Yes, she's like, you don't know what you're doing, and it kind of twists, and then the knife comes out, and it stabs her and gets her blood on it. It's an accident, but we kind of see where this is going.
Yes.
Not in a good way. And then she panics and leaves, leaving this woman like bleeding from the hand, sitting alone in this hospice room. And they're panicking. They're like, what the fuck happened in there? All that sort of thing. Right.
Yeah.
Trevor's like, this was all this, I told you this was a fucking bad idea. You know what I mean? This is all
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's good.
It's all good stuff. The characters are all believable, and they all have goals and wants,
yes,
and they yeah.
And you can understand why she wanted to take it from them, and the woman that is, and you can understand why Riley like can't let that happen. You know, because we sympathize. It's good. It's good. And we can even understand to a degree why Trevor is just like, this is all a bad idea. What the fuck are we doing here? You know?
Yeah. And then I think next is when they wheel the woman from Serbia into the, like into a private room, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah, they wheel her into the private room, and she starts to get a little bit dizzy. And the bell goes, and
Yeah, and the lighting changes, and like the architecture changes, and the Cenobites show up, and they're creepy as fuck. I think we see, as someone mentioned in the chat, asked if
Chatterer.
the Chatterer was here. I believe it's in this scene.
I think he
But
is.
yes,
Yeah,
they're definitely in the movie. The Chatterer is the one whose teeth are always kind of going like
yeah, clackety
chattering
clack.
constantly. Yeah. Oh man, they're so fucking creepy in this movie.
Yeah.
Because I understand the rules of what's happening and why, and well, none, we don't know why yet. It's still mysterious, but because like I understand the stakes and the mechanics, right? It's like they're so much more terrifying, and so they come and they torture and kill her, and it's horrific, and it's
Yeah,
she.
it's
Oh,
really
one
good body
interesting.
horror.
Yeah, one interesting thing right before they kill her is that like they have her captured, and she's right in front of the Cenobite now, and the woman from Serbia says, "I'm sorry," and then they kill her. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. It kind of,
Yeah.
it's one of those ways where it's like a little mysterious and kind of points to some sort of history that we don't get the full version of in terms of her experience with this box before. You know what I mean? She
Yeah.
seems to know this is coming to a degree, but we don't know how, because we saw that she was working for Roland Voigt, and she was helping
Yeah.
lure lonely people at that party to him. Like she was helping procure
Vulnerable people.
victims
Yeah,
for him.
she was picking up the vulnerable people and
Yes,
and
exactly.
sending them into sacrifice. You know.
Yes. So she's complicit to a degree, but she says I'm sorry to the Cenobites right before they kill her, which is interesting. It's
Yeah.
very interesting. Then Riley is looking up everything she can about Roland Voigt online.
Smart.
Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. That's what I would do.
Finds out he's like ultra billionaire guy, mysterious, and that he's been missing, like he disappeared. And she's like, that's fucking weird. And so she associates that with her brother, obviously, right? That he just suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, she's looking at this box, which is in a new kind of star-like configuration now.
That's the star one. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah. She finds out that he has this McMansion that he was living in. Not McMansion, a proper mansion that he's living in, the same one where the party was happening in the very beginning. Riley's telling
Yes.
Trevor about this. She's like Roland Voigt, he's involved in all this fucking crazy sex stuff, like I don't know, money laundering, all sorts of weird shit. They find out. If this is something that's like maybe a little clunky, just in terms of how we accomplish this. But Trevor's like, I called the hospice just to check on that woman, and they said that she disappeared from the infirmary.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
like,
that is a little bit. It's like okay, convenient, but fine. If you need, it needs to.
yeah,
I guess it needs to happen. So
yeah. I'm like, okay, I guess it's not impossible that he would call to check on her. It just doesn't seem like his character
no,
to
not
do so.
really.
But whatever, there are little things like that where it's like, I don't know if that's great. In this article she's reading, she's talking about people in Roland Voigt's sphere who have also gone missing, right? And we assume those are previous
Yeah,
victims.
she brings up four, and of course I think we kind of know that there's probably more than that.
Yes.
And she even mentions like we don't even know as many others as we can imagine. Basically, is what she says. Like there
Hmm.
could be countless others. Uh,
Hmm. Yeah.
yeah,
So she's talking to Trevor about this, and Trevor's like, not sure how to feel about this direction that she's going in now. Uh, and then she gets a call from Colin, which is the name of the boyfriend.
yeah,
And she's like, "Where are you? Like, where are you? Like, we've been looking for you. Like, your brother's missing. Where have you been?" Kind of thing.
hmm,
And she's like, she says something to the effect of, "I found a lead." All right, like,
yeah,
and Colin's like, "We should be we should be doing this shit together. Like, why are you running off? Like, we should be working together to try and find him," which is a good point. You know, I mean, he doesn't
yeah.
know the full breadth of what's going on, but he's like,
Well, it's
he's
his
annoyed.
boyfriend. You know, they
Exactly.
live together. Like
Yeah,
he,
exactly.
yeah. Also, real quick, I want to just respond to the chat question. Is it worth watching the old one before the new one?
You don't need to.
I would say it's not necessary. If you feel like you want to, you should. But if you're anything like us in the way that you value some of these things, the second one is probably just the way to go.
Or the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, or the new
So
one, not the second one.
here's the thing. I definitely think I appreciate this movie. It's hard to say how
Yeah,
this movie would hold up if I knew absolutely nothing about this world
yeah,
or the
yeah. Or
lore or the
if
vibe.
I didn't know the first one, I don't like that. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on it, Anime. If uh, if you watched the new one first without the first one,
Hmm.
I'd be curious to know is if it works as well for you as it did
Yeah.
for us.
It definitely works really well having seen the first one, in my opinion, because you get to look at all the things that it takes from the original and improves on and embellishes and makes more grounded, makes more believable, makes gives more depth to. One of the things that I'm most impressed by that we'll get into is like the plot writing and the mechanics and the character decisions are just so good. I mean, because one of the hardest things I think about supernatural horror is coming up with rules for the villain, right? Because in my opinion, you can't have a good horror movie when the antagonist can do anything they want at any time. It's one of the reasons that the Final Destination movies are so garbage,
Yeah,
right? Because like
there's no.
Death could he could just cause an aneurysm, but he doesn't because he does a little trolling, right? That's the joke. Because he has magical bullshit powers. He's basically omnipotent, and then he just sets up these ridiculous Rube Goldberg machines.
Or does
And
he?
it
Or does he? Because that
or
could
does he?
all just be
Yes, chance.
coincidence.
Yeah, it's. I think the Final Destination movies have like some of the worst stakes in any movie. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. Anyway, what I'm really impressed by with this movie is that these are demons from another dimension, right? But the movie really, this movie anyway, not the original, really goes out of its way to go, okay, there are rules to the magic and how it works. There are limitations. There are things, there's an order, there's a ritual that needs to be fulfilled for them to do anything. The Cenobites have clearer goals in this movie. I'm just really impressed with all that stuff. And I think partly it's impressive because of how bad it is in the first one. That they could take something like that. This is one of the best reboots I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
honestly,
mean,
like,
not that it's a masterpiece. We'll talk about some other problems as they come, but it's one of the most impressive ways of recapturing the stronger aspects of the original that had a lot of problems and improving them to sort of iron out a lot of those kinks.
ha,
Very
ha, ha.
yeah, I see. I see what happened there.
Death left the franchise after the second movie, and the
True.
rest is just people being stupid. There's a twist.
Mhm. So while she's on the phone with Colin, she looks back and Trevor is gone, and so is the box. So is the device. And she runs outside and she's like, "Where are you going?" He's like, "I'm taking this thing. Like, I'm hiding it." And she's like, "What are you doing? I need that." And he's like, "Well, can we at least talk about this?" Which is an interesting line because I thought, like, well, as soon as he said that, in my head, I'm like, "Well, you don't seem to want to talk about it. You just kind of want to run off with it." And she's like, "This is like, how could we talk about it if you're running off with it?" Or something like
Yeah, she
that.
says
And I'm like,
something. Yeah, she's like,
exactly what I would hope someone would say in that situation. She says, "You don't want to talk about it. That's why you took it." It's like, yes, exactly. You
yeah,
know? And she's like, "I thought you believed me." And he's like, I do believe you." And he's like, but he's very flustered by all this. She doesn't feel like she can trust him anymore because he's undermining her.
yeah,
And
and
there's an
he's
interesting thing. I don't want to reveal too much yet, but there's something that's going to happen later that recontextualizes Trevor as a character. And what I really like about the way this is written is that you can believe it both ways. You can believe it the first way based on what you assume is happening with Trevor and what he wants, and then when you realize that he hasn't been all that he seems, it still makes sense. And I'm
yeah,
like, that can be really hard to do, and I think they do a really good job with him. I don't want to reveal too much about it. I've kind of given away that there's a twist with Trevor, but so be it. So she meets up
a little
with
bit.
Colin. Um,
And
and
Nora comes with him.
actually, no, she goes by herself first. I forgot about that. She goes by herself first,
Oh yeah, to
and
the
Colin
mansion,
and
and
Nora are gonna meet her there. And she arrives at the mansion, and unlike the shot we saw in the very beginning of the movie, and in the cold open, I should say, and unlike the shot of the mansion that she saw in the article where she heard about this place, now when she comes to it, there's this giant grid-like gate with this fractal metalwork pattern surrounding the entire thing.
it looks really cool.
It looks cool and strange. It almost looks like scaffolding, but it's not
Yeah,
scaffolding. It's this weird metal cage around, but it doesn't prevent her from going in the front door.
yeah.
It's very
It's like
strange.
bars around all the parts of the house that aren't the front door, basically.
Yes. And then I thought that was strange at first. I'm like, well, it's not going to keep anyone out of the front door. What is the purpose of this? Well, they actually do have a good reason for
Yeah,
why it's
they
designed
do.
like this, but we'll get there. You know, it's another one of those things where I thought I discovered a problem, and as the movie goes on, I'm like, oh, that's actually not a problem. Interesting. So she walks around. She's trying to find a way because the front doors are locked. She finds a way to sneak into like a basement
Like a
kitchen
basement,
sort of.
yeah, single pane basement window.
Yes, and she walks in, she comes to the big museum-like vaulted ceiling room with a skylight where the guy died in the opening.
Yes.
She's walking around, there's, like, cobwebs now, there's, like, covers over things, and she finds a panel full of switches, some of them turn lights on. I'm getting a little nervous, like, "Please don't touch random buttons in this
Yeah.
place." But, it doesn't immediately kill her, that's good. And what she notices is that it moves the, like, grid-like metalwork along the outside, and then it closes certain metal doors inside the place itself. I'm like, "Huh, that's interesting."
Yeah.
Not really sure what that is, kinda ominous, like it's a cage of some sort. She
Yeah. Cage.
finds an office study that's full of, like, weird scribblings and drawings that Voight did.
Yeah, yeah, and this is where we find the configurations for the box that he had done
Yes.
all his research on, and so we get all
Yeah.
the names
Yep.
of the configurations and his theories about what they mean, and
Yes.
they have the gifts that they can give, or like the things next to it. There's a bunch of
Yes.
interesting names for them and different descriptions, and then the last one, which we saw at the beginning when it's kind of two like a two-tipped pyramid.
Hmm.
Uh, that one is called is it Leviathan?
Leviathan.
And
Yeah.
it says that it promises an audience with God, which is
Yes.
in quotes, which is Voight's term for it.
Yes. So yeah, to be clear, she finds among other things a notebook full of all the writing he's done about what he thinks this thing is and how it works, right? Uh, because as we saw in so now that we see that there are 5 configurations, the first one is the box, the second one is a weird sort of trapezoid thing. We've seen that already. We saw this. I think she has the star currently, right? So
Yeah,
there are
I
three
mean I can pull them
more
up.
six total. There are 3 more configurations. So clearly, because we saw in the original that the guy was on the final configuration, and when he killed that guy at the party, and he's looking up to the heavens, and he's like, we can see that he's like calling forth some spirit. That this guy has gone through the cycle of these configurations already. We don't know what happened to him as a result. He disappeared. We don't know where he is, but
There
we
are
know
sorry,
that there are more stages past where Riley is currently in whatever this thing is. And so they have different names. So the first one's called Lament,
it's
and then
lament,
Lore,
which is life, lore,
which is
knowledge,
knowledge,
law,
Laud,
laud,
Lauderant.
lauderant, which is
I,
love.
I don't know what Lauderant means. What does that mean?
I have no
Do you
clue.
know?
I've never
Oh,
heard that word before in my life.
okay.
Liminal,
Uh,
I've also never heard. Liminal.
liminal
Lazarus.
means like on the edge of things. You never heard like liminal spaces and
No,
like
never heard
weird
that.
uncanny photography?
I don't think
Lazarus and Leviathan. So
yeah,
what this sort of implies and what he has written in his notes, because he's done a
thank you,
lot of
Dragon.
research and thinking about this, is that each of the configurations presents a gift that you can get from these weird spirit demon things. So life, knowledge, love, sensation, resurrection, and what's the one for Leviathan? Is it an audience with it's
He puts
some
it down as an audience with God, but power
yeah,
is the
power. That's it, right? And so she's looking at all this, and we see the resurrection one, and any astute viewer is like, "Oh, it might be possible to resurrect her brother.
right, yeah.
Interesting."
So now
But it would have she'd have to make more sacrifices to get there. It's like, oh, interesting. That's interesting because she's not going to want to do that because unlike the people in the first movie, she's a good person. But like I don't know, I just find that really interesting, kind of a subtle way to set up
yeah,
that it's something.
that's a really solid way of just because as soon as you see that you're like, okay, so she's gonna try to use it to she could use it to try to bring her brother back.
Yes.
So
And
yeah,
so
there would
now she has a more refined goal. Before, I mean, it's not been made explicit yet, but before it's just like, this box has got to be somehow the key to finding him. And then she finds from this weird, crazy man who disappeared that, like, oh, these boxes, that there are gifts and that it might be possible to resurrect her brother. Interesting. But they require sacrifices.
yeah
Then she hears a spooky noise and she, oh, okay. She hears a spooky noise and she goes down to the basement and she sees a hallucination of her brother, but it turns out to like not be him. It's the demons kind of thing.
yeah it's the
So once
Cenobites.
again, they can't harm her yet, but they're kind of haunting and tormenting her. Is the
Yeah.
basic idea,
Well,
right?
their goal is to get the sacrifices, and so they
Yes.
are doing everything they can to
Get her to either sacrifice herself or sacrifice other people in her stead,
yes.
which is interesting. I like it when they have goals
Yeah,
and
me too.
things. Yes, and so then her friends have shown up now. They're here to meet her at this place and to look and see what they can find. But she showed up first, right? So her friends are here now, and there's this weird, spooky sex dungeon with like whips and chains and all sorts of fun things of that sort because this guy was clearly into some kinky shit. You know,
You know.
classic Clive Barker stuff. Um, they're like, "What is going on?" And she's like, "I'm here for a reason." You know, like she's trying to explain to Colin. Yeah, she's trying to explain why she's here because it sounds a little crazy. She doesn't know for sure what this whole box thing is, but she thinks there might be a key to bringing him back here, right? And so
Yeah.
they're kind of looking around the place. Trevor's he doesn't know what to do, so he's like, "Oh, let's see if this place has a bar." And so he finds a bar, and he's like, "Jackpot!" And he's gonna pour some drinks. He's like, "You want one?" And Nora goes like, "We try not to drink in front of Riley."
Yeah,
And I'm like,
so they're
"Ooh,
all hanging out at the mansion
yes."
now. Trevor is like he's pulling out the drinks. They're all acting, appropriately uncomfortable with him being around.
Hmm. Yeah,
And yeah, so he pours some alcohol, and Nora goes, we try not to drink in front of Riley." And
yeah. Oh,
he
that's a nice little
immediately,
moment.
it's a great moment, and he immediately is shamed by this, and then he goes,
Mhm.
"Well, I guess I'm just gonna go over to the bathroom then," and he walks away, right?
But he brings the bottle with him
Yeah.
to go like drink alone in the bathroom. It's like, oh,
Yes. Well, and Nora kind of just gives him like the look, like, "Yeah, of course you're doing that," because of course he
mhm.
is. He was, he's maybe a
He's
bad
yeah,
influence on Riley.
yes. And while he's in the bathroom drinking or whatever he's doing in there, jerking off, who knows? Nora is like also randomly flipping switches to like turn lights on and stuff, and one of them starts playing loud music over the stereo. One of them like opens a door, a secret passageway in a wall.
When it's funny because she like just switches the loud music on and then immediately switches it off and goes sorry, and you just hear her like shout across the empty. It's just
Yes.
funny. It's a funny little moment of
Yeah,
levity
yeah.
there.
And one of them opens up the thing in the wall, and she's like, "What the fuck is that?"
The whole
Meanwhile,
Scooby Doo
down
door down in the
in
wall.
the or back in the study where all his writings were, Riley is trying to explain to Colin that this thing has different configurations. There are three left, and that one of the gifts associated with it could be resurrection. That it says that whoever possesses the final configuration is granted a passage to another realm where they can have an audience with God, right? And he's looking at her like, I'm sorry, what? I thought you didn't believe in God. What is all this? You know,
Yeah.
which is another like, because you would say that, especially if you know Riley, she's an atheist or whatever. Like, oh, suddenly you believe in supernatural shit. But like, she's seen things that he hasn't. So when she is like, oh, well, clearly something supernatural is happening here, he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He hasn't seen any of this stuff yet. He
Yeah.
hasn't, you know. And so I don't know. It just I don't know. It's
No, it
good.
makes sense. It's good.
Yes.
It's characters who aren't like immediately
Hmm.
clued in on what the plot is, what's happening in the plot
Yeah.
because they have no story motivational reason to be. So
Hmm.
the word that we were, the laudorant, what word that we were asking about, by the way, apparently derives from laudo in Latin for praise or honor. So the stretch is maybe someone who praises and honors another is what Semantic Dragon
Hmm.
suggested, which is interesting. I guess it doesn't. That is kind of a stretch. It seems like they were looking for a fun, ominous word to use.
Yeah. They wanted L words too because they like the alliteration, and that's fine. We'll give it to him.
Yeah.
Riley's like, don't you see? Well, if I'm granted an audience with God, I could. And he's like, I actually, what are you saying? And she's like, what if I could bring Matt back? And the performances are really good in this movie because Colin is just like, okay, yeah, okay, let's close this book and let's get out of here. He's like,
Yeah.
he's trying to be nice, but he's like, I think maybe you're going a little crazy, but he's not antagonistic about it. He's like, okay, how do we deal with this? All right, let's get you out of here. I don't think we should be here. She's like, I want to bring him back. And Colin's like, this is a lot, Riley. Like this is a lot to throw on us, essentially. Nora goes into the passageway in the wall just to like, what the fuck is this? She looks in and the door closes behind her, and now she's stuck, right?
Yeah.
Um, but she's like, please help, please. And Trevor's back from the bathroom, and he's like, And she's like, "Oh, please, the switches on the thing. I don't remember which one it was. Please press those. Please get me out of here." And I like the
Yes.
design of this house, by the way. There's a lot of Art Deco shit.
Yeah, it
Pretty
looked
cool.
really good. The sets were really well done, I thought.
Mhm.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah. Um,
So she's inside the wall, and the box is inside the wall as well, right? How did the box get inside the wall again?
wait, she doesn't. She's I don't think the box is inside the wall.
How does the guy get the box? Because he's about to. While she's in there is when he's about to stab her.
No. She sees a mysterious man at the end of the hallway in the inside the wall,
Oh,
right?
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. She sees a weird mysterious figure in the hallway. She's screaming, trying to get out. They finally get her out, and she's like, "What the fuck was that? Like, what happened?"
Right. Okay.
And
Right. Right. Yeah. Some really creepy thing comes out of the hall and starts like climbing towards her, like, pulling
mhm,
itself towards her on the sides of it with his hands. It's really,
yeah.
really weird looking. And yeah, yeah. Okay, I remember that now. And then
Yeah,
she
and
gets
then I
out.
think when she stumbles out of the room, I think she accidentally, like, cuts her hand or something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly how
No,
Nora
she
gets.
gets stabbed in the back.
Oh, right, because she stumbles backwards out of the room and he's holding the thing, right?
Uh,
No, sorry. I'm remembering now. So, at some point, a mysterious man in the wall, who will come to find out who this is later, don't you worry. A mysterious man in the wall has stolen the box, from, the characters had just, like, let it sitting
yeah,
on a table
it
or
was just
something.
on a table. And
Yeah,
somebody came out and grabbed it, and he
yeah.
solved a puzzle.
Yes, and he comes and he, like, is in the wall with Nora and it stabs her in the back and then runs away. And she's like, "What the fuck was that?" And she comes out and they're like, "I'm a serious man in the wall. Like, we should get the fuck out of here. What was that?" And then as they're driving away in the van, the like the architecture of the van elongates. It's like
Yeah,
really long, such that Nora's in the back,
and
like,
she's
and they're trying to
watching
get her to a hospital, and then she looks up and they're like all her friends are like way far away from her now.
20 feet away from her. Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's expanding and it's making the same noise, and the set.
Mhm.
It's great. And then in the she's taken by the Cenobites into their dimension, and
Mhm.
then this is where we get our first taste of the new Pinhead, the
Yes.
priest, and this Pinhead comes up and like one of the best body horror scenes in the movie, a very uncomfortable thing. She gets hooked and contorted into these weird positions by the hooks, and
Mhm.
she's asking them what they are, and they're explaining they're doing the explorers in the nether regions of deep space perception and
Oh
sensation.
god. Yeah.
It's a great. It's really I love the voice of the new actor playing this Pinhead. I thought it
Mhm.
was really well done. It was nice and
Yeah.
there was a lot of gravitas. Really held to I think what made I felt it was like I was like yeah no that's pretty imposing. And then
Yeah.
she does some very brutal shit with the pins and the needles.
Hold on. We'll get to that in just a second because they have her they have Nora chained up and Nora is panicking and she starts reciting the Our Father, right? She's like panicking, saying the Our Father to herself. And we get an interesting little taste, though I don't think we really get in terms of in the original of what the Cenobites believe, in terms of like
Yeah.
their belief system. And she gets this moment where the new Pinhead, the priest, says something like, "Oh, why are you praying to God? Do you think you'll go to heaven or something like that? Like, what do you?" She's I don't remember the exact line, but it's something about how like what is heaven? Like one long sustained joyful note, like no change, nothing,
Yeah,
like
there's
just
no music in that. And
yeah,
then
there's no music in that. And I'm like, that's really interesting. So she's like, you don't want that. Like, we can provide a sort of eternity of experience with like dynamism to it. You know what I mean? Like, but
yeah,
this is better. You don't actually want heaven or what your sort of cheap, stupid idea of heaven. And then she takes a pin out of her own head and like
uses it.
jabs it into like the windpipe of Nora as she's screaming, and we get this shot inside her throat as the pin's going through it. It's like a macro shot. Oh, it's so
It's
fucking
it's really good.
yes.
It's it looks great. It's so uncomfortable and
It's very uncomfortable, and
and
she's,
it
like,
goes on
twisting it and
forever
moving
and
it,
yeah,
and it's going on like and she's, like, gurgling, and she can't, like, quite scream anymore because she just stabbed through her windpipe. Um, all that's happening in a sort of, like, extended liminal space that's not exactly obeying the laws of physics. Um, Riley looks back from the front seat of the car and kinda sees that giant
she
weird
sees it
face.
in no. There's a really good shot. She looks into the rearview mirror and she
Mhm.
sees it in the rearview mirror, and that's a
Yeah.
really cool shot.
And it's
Uh,
interesting because she can see it even though the others can't because she opened the box, and so she can see these things even though the others can't. I'm like,
yes,
"That's another interesting detail." And so she's like, she's freaking out. She tries to stop the car, but Nora is gone, and she appears to
yeah.
be
Oh,
deado.
and the way that it happens too is she does she say the "we have such sights to show you" line there before she rips her back off with the
Oh,
chains.
she might.
I think she does because I can't remember if she does it. She says something, but then the ripping off of Nora's
Oh, we get
back.
like
Oh
if you like the Chatterer, you'll like we get these really gross close-up shots of the Chatterer. No, they don't say
yes,
anything there. They just like rip her back off. Oh, it looks so brutal,
it
dude.
really yeah it really does look
Like
good.
some of the visual effects in the original do look pretty good. Like, don't get me
Yeah, no,
wrong, but
I do
but
like
in
the
the
makeup on
original,
Frank.
there are parts where like the hooks go through the flesh that just looks obviously fake. And whether it's a mix of CGI and other things, some of the really disturbing deaths feel so much more visceral in this. You know, sometimes it's not clear like what mixture of effects they're using, but it's very effective. It's very uncomfortable. It's horrifying.
Yeah,
Nora's death is particularly brutal, and the panicking of Riley trying to stop whatever's happening to Nora from happening. They crash the car,
yes,
right? So the car is defunct now, and they're like, "What the fuck do we do?" They're panicking, they're yelling at each other, and she's like, "Well, we need to go back to the house to get the car. That's where Riley's car is. We can't walk from here. This house is in the middle of middle of nowhere, you know."
yeah.
So they okay, and so this then we get to a sequence which is my least favorite in the movie. I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's definitely like the sequence I have
Oh
the
yeah,
most
yeah, yeah.
problems with.
Yes, because they try
So,
to walk. She crashes the van and she takes the box and walks over to a
a
bridge
bridge over a creek,
over
yeah.
yeah, and she goes to throw the box away, and Pinhead arrives
Mhm.
and basically says, "Wait, no, we only two more sacrifices. Basically, you're so close.
Yeah.
Why don't you just finish it off?" And
Yes.
Riley says, "I'm not going to do that." Basically,
Mhm.
and
I'm not gonna sacrifice other people. I'm not gonna sacrifice myself. I won't do it.
yeah,
And
and
so it's like,
so
okay, that makes a lot of sense, but how do you write yourselves out of that? Because they can't harm her. So what do you do? Well,
what
let
they decided to do is that
it's a little cheap. So what they do is Pinhead kind of makes some sort of gesture, and the box like kind of closes, and the thing juts out and stabs Riley.
so yeah,
So
they cheated.
they cheated, so now she's bleeding. Now the thing has gotten her. And then Pinhead says to her, like, look, you're in this too now. We'll still accept other sacrifices instead of you. But like you, like you don't have a choice now. It's either you or other people. Make the choice. And so they want to force this moral choice with her, but they don't quite have the
They
power
don't really
to
yeah
force it. And so the writers cheat a little bit, and
yeah
it's my least favorite part of the movie because they were doing so well. They were doing so well,
well
and
because
so all that
they don't
really,
really it's difficult to find a way to get because the
yes,
rational idea is just like okay but like I don't have to play the game. And so
yes.
it's just like, how do you write her into having to play it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to do this.
Well, here's the thing. What the original does essentially is that like Julia has no real problem with just killing other people to bring this guy back, you know, because she's just a terrible person. And clearly, the writers of this movie are like, well, we don't want our main character to be horrible,
Yeah.
so I don't think we want her to willingly sacrifice her friends to bring her brother back. I don't know if we want to do that with this character, and I'm glad they didn't because it doesn't fit the character as
No.
we've established her. So she wouldn't do that, and I don't think she would. Well, she can't kill herself because you'd have to kill a couple more people. If
Yeah.
she died, then she wouldn't be able to get the audience with God and whatever, and get her brother back. So it's like she's not going to kill other people to get her brother back. It's like, so what do we do? I feel like if Clive Barker were writing this one, he would just have her kill other people, and we'd go, oh well, she did it to save her brother, who she clearly loves more. And it's like, yeah, but that makes her terrible. But
It
in
makes her
this,
kind of a shitty person a little
so she
bit. Yeah.
doesn't do that, and the writer's like, oh fuck, what do we do? We need to lock her in, right? So she has to keep going, because what she could do at this point is go, no, fuck this game, I don't need to see my brother bad that badly, I'm not willing to kill for it, the end. And so they're like, okay, well now we're just gonna stab you with the thing. And so well, now you're in it. And it forces her to play the game. They don't immediately take her, even though she's been stabbed, because they're really trying to force this choice on her, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're desperate to do, which makes some sense as character motivations. They want to see what she'll do, right?
Yeah.
This is
They're
there's
trying to push her to her limit. Is
Yeah,
sort
there's
of
much
the
more of a morality play going on in this one than there is in the other one, where we're trying to test people and the extremes of what they're willing to do and how they value people and themselves, and choices they'll make when they're forced with them. And so the writers cheat, where now she's been stabbed by the thing, and so now if she doesn't sacrifice other people, they'll get her instead, because they need the blood. They
yeah.
need, I'm
They
like,
need the
fuck,
side. Yeah.
that's come on, guys. Come on. Why would you do that? Ah,
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty clunky. It's pretty.
yeah.
It comes out of left field, and it feels very.
Yeah.
It's the one that feels the most convenient, I would say, of all the
Yes.
plot motivation in the film.
Yes. And, and they make it pretty clear that two more people and you'll get your brother back. That's what they say. It's clear. We know that's what you want. Two more people and you'll get your brother back. You might have been able to write this in a way where she doesn't try to destroy it, but it just makes so much logical sense that she would just try to throw this thing away and be done with it, right?
Yeah,
So like
I mean, it's the first question that everybody's gonna ask. It's just like, well, why don't you just get rid of it?
yeah,
And
why
so,
don't you
yeah,
just let your brother go? And it's like, we don't wanna do that yet. So she's locked in. And it's like, well, what's especially because you could contrive a scenario where she accidentally gets stabbed by it, right?
yeah,
You could, but then you might wonder why it doesn't kill her immediately. So what they do instead is like, when they couldn't harm her before, suddenly they can force her hand to be stabbed by the thing, which kind of defeats the purpose. I
yeah,
think I think that's the worst scene in the whole movie. It allows for really good stuff to happen afterwards, but
yeah. But
it's a
it is a
cheap shortcut.
pretty
Yes.
big blemish.
Yeah, and that if that scene wasn't there and we found a better way of doing this, it would raise the movie in my eyes by at least like a full point out of 10. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Maybe more. Um so that happens, and uh, she explains to her friends what they said to her, which is great. I like that she's telling the people around her what's going on.
yeah.
Unlike Kirsty in the first one, where she's like I
Nothing,
saw something weird. And it's like, what was it? Oh,
nothing.
nothing. It's like, shut up. And she's like, I'm not. She says to her friends, I'm not going to offer you up. And then they hear a weird noise, and then this is less. I don't like this either, but it's not as bad as the other one. Suddenly, her friends can also see
Oh,
the
they can. Yeah,
Cenobites.
now they can see the Cenobites. Yeah, yeah.
Now they can see the Cenobites, and we see the Chatterer guy, and it's like approaching them. Like
Yeah, and it's creepy.
it's creepy, and it's trying to get them, and it's again, they're trying to force this choice. It's like, all right, Riley, we're gonna come get you unless you sacrifice someone else. Here we come, you know, which it makes sense as a motivation for them, because this is what they're here to do. But the fact that they can see it would be more effective And it wouldn't change a whole lot as if they couldn't see the Cenobites, but she can,
Yeah,
you know? I don't know why they did it so they can see him all of a sudden. Um,
maybe because they couldn't think of a. I mean, if they're invisible to those other characters, it becomes a lot more difficult for the other characters to escape.
yes.
So that's probably why. Is just like we don't want to actually, because as we'll learn, they don't want to actually kill these characters yet.
No, they
Uh,
wanted to force her to kill them or
or
offer her
yeah, or offer
yeah,
herself up, or find
someone else. Yeah.
find something else. And so the Chatterer chases
Yeah,
them.
we get the a spooky kind of chase action scene where they're trying to avoid being killed by this thing. And then we get an interesting thing. I think this was a really interesting writing choice where like the Chatterer is trying to kill her and she takes the knife from the box and stabs the Chatterer with it. And it's like, huh.
Is
You
that
know what?
gonna?
It just feels like the writers asked all the appropriate questions in the writers' room. Like, well, what would happen if they stabbed the Cenobites? It's like
Yeah,
that's a good
that
question.
is a good question.
I think a lazier movie or a worse movie would just not even address that, or the writer might not even think it as a question. But it's like, well, what happens if she stabs one of the Cenobites?
Yeah, so basically, how she stabs it is it chases her and it's her boyfriend, right? And they go through a
Yes,
gate, and it kind of pins them against a wall behind the gate, and it's coming after them, and they're holding on to it. It bites her boyfriend's arm, which is
yes,
fucking gross and
yeah, it's
really good.
gnarly. And
Um,
so but she manages to I mean, it's not an easy weapon to wield, so it's not like it's super easy for her to do, but the box is like a very tiny, like, knife. I mean, it's sharper, but it's about the size you might find on, like, a utility knife with a bunch of different tools on it, like a
yeah,
Swiss Army knife. It's not long as a blade, and it's attached to this weird box that's hard to hold, so it's not super easy for her to do, which is nice, but she does manage to stab the Chatterer with the blade, and then it's like, "Oh, shit, what happens?" And it immediately stops chasing them and it kind of backs up and kind of does this weird pose where it's like accepting its fate with grace. And then we cut to Pinhead and then we cut back and chains have come and they attach themselves to the chatter and they rip it apart and destroy it. So it's like, oh, the Cenobites count
they
in
play
terms
they
of
play by their own rules.
yeah.
It's an interesting choice. I can't say it's my favorite one, honestly. It's
No. Um I like the ingenuity on the part of the character to think about it and try it.
yeah.
Um, and I well, I guess
I
it's not my favorite choice. I like that she tried it. I like that she had the thought. And I guess the one thing I like about the fact that it works is I don't know that like they have this weird honor system.
Yeah,
Like I don't know, like
it kind of does a step back and like acts like this is something that it wants in a way.
or that it accepts.
That yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
because you would think that if this is their their kink is an eternity of pain and pleasure and suffering all
Mhm.
mixed together into one, that like
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense that he would be
Yes.
accepting. He'd be like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's my turn, and like you would step back
Yeah.
and you know he's a switch.
Yeah.
As they say. But
So, it's not the best thing ever, but I'm okay with it.
yeah,
I'll accept it. What I like about it is that, like, it's not gonna be easy to kill these things. You know what I mean? Generally speaking,
yeah,
like, these horrible, horrific demon monsters, it's not like, "Oh, we have a shortcut where now we can just stab them and boom, we're done. Now I can have my brother back." It's like these things they're not animals, but they're these otherworldly beings. They're not going to be super easy to just stab with this tiny little blade. So at least there's some challenge in there and some risk. Like it could fucking get you
yeah.
if you tried it. Um, but it does feel
It does
there's
feel
a little cheap, a
yeah,
little cheap.
a little cheap.
I don't know how better you would do that, right? Because okay, so you want your character to be like, well, what happens if I do stab him? Do you just have it so that it doesn't work at all? Is that what you do?
Well, my first thought would be to maybe not back them into a corner before they try
Yeah.
it, because that
Yeah.
because then you only have one, especially before the third act has really begun or as it's
Yeah.
beginning.
Hmm.
Because then we kind of like, you're kind of stuck, because if you want the answer to be that it doesn't work, well,
You
then
don't have a way
you don't have
out.
a way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So
I think it would be more interesting if the first time she did it and tried it and it involved more risk. Like, I mean, we're in a risky situation regardless, but she had to put herself in a vulnerable position to try it.
yeah,
It would feel more earned, right? Even if it's like, oh, okay, I guess that works, but like she really went out there to try it. That would improve it, I think.
yeah,
Because like you said, as it is, it's like, well, either you do it and it works, like, you're trapped, you don't have any other options, and that doesn't
yeah.
feel quite as strong. Anyway,
In a way,
so
I
right.
kind of like it as a. The thing that I like about it is that it kind of, so Pinhead cheats to get Riley in the game, basically.
Yes.
So Riley kind of cheats back.
Yeah. You know
So
what?
it's like,
Actually, I think
okay, yeah,
yeah.
I
There's a little
guess,
bit of that. Like, oh, okay, what are the rules exactly? Let's play with the rules a little bit. That's interesting. And so then their plan from then on is going to be like, oh, well, for the last few people, if we can manage to get the Cenobites, that would be good, but that's going to be hard. So they have to devise a plan on how to do that.
yeah,
And they do a good job. I think there are three things in a row that I think are the weakest in the movie.
yeah.
It's Pinhead cheating to get Riley's blood in the game.
It's
And
Riley
then the
cheating
fact,
to use the Cenobite as the
yes,
sacrifice instead. Yeah,
and the
and
fact that they can see the Cenobites now because it just
yeah,
makes things easier. There's like three cheats in a row, and I remember being like, "Oh no, we were doing so good," but legitimately, what comes after is like pretty strong. It just is built on that, and so
yeah,
it's like, okay, I will accept it.
yeah.
So moving on, they destroy the Chatterer. They rip him into a million pieces. So that's kind of fun to see.
It is a pretty fun effect.
It turns the box turns into the next configuration as it would, and
They get back to the mansion, and this is where they figure out that the cage around it is designed to make sure the Cenobites can't get in. It's kind of like I guess it's a particular arrangement of
it's magical. It's a
yeah,
magical barrier
it's,
that Voight has designed to keep them out, which is interesting. So they come back into the mansion, they close the gates, and I mean Riley got in with the gates being open, so they don't know for sure that it'll keep them out, but it'll certainly help, right? Because
yeah,
it'll reduce the number of ways they can get in. But then all the Cenobites just stop and like stare. They don't progress any further. It's like, oh, and this appears to be some sort of magical gate that the barrier that they can't get through. And what I like about that is the way it's designed with a weird sort of fractally pattern to it. It feels like it's in keeping with their aesthetic, so that Voight designed this thing
yeah,
somehow, knowing all he knows about the
yeah,
rules and lore and whatever weird religion thing that's going on here. So I'm like, okay. And that's interesting because I don't know, I like putting limitations on these beings because otherwise it's like, why don't they just shoot chains at them right now? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, and so it's like, oh, they've managed to get back here and they're protected at least by this barrier. I'm like, cool. That's good. I like that. Meanwhile, Trevor is, yeah, he's bleeding a lot because he got bit by the Chatterer, which is not something you want to happen. They put him down on the couch, and uh, oh, we get a nice little scene where they
oh yeah, they
find,
got oh yeah, because he's bleeding really bad from the bite on his arm, and they're
yeah,
talking about you like, oh my god, oh, we gotta do something to stop the bleeding, and the first thing I said was tourniquet it, and they immediately just go, take off your belt, or like take off your
yeah,
shoe, or
yeah.
so, and they
Mhm.
tourniquet it, and I was just like, yeah,
People
s-
making logical
yeah,
decisions. It's good.
smart characters. We're back
Yeah,
to smart characters.
and not to go back to it, but the fact that she tries to stab the Cenobite with the thing, it's like, yeah, wouldn't you try that?
Yeah,
Like, it's a really good moment for her character in terms of like her being intelligent and thinking clearly about what might work and trying things, and so like yeah, there are aspects of it that work. Anyway, so they tourniquet his arm. They she sees some pills just kind of in a
Yeah.
bottle on the counter, and she looks at them, and then she hands them to Colin and says, "You should hold on to these in case he needs them later." I'm like, "Ah, that's interesting."
That's
Because she's
nice.
like,
Some
"You hold
development.
on to these. I shouldn't be holding on to these. He might need them later, but I don't you should keep them away from me also." I'm like, "Okay, that's good. I like that." And so Trevor is kind of like passed out, sitting on the couch.
And they
And
hatch a plan to.
yes,
Oh, they hatch a plan to trap a Cenobite in the house and attempt to stab it to get it as like because now that they realize that the Cenobites can be stabbed, they're like, oh, we gotta do it.
yes.
So in as they are attempting to hatch this plan, this is I think when we get review because they leave Trevor to rest alone in that room, and that's when the man in the walls comes out and reveals himself as Voight, the mysterious billionaire who disappeared. He's been hiding in the walls of his mansion, and he's
Or like
got
a secret passageway, not
yeah,
literally in the walls, but yeah.
no, literally in the walls. It's a callback to the rats from the first movie.
There's a boy in the walls. You ever seen
Um,
that? The
no,
Red Letter Media thing
oh
where
yeah,
he's like pitching the bad horror movie. It's
yeah.
like, you know what, Jay, let's spice this film series up. Old lady in the wall. What? Anyway,
Yes.
I like
Yes.
that video a
So
lot.
he's in the walls, and he's got this weird, it's almost like a weaving kind of contraption, just stuck through the middle
His
of his
chest.
body, his chest, and out his back, and it's
Yes.
really gross and gruesome, and it's like then it makes this really screechy grinding noise when it activates, and it starts pulling nerve endings through, and he
Oh god, it's
oh
so
it's
fucked up. And so Roland, Mr. Voight, he shows up. He's got that weird device that's like pulling and pushing his nerve endings around this weird spindly thing. My first thought is I don't know why this guy isn't dead, but then I remembered that this is a weird magical bullshit sort of not bullshit, but this is a weird magical world. So I'm like, I guess he's still alive. All right. Sure. But he's got this weird device that's like pulling on his nerve endings and like in extreme agony, and he shows up and it's like, "Oh my god, he is Trevor. Oh my god." But then you realize
he's been working with Trevor the whole
he's been
time.
working with Trevor the whole time. Twist. And Voight's like, this wasn't supposed to go like this. It's supposed to be. He's like, what happened? He's like, I'm sorry. There've been some like kinks in the plan. And you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah,
He
he goes she
has
was
been
a
working.
mark, she was a mark, and it just happened this way,
Yes,
and it makes a lot of sense. Everything falls into place with Trevor's character,
it's
literally.
a pretty good twist. I like it. I think it, like I said before, I think it makes sense both ways. It makes sense on the first watch through where he's just kind of a troubled guy dealing with his own problems, and he's not quite in agreement with Riley about how to go about this, and he thinks they should just get rid of this thing, yada yada. That angle works. But when you realize that he's kind of trying to manipulate things to get them here the whole time, it still works. I'm like, oh fuck, that's cool. I like that. So, I mean, you'll remember that it was his idea to get this thing in the first place. It was his idea to
Yes.
be like, so they get this thing out of the safe, and he pretends like he doesn't know what it was. And when you go back and watch those early scenes with him, it really works in terms of his
Yeah.
performance. That you can tell that he's a good actor, but not an amazing actor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's a really subtle, fine line that he walks. I think is actually pretty impressive. That you can watch it on a rewatch and can tell his character is performing,
Yeah.
but
He is
it's
pretty good.
not so obvious that you can tell the first time around, and you wonder why a character doesn't think they're suspicious. Like fucking what's his name, Larry in the first one.
Yeah.
where they're deceiving, like, "Oh, that's your dad. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. It's Frank," but it's so obvious based on his behavior. This
Yeah,
is like, oh, because he's manipulating the situation to get her to open it. Because as we'll see, what
exactly. Yeah,
Voight wants is for her to open the box and to get some people killed, and then eventually for the box to find his way back to him such that he can reap the rewards of the final configuration.
yeah, because
Because he wants another audience with God.
he wants another audience with Leviathan in order to get the harp weaver contraption out of his body.
Yeah. Yes.
He wants this gone. He has decided that it actually isn't the kind of gift that he expected them to give him.
Yes.
And
So to be clear, I don't know if it said right away in this scene or a scene or two later, but we'll talk about it now. So the device that he has on that like intermittently like pulls on his nerve endings to make him feel like extreme pain and anguish and all that stuff is the gift he got from the first audience with God in the very beginning of the movie. So he
yeah, I think
asked for,
that said very soon.
if not
Like,
right
yeah.
now. Yeah.
No, I think
So
it's after he stabs another person.
okay. Well, let's just talk about it now because I already started.
Yeah.
he from the very beginning of the movie, he got the audience with God, and he chose the oh god, which
Sensation. He chose the sensation one.
sensation? I forget the L word for that.
Uh,
Liminal, maybe? Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, liminal.
he chose sensation, thinking it was gonna be like pleasure and pain intertwined as it is. You know what? Actually, we'll get to that line because he's got some really good dialogue when it comes to that sort of thing. But he wants another audience with God to get this thing removed because he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
And
So
so
Riley
we
and Colin then basically are performing in on their plan. They're trying to catch a Cenobite. Uh,
yes,
so what she's gonna do is walk out and try to lure one of them in, basically by just like dangling herself as bait and then trying to run faster than it, which I didn't think was a great plan. Though this is one of the choices that I was just like, I feel like there's probably a better way to do this, right? Because like if
it's yeah. It's not the best plan. Except for the fact that the Cenobites really want her to sacrifice other people more than they want her.
yeah,
They're testing her. There's a weird sort of morality test going on with her
yeah. So
because
I can forgive it. It's just
yeah, it's not the greatest plan ever because hypothetically, because she's got skin in the game now, if she just walks outside, they just go boom, chains, you're dead.
yeah,
But they don't want that because they're trying to get her to the point where she's willing to kill to get what she wants.
yeah.
That's what they're aiming for. So when she opens the gate and dangles herself as bait and gets one of the Cenobites, I don't remember which one,
It's
except
the
that it's
one that
very
I
fucking
fucking
creepy.
hated. The one that was like real that really got under my skin. It was the one. I think they call it. I'm on. It was the one with the skin over its face. That like it
Yeah,
was
it's
like.
pulled. It's like the skin on
Uh
his chest has been like cut off of his chest so that like he can flip back over his head like a weird mask.
And the
It's
Weeper is in this scene too. The one that you really found
oh
off-putting,
fuck that.
because this is the
Oh
one where
fuck that one.
this is the one where
Yeah.
it's like it's making those noises, and then it like opens up its hands and they split open, and it's
The
oh god,
Weeper is the one that's like rocking its head really fast back and forth in a way that like a human being can't. And it's like constantly looks like it's crying. And
yeah,
I'm like, oh fuck. It moves like it's stop motion. Like it's not, or maybe it's assisted by stop motion somehow. But
yeah.
fuck
Then
that one. You know, like,
the Asphyx is the one that I was really
oh, the asphyx, like it's
the
being
Asphyx. Yeah,
asphyxiated. Yeah.
the Asphyx.
They have some interesting names for them. So, if you like the Cenobites, I think this is way better than the original in that like
On that boat.
it gets you what you want. Like like it gives you way more Cenobites. I'm sure there are Cenobites in some of the sequels. to the originals. I'm positive of that.
There's got
But
to be, yeah. I mean,
yeah, but they're really fucking creepy and unnerving, and I think there's one in the movie for every person
yeah.
to, like, fixate on exactly what they hate about, I don't know, some weird thing where, like, you can't see his face, and that's terrifying. It's like,
I don't like
it's
the
has
the. I can just when I see the design of the asphyx, I can feel the pressure on my face of like somebody just.
the suffocation,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can just
If you're
feel
afraid
that.
of being suffocated, that one's gonna get to you. If the one that's constantly chattering its teeth, like, I don't know, that'll get to someone. The one that's, like, moving his head in a really erratic stop motion-y sort of way, I'm like, "Fuck, I don't like that at all." The one with the raspy voice, um, like, each one has its own little sort of thing that it's sort of playing with in
Yeah,
terms of what's scary about it, and I really like that.
and they've all got
Um,
such interesting and unique designs, and they're
yes.
really like the flayed stuff is really executed on here. The
Mhm.
it's it looks really nice.
So she goes outside and she lures one of them back in, and it's the one I really don't like, of course.
It's the one I don't like that gets caught.
Oh no, right. The
Because
Weeper,
that's
the
yeah, the
yeah, you're
Weeper
right.
chases her a little bit, but the Asphyx kind of runs at her. Uh,
That one's very Silent Hill looking to
yeah,
me in a
it's
good
got
way.
the yeah, and then it runs at her and it gets caught in the door, and then I think like it tears its face out of the skin that was pulled taut across it,
Yes,
and it's all mutilated and goopy and oh god, it's so fucked up. That got me good.
yes. Oh,
Got me
so,
good,
so to
JJ.
be so, so to be clear, they open the gate, lure one in, and then they try to close one to trap it in the big grand hall area, and it gets like trapped in the gate itself. It gets like locked on it, and that kind of holds it in place for a while, but it's kind of writhing and squirming around and trying to get free. But in the commotion, Riley drops the box while trying to run away from this thing. She barely gets away through the gate, and but she drops the box. But who picks it up is Voight because he's here now. And Voight,
Stabs the brother's boyfriend.
he stabs the brother's boyfriend because he's a very mean bad man. God, the actor playing him is fucking incredible.
He's really good, yeah.
He is really good. He hits all the beats, and so
Apparently,
he's
real quick, apparently part 3 has a Cenobite that has CDs sticking out of his head and he can shoot them at people.
oh
Which,
god. uh, that's so funny.
that's very 2000s.
No, that's
I
incredibly
like that.
2000s. That's really funny. Uh, no, we don't get any sort of like lightning cables or anything in this. I don't know what the equivalent would be.
Firewire.
Yeah.
The firewire connectors just sticking out of your nipples.
Yes.
Oh.
She's like, so she dropped it. What's his name? Colin is looking for it, and Voight shows up, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And then this is when Riley finds out. I forget the exact line, but this is when Riley finds out that Trevor is in on it.
Yes.
And she's like, "You put that thing in my hands, and you knew." And Trevor feels like a little conflicted about it, but not like egregiously because he's been sort of acting this whole time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he ever really had very strong feelings for her at all, and has just been playing the part. And it's like, oof.
Yeah, and it's great because at the beginning you kind of get the idea that maybe he's moving faster than her, and he's kind of
Yeah,
like
she
having
says,
second
"I
thoughts.
love you."
He
He
says,
says, "I
yeah,
love you." Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah.
yeah, he says, "I love you" while they're having sex, and
She's like,
she's like,
"What?"
"What the fuck did you just say?"
Yeah.
And he kind of comes out and they're apologizing. He's like, I shouldn't have said that. Because and it's you're kind of just like, interesting. Okay, like
Mhm.
maybe he's having a change of heart, but actually it turns out he was just trying to like seduce her.
Yeah.
He was using it as a line to try to get her
Yes.
further into his plan.
Pretty good. So then he tells us about the first deal he made with Audience with God, and he got that machine put in, right? And this is one thing I especially like about this version compared to the original. And this is the sort of thing that I could totally imagine people who like the original not liking. So he is like, I want the pleasure one. I want to feel the craziest sensations, because he's rich, degenerate, hedonist man, and he's like, I want to experience the furthest reaches of pleasure, whatever. Same as, not unlike how Frank is introduced in the very beginning of the first one, right? And then he gets this thing put in, and it twists his nerves and pulls them around in a way that, like, he can never get comfortable or numb to it. That's something they specify, is
Yeah.
that he can never be numb to it, which is like constant. But then what he says is that, like, it's all pain. There's no pleasure. It's all a lie. And I'm like, that's so much better because, but that's different from the original. That's kind of a change in ethos a little bit, that I could understand people who really like the kink side of the original not appreciating, but I think it's such an improvement,
Yeah.
where it's like they think the Cenobites believe that pain and pleasure are basically the same thing, and that they're offering you something you would actually want. But he's like, no, it's
Well,
not a gift you want.
it becomes a more functional metaphor for the, or a more functional, yeah, metaphor for serving the theme of addiction, because that's kind of the whole thing with addiction is like, oh yeah, but the good stuff, the dope, the rush,
Mhm.
the euphoria feeling. It's like, yeah, but there's the pleasure part, and he kind of basically is like, no, there is no pleasure part to this. It's a lie. It's all pain. It's
Yeah,
not a
it's a
good thing.
trick. It's not a gift,
It's a
you know,
trick.
a
Yeah,
Faustian bargain sort of thing.
which
So anyway,
is great
yes, I think it's much more satisfying on a narrative level. Um,
for me for sure. Yeah, I
yeah. It's weird that Voight is a much more interesting, sympathetic, and compelling character than Frank was.
especially
Because he
given all
feels like
this
a real person.
given all the screen time Frank gets.
Yeah. Oh, seriously. So he stabs Colin, and Riley's like, "They're gonna come for you. You gotta, like, try to get away or something like that." And meanwhile, Voight's we're in the final configuration now, and he's like, "I demand an audience." And the blood from Colin is like dripping upwards towards the ceiling. It's kind of a cool effect. Colin's trying to run away, um, but he's not in the protected part, and so there are Cenobites coming
She
after him.
she gets the box back as what's his name, Voight is doing the audience, and she unlocks the gates so the Cenobites all come in.
Wait, she doesn't get the box back yet, does she?
Yeah,
Oh,
she gets the box.
okay.
She retrieves the box and unlocks the steel doors.
Okay, so one gets through to chase after Colin, and then Voight does, or she closes it again right after that, and it traps Pinhead between two gates. Like, she's inside the building now, but she's trapped between two gates now. And then Voight has a cool line where he's like, uh, where he says to Pinhead, "It's like, what, do you think I built a fortress? I built a cage." And I'm like, oh, Voight was trying to build this place to lure them back so he could trap them here forever.
Yeah,
I'm like, fuck, that's interesting. Because, like,
yeah.
that's the way that's his best
He's
attempt.
like, yeah, no, this is me bargaining now. It's just like you are. He needs leverage of some kind because
Yes. Oh,
you know.
that's true, because what, yeah, exactly. He's gonna trap them here and be like, take this thing out of me. And she's like, we don't take back gifts. No takesies backsies, or something like that. She doesn't want to take it out of him.
Yeah.
Um,
This is when Riley then I think she stabs Trevor at this point, right? Is that when this happens?
um, I don't know if that's happened
I
yet.
think Colin's in the basement. Voight is talking
Okay,
with Pinhead. Colin's in the basement getting tortured by the hot Asian one. And
yeah.
and
That's an interesting way to describe that. But yeah, they're torturing Colin, and they're cheating a little bit in that it's taking longer for them to kill Colin than some of the other ones.
yeah, and
But
yeah, but
meanwhile,
they're
we're
using
cutting back.
piano wire instead of
Yeah, the chains. Meanwhile, Pinhead is like, okay, well, we can get rid of that thing for you, or something to that effect, right? And so they like take it out of him, um, and
Yeah.
it like, it like
She says
break.
we don't take gifts back, but we do exchanges. Is
Yes.
the line? And so, we can give you
We
a
can't
store
give you your
credit.
money.
I can give you a store credit.
Damn it! I was gonna make the store credit joke. You beat me
Sorry.
to it.
Do you want to do
You
it?
No, it's fine. You beat me to it.
Go
Good
ahead.
for you.
Okay.
So like we'll do exchanges. And then she's looking at Voight, who's kneeling on the ground before her, and she's like, you know what? Like she's thinking about who he is as a person. It's like, I don't actually think what you really wanted was sensation. I feel like looking at your life and what you did, what you really want is power and dominion over people. And I'm like, that's interesting. Because he's like, I didn't want the thing I asked for, it turns out. And she's like, deciding for him at this point. Or, yeah, she's like, I think what you've been after is power, not sensation. And so he's like, oh, power, that sounds good. It sounds a lot better. Yeah. And so she like takes the thing out of him. And as it's kind of crumbling and the machinery is kind of falling apart out of him, we get a confrontation where Riley kills Trevor.
Yeah, she stabs him as the last sacrifice.
Yeah.
She basically is just like, "Fuck you, dude. Hey,
Yeah.
fuck you, buddy."
She uses that, stabs Trevor as the last sacrifice.
The
He's
character was the
dead.
Gasp. That's the Cenobite I was describing. I'll use that
Yeah.
terminology from this point forward.
So she kills Trevor, and unlike any of the deaths, any of the people they kill in the original, this feels like it's right on that moral line where you feel justified because of all the shit he did to her.
Yeah,
It's like interesting because otherwise she doesn't really kill anybody, but then it's like we finally get her there, and I'm like, that's really interesting. Meanwhile, Voight's kind of collapsing on the ground, and the weird machinery is collapsing out of him. Oh, and we get this really great shot where, in like a weird sort of mix of CGI and stop motion, we see like the open, like gaping wound in his chest, like reforming and healing in like really weird,
yeah, yeah,
erratic,
yeah.
rapid close up fashion. Really cool. Really cool. I really like the effects. It's like we see these weird tendons, like we can see his beating heart through the hole, and then they're like forming back together, and his spine's reforming.
It's pretty good. I like that.
It's
I thought that was
definitely,
pretty
there's
fun.
some stop motion involved, maybe some like reversed footage. It's really cool. It's gnarly. I'm looking at it right now. And so um they're like, you will get power now. And and she says to him, our power lies in dominance, and now it will be yours to wield. He seems relatively happy with that. We cut back to Riley, who's pulling the Leviathan configuration out of Trevor, who's on the ground. I think I might have skipped this, but she managed to kind of save Colin.
Yeah, but by stabbing Trevor, she saves Colin. I think is what.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I buy that. And then they kill Trevor. The
Yep.
Cenobites kill Trevor with a
They
piano wire.
Yeah, they drag him to hell and fuck him up with piano wire, and it's pretty satisfying, honestly.
Pretty gnarly,
It's
and
nice.
it's much more satisfying because of how terrible he's been.
Because he's a shitty character. He's a shitty dude, not a shitty
Yeah,
written character, but he's a shitty dude, and it's fun to watch
yeah.
bad characters get killed.
It is. It is. And most of the characters in this movie are actually kind of sympathetic, so it was
Yeah,
nice that we get at least one moment like that. So then a giant chain from Pinhead lifts up Voight, and as he's being lifted up to the sky towards the like weird godhead thing that is coming down towards him, she says, we have such sights to show you. And I'm like,
ah,
oh, it hits so much harder in this movie.
yeah,
Like, I mean, granted, like a lot of some of those aspects of this movie are, we owe
very
them to the
indebted to
first
the
movie.
first one. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And it's easy. We should acknowledge how much of what's good about this movie is owed to the original, despite how poorly executed it is. But it's like, man, those lines hit so much harder in this. Because
yeah.
okay,
I
like
mean,
for
they have
comparison's sake,
weight.
For comparison's sake, the "we have such sights to show you" line in the original comes when Christie opens the box kind of by accident by touching it, and right after he's like, "No one escapes us, even though someone did." And she's like, "Well, I'll find him for you." And he's like, "Maybe." And then he's like, "We have such sights to show you." Like, it doesn't have any of the same narrative,
It doesn't hit at
emotional
the
weight.
right point in
No,
the yeah.
it doesn't.
It's like playing. It's almost like a like a song, right? Like you want the build up to the
Yes.
playoff, payoff. You don't want to just hit the
Playoffs.
playoffs. You don't want to just hit the power chord like out of nowhere in the middle. Like you want it to have this kind of like this weight behind it, and it's driven
Yeah.
a lot more by the story. The story lends a lot to
Yes.
it in this one because now we kind of know how all
Yes.
of this works.
Well, the sights that they were gonna show Kirsty is that they're just gonna torture her endlessly, even though that's not something she wanted at all. The sights that they're gonna show him is that we're gonna show
We're
you
gonna
the
make you,
power
yeah,
that
we're gonna
we
make you
wield.
one of us and show
Yes.
you how, yeah.
And I'm like, that's so much better. It's so much it hits so much harder. Um, yeah, so he's being lifted up to the heavens in a weird
It's
sort of
yeah. So he goes
demonic sort of
inside
thing.
the Leviathan, which is the god. You like it's like a giant
Yes.
maze or something
He's
like
being
that.
lifted up, and meanwhile, we're cutting back and forth between Riley and
No tears,
uh,
please. It's a waste of good suffering. That's another.
that certainly is the line. And so she's walking with Colin, who's limping, and he's in a lot of physical pain. They look back when they come back up to the main floor, and they see Voight being lifted up to heaven, and he says, "Go, I'll be fine, okay?" And he kind of stands there, and he says to Riley, "Go finish it." And she kind of gives him a look and walks into the main hall and walks up to Pinhead. And Pinhead says, "What would you ask of us?" And the short version is that Riley says, "Nothing. I've
The
seen your
yeah,
gifts."
the long version is that Pinhead tries to tempt her into saying Lazarus by showing her visions of her brother that
Hmm.
are very, I thought, well done in how it looks like her brother, but he really
Hmm.
doesn't feel like it.
Yes.
He is quite inhuman. He doesn't look or it's good, and she realizes this, and she basically says, "No, I don't want anything. I
Yeah. It's
I've
really interesting. Yeah, sorry, before I don't
no
mean
no
to cut
keep
you
going."
off, but like we see Matt as a vision of Matt and like please, and he's like, "Take me home," but it doesn't feel like the same person. Obviously, it's the same actor, but it doesn't feel like the same person because they're like puppeting his visage. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah,
like puppeting his image to manipulate her, and she's like, "No, I've seen your gifts," and she basically makes the correct assumption that this is probably going to be some Pet Cemetery shit, and there's no
yeah.
way he's coming back right.
It,
You know, there's no way. The Pinhead in this movie looked terrible, though. No, I disagree.
I hard disagree on that actually.
I
Yeah,
think Pinhead looks pretty good in this movie. Pinhead in this movie is not my favorite of the Cenobite designs,
no,
but
but
looks pretty good.
I think it looks cool.
Um, I do like the visual design of the original Pinhead. However, the performance of this actress, I can't actually
I
remember.
believe I think it's a trans woman. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So we'll go with she. She does an incredible job in this movie. I think she's very effective, and I think there's really something about her voice and her presence that is very powerful and make because I tend to, in general, if I had to choose between a horror antagonist who speaks and one who doesn't, I tend to lean more towards horror antagonists who don't speak because I think it's easier to be creepy because it's so easy to mess up a villain by giving them bad dialogue or a bad voice or something like that. And I know it was a controversial take back in the earlier part of the stream, but I don't think the actor who plays the original Pinhead is very good, nor is the dialogue for him. So compared to that, she is much more like powerful and effective as a presence, and the dialogue is better for her. So I find it much more compelling. Visually, I could see an argument for the original Pinhead himself looking maybe a little more interesting. I don't like all the leather and stuff, but it's a very similar design, all things
Yeah.
considered. The
Also,
eyes are slightly different.
the actress is Jamie Clayton, who was in Sense8. So the makeup job is actually pretty great. Honestly, I
Oh yeah, you can't.
can't even
Yeah,
tell. But I like the touch that I like about this one is the eyes. I think the eyes kind of make it a little
feel more like a
add a little bit of spice to it because they're they're black. That's not
yes. Yeah, I mean, if you
yeah
didn't like the design, I wouldn't, argue with you. I just think I liked the voice, and I thought her
yeah.
presence and her
I mean,
delivery and her performance was pretty darn good.
yeah.
Certainly a lot better than maybe. Ugh.
Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't like him at all. So Riley is deciding that no, I've seen your gifts. I don't want anything from you. And there's a really interesting moment in here in trying to convince Riley. Pinhead says, "Oh, so you've chosen nothing, so all of the suffering that led here will be in vain."
You've chosen to live, and so all of the worst suffering of all is to live is basically what she says, and I was just like, that's
Yeah,
interesting. That's kind of a that does make
yeah.
sense for what she would believe, you know?
Yes, but it's not just that, it's also all the suffering that has happened to the people you know and love leading up to this will all have been in vain if you don't get anything for it.
Yeah,
But how are you gonna how you like and she basically makes the very mature, emotionally mature decision to be like, "Yeah, I accept all that loss. I'm not playing any of your games. I don't want any of your gifts. I'd rather take the loss. Thank you."
yeah,
And so she says, "So you have chosen the lament configuration, a life of regret," and that's all she gets.
yeah,
No, she says, "Knowing everything you've done, everyone you've hurt and lost, your suffering has barely begun." It's
yeah. That's
interesting.
a good line. That's a really
Yes,
good line.
because if you think about if you think about what is happening thematically, right? Her addiction and her self-loathing and self-harm. She doesn't like literally
A self destruct.
metaphorical
It's a
self-destruction. Yeah.
psychological self destructive.
Yeah. All her self-destructive behaviors get her brother killed, right?
Yeah,
And
and they get her
rather
friends
than
killed too.
yeah, and rather than make some Faustian bargain with the devil to bring them back, she has to learn to or she decides to no, just accept the loss, accept the fact that she caused that to happen and move on and
Move
try to do the
forward.
best
Yeah,
with her
try to
life
do the
anyway.
yeah.
That's so good.
It's yeah.
That
Thematically, it's
yes, it's
far
so
more successful in
I
what it's
really
going for.
liked that. And I
I
was like, "Damn." And it is sad because I do really like the brother and I want them both to be happy because he was a really good guy that he's just permanently dead, you know?
yeah
I really like that. I really like that, she just has to make that choice and realize that, her own doing caused this to happen, but to accept it and try to move on is better than whatever the fuck this is, you
yeah.
know?
Whatever the fuck you could give me, it's
Yes.
not worth it for this. Yeah,
Exactly. So then the device turns back into the lament configuration. And then
and
this is the last thing in the movie that I don't like a whole
yeah,
lot.
they leave the
He just leaves
box.
it here.
She just
They just
leaves the
leave the
box.
box here. And instead of trying to bury it or hide it. I mean, you could dig a really big hole and just bury it on this property and probably no one would ever find it, maybe ever. But she just kind of leaves it there and walks away. And I'm like, I wish you would do something to try to prevent other people from dealing
Yeah,
with
me
this in
too.
the
I
future.
thought that was kind of. I was just like, yeah, like you could.
I,
I mean, if she was gonna throw it into the river, like earlier, she could at least do that. That's not a
yeah,
permanent solution,
no, I
but
would have tried to bury it or something, but like I don't know. If you tried to burn it, maybe an old hobo would come and steal it. So
she did have a look like maybe from Arrested Development.
she
That
did
is true.
look
Yeah,
a little bit like a grown up, maybe.
yeah.
I thought the Voight guy was a bad character. What?
I
No, I didn't
know.
think so. No,
I
I thought it
thought
was
it
really
was,
interesting.
yeah.
He was like, I don't know, he was a little bit like Frank at first, except that he learns the moral lesson and tries to do something about it.
Yeah, he tries to
I
bargain
mean,
his way out of it.
he's willing to sacrifice other people to destroy this thing and try to like get himself out, but he can't destroy them. He can't trap them ultimately, and so he chooses to exchange it for something else instead. And then it gets turned into a Cenobite. I don't know. It's interesting.
I
It's really
really liked the
interesting.
Cenobite transformation scene too. I thought
Oh
that
yeah.
was really, really gross and
Fast
cool.
forwarding a little bit, maybe Riley and them leave. They leave the box there. Unfortunately, I wish they would have done something to hide it, but that's fine. Last thing we see is our final little ending spook in this horror film is we see a shaved and like no hair on his head, no hair on his body at all, Voight on a weird floating slab in a giant white void, and we start to see these weird machines on the slab like start peeling his skin away and peeling it back and hooking it to certain things, and they basically make him into a Cenobite. And I'm like, that's a really cool kind of horrific process to watch someone to see how a Cenobite is born. Maybe other movies go into that as well, but it was cool to see. I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool looking. The part where it like peels his cheeks away. Oh God. Oof. And then it peels his penis backwards too. It was like, oh boy.
He wasn't just hiding. Someone said it's lame. He was hiding in the walls the whole time. He
I don't think he
wasn't
was hiding
just
in the.
hiding there. He was like trying to devise a way to bring it back so he could get what he wanted.
I think the charm factor that he used in the beginning plan kind of gets thrown off a bit by the fact that he's got a big harp that causes him a lot of pain sticking out of his chest. I think people
For
would.
6 years, he was setting this random trap. He could have just kept doing what he did in the first time, get it done in like 2 weeks. I think the implication is that the box is taken from him by Serbian lady.
Yeah, and she
Right?
tries to hide it,
Isn't
right?
Yeah, I think so. They tried to hide it from
She
him,
was
and
trying to
then
hide. Yeah, I think she was trying to hide it from him so that he couldn't do anything anymore.
I think
Or
that's the idea.
is that the idea, or is it? Maybe that's unclear. Actually, now
I'm
that
not
I'm trying to,
100% sure on that one.
I'd have to check it out
Probably,
again
yeah.
to. That could be a little bit of an
Mhm.
unclear thing.
Apparently, there's already talk of a sequel. It's possible. I think that's part of the motivation to not have her bury or find a way of destroying the box.
Yeah, no, for
Um,
sure. I'm sure they're
yeah,
thinking about doing something with this.
yeah,
And
and it's
to be
interesting
fair,
because
I'll watch a sequel. I really enjoyed this.
I
I
would.
would.
I think if the same team or maybe people that I could trust,
Yeah.
I'd be worried about a sequel. I think there's a lot of room to fuck it up. But I did quite like it.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I'm interested. I'd like to see more from this particular adaptation. I think it's pretty cool.
yeah, well, he is okay. So questioning about whether he knew where the box was, the implication when we talked to the woman who was in Serbia, I don't remember her name. She said he was she discovers that he was a monster, basically, and
Discovers.
you know what I mean.
Has a
Like
change. She has a change of heart.
she has a change of heart, and I believe she tries to
Crisis of faith.
hide it from him. The implication seems to be that he okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm being too charitable, but I'm thinking about it. It seems like what they're trying to go for is that he didn't know where it was at first and then found it in this building,
Maybe.
in
I don't
this
know,
storage
because if he
container.
was in cahoots with the guy and was like, "Yeah, there's going to be a box in there, and you should just like, you need to use it." He does need to know where it is at that point.
Yeah, but does he know where it is the whole time, or does he find it? Does he figure out where it is?
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Well, either way, it makes sense why he stays there in his little,
in his cage.
fortress
Yeah,
cage
to
all the
build his
time.
fortress.
Yes, and like he can't leave necessarily because he's been exposed to this thing, so they can just see him at any time or whatever. I don't know.
I don't. Well, I
It's
mean,
a little fuzzy.
I would say it's pretty clear that he can't leave because he's got a fucking thing sticking
Yeah,
out of his
well,
chest. Like that's pretty.
there's
Like,
that, and he might have been wanted for certain criminal wrongdoing. I'm not sure about that. So it makes sense why he's hiding. What is a good point you guys have raised, or a question at least, is how long is he waiting to enact this plan? Did he? Okay, well, if it, let's say, okay, from the time, from the opening thing where he first, the opening sequence where he first gets his audience with God, he gets what he thought he wants, and it's fucking miserable. Does he? I think he didn't have it then, so he has to build the cage. That would clearly take a while. I don't know about 6 years, but maybe a while. Maybe it takes him a long time to figure out that that's even possible. So I don't hate that it takes a while before he fully enacts his plan, but I do have quite lingering questions about
Yeah.
whether he knew where the box was or whether it was they're trying to hide it from him. Maybe he was trying to hide it. Maybe he and the Serbian lady were trying to hide it together at first, and then eventually he decided he needed it to try to undo what he did or something. I don't know. It's unclear. It could be an issue. It could not be an issue, depending on how you think about it. Why was he in the walls? All they had to do was keep people out. Well, I don't think the implication is that he's living in the walls the entire time, but like when people come, he,
Yeah, he
because when
hides in
she
the
shows
walls. Yeah.
up, she shows up to the gate, and it just it's closed at first, and then it opens for her, right? So he knows she's coming, and then he goes into his little secret passageway, one assumes. I don't think he's literally hiding in the walls constantly all
Yeah, I
the time.
think the best
There's
we
booze, there's pills around, it's like,
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah,
it's lived
that's a
in.
good point. Like, why are we assuming that he's living inside the wall passages the whole time? Maybe he just ducked in there when she showed up. I think
Yeah,
that's a fair assumption to make based on what we're shown in the movie.
I think so. It's a yeah, okay, so
That is a
I
good
think
question. That is a good point though about like the how the box got into the safe in the shipping container and whether or not he knew it was there. Uh,
mhm.
how like did the woman put it there to try to hide it from him
I think it makes what I'm going with, and for the time being, is that he put it there
for
to hide
yeah,
it
for
after
safekeeping?
he
Ah,
got the thing he wanted, and it wasn't what he wanted, and then in those 6 years he was planning this trap, and it's because he had to build the giant fortress cage thing.
that
It's
it
not
waited as
something
long.
he
Yeah.
could just do immediately. That's what I'm going with. You might quibble about how long he waits and whether
Well, and maybe he
6
didn't
years.
know if he was going to be able to get a second gift, or exchange it. Maybe he wanted this cage because I don't think there's necessarily any. There's maybe not be anything written. I mean, we know is what he's kind of discovered through his research. So if he doesn't,
Yes.
if he's not aware that they'll do an exchange, right? Like he wants as much leverage with these all-powerful demon angels
Mhm.
as he can get. So it makes sense to me that he would wait until his cage was ready
Mhm.
in order
Wait
to
till
get.
the cage was ready, and also find a person willing to do this in terms of Trevor, and also finding someone who will.
Yeah,
And
because
you know what I
he
mean?
can't
Yeah.
exactly do any of those promises like he did to that dude who solved the puzzle in the opening scene anymore. Because like people
Yeah.
are going to be rightfully a little distrustful about a guy with a typewriter
Yeah.
stuck in his chest. So
Yeah. And also, I mean, it who knows how long it takes him to go from getting the thing that he thought he wanted to like fully realizing just how terrible it is. Like maybe he liked it at first. I don't know. It's the timing there is a little,
yeah,
no clear reason why the cages around his house how to look so fancy.
I
Well, I
thought it
think
was
the I well
imitated.
no, I think I mean it's a magical thing, right? It's there are the holes in the cage that Riley could slip through if one of the things wanted to, and it was just like a normal human being, it probably could. I think the design, this weird sort of fractally intersecting lines pattern, seem to be similar to their aesthetic, and so one assumes that it has some sort of magical
Yeah,
property that keeps them out.
I like that idea.
So
That it's like
I
yeah,
think it needed to look the way it did. I think that's the idea, because they don't even try to get through it. You know what I mean? When they could probably contort to get through. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yep.
anyway,
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much it, right?
Well,
It's
yeah. Okay, let's sum things up, right? So there are some issues in the plot.
yes,
There are
it's not
some
a perfect movie.
contrivances. I think there are a few, at least three things that I would call significant contrivances. I haven't noticed any complete holes or things that are like totally impossible, except for I don't know, maybe when they force her into the game.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a little.
because
I
it's
don't know. It seems kind of like it's as much of a contrivance, I would say, as like her being able to stab a Cenobite and get it as
yeah.
part of the game too. So
Yeah. So there, yeah. The point being that there are some contrivances and some things that are like, it's it's a little bit of a cheap way of getting to the thing you want. I don't love that. Um, oh, Darkness says some. LOL. Well, what are the other ones? What are some of the contrivances? Because there's the fact that they force her hand. I think otherwise, I think it's fairly well constructed. There, in terms of character decisions and motivations
yeah,
and how things get from place to place. There's a little things where like maybe a line or two is clunky because someone needs to say something, but it's hardly a huge issue. And then the scene at the bridge where she wants to throw it away, but Pinhead kind of forces her hand and cuts her with it. That's the most egregious one as far as I can tell. Um,
it's that one. It's the fact that all of a sudden everybody can see the Cenobites, and then it's the
and the
fact
fact that
that they can stab
the
a
work,
Cenobite and
yeah,
it works.
mhm,
Those would be the
yeah,
three that I would
and
pick.
they're right in a row too.
Yeah,
But
it's not a great sequence.
yeah,
But yeah, I agree. Good movie overall. I that's my
I
take.
yeah, I think it's good. I think there's a lot going for it that outweighs some of the contrivances. I think the character writing is
It's
so much better.
unbelievably better than the first one,
Yes.
and it's not even fucking
Yeah,
close.
and and same with the plot writing, flaws and all, warts and all. The plot writing is so much better. Thematically, it's so
thematically
much
it's more
richer.
functional, and
There's
it
more
has
depth
a
to it. Yeah.
yeah, it has it
Yeah.
serves a theme. It has a nice
Mhm.
moral message, but the Faustian bargain moral
Mhm.
message to it, which it's just it's there's more depth to it. The
Mhm.
designs are really cool. It keeps a lot of the spirit of what I think makes the original, like the unique stuff about the original, and it just
Mhm.
uses them to
Yeah.
serve a story that is miles better.
Yeah, the world building is better, because in the first one they're just kind of throwing spooky shit at the wall to see what sticks. And in this one, it's like we're trying to develop. I mean, I don't know how much of the lore in this is indebted to like Hellraiser 2, for example. But the rules and the lore and the motivation of the Cenobites is stronger in this movie by far. There's no
Yeah,
weird like golem monster that doesn't have any real narrative function that is just there. The world building's better, the characters are better, theme's better, the plot's better. I wouldn't begrudge some people thinking some of the visuals in the original are better, but I think this is a really good looking movie. I
yeah,
think it's very effective. It's well directed. It's well shot. It's very well acted. The original is horribly acted. The acting in the original is really bad.
abysmal. Yeah,
It's really bad.
it's
Miles
unwatchable
better in
at
this
points.
movie.
Yeah, that's basically my take on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that was our what would you call that? Almost five
almost
hour
5 hour
attempt
attempt at
uh,
at a
correcting the record because it's really because like we said in the very beginning, we took some informal polls on YouTube and Twitter. Everyone seemed to think the original is better, and I think that's insane.
uh,
It's insane. This is probably I think this is I mean, there's some flaws you could iron out, but realistically speaking, I think this is about as good a reboot of Hellraiser as you could hope for. Really. I
yeah.
mean,
I
like, I
mean,
think
there
there's
could
a
be some
lot
things that
going
could be
for it.
improved on or improved on, but that's what getting a decent sequel is for. So
Yeah. No, I was very pleasantly surprised with the movie. I'm very impressed with how they've adapted the original into this. Um,
yeah, I thought it was astounding, honestly.
Yeah.
I was
If I
I
were
was really worried that it was going to be just a bad mess of crappy CGI and something that kind of looks like
and
they
hey, remember the pinhead and
we
remember
threw
this?
a nostalgia thing together in order to make a quick buck because the copyright was
Yes.
about to run out. That
It
I thought it
definitely
was going
did
to be one
not
of those
feel like that. I mean, like granted this gets made
because of the original. Yeah,
because of intellectual properties and reboots and stuff that do well, but I feel like creatively this had a lot of interesting things to say that weren't just, "Hey, remember that thing you like?"
yeah, and I would. Oh man, what was I going to say?
But
I had something that I was going to say and now I lost it.
mm,
My train of thought has disappeared.
that's all right. It's
Yeah,
it's been a few hours. I'll forgive you.
appreciate
If
that.
I had to give it a number out of 10, I'm leaning towards a 7 right now.
Yeah,
I
what?
enjoyed it. I mean, like that's trying to look at it as dispassionately as possible. I'd probably go a 7. Like subjectively, I really enjoyed it even more than that. I would recommend it to people for sure. It was good. It's good, and it's better than the original.
Yeah.
Don't let
What
anyone
would
tell you
you
otherwise.
rate the original, Jamie?
Oh, you missed that part because European. I gave it like a 3.
Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that I would probably give it about a 2 for me on
The
the
only
original.
reason I wouldn't go lower than 3 is because I think movies can get so much worse than this in terms of writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I
I guess
think I
so.
think the bottom is so much lower that I'd probably give it a 3.
Okay.
So,
Fair. I guess that's fair.
definitely worse. Way
Yeah.
worse than this one.
I'm on a 7.5 on the new one. I think
Yeah.
that yeah.
It's good. I recommend it. I
I've
think this will
recommended
I
it to a
think
couple
a
people
lot
already.
to
I hope it.
appreciate a lot to appreciate about the writing and the directing. And I think it deserves more appreciation than it might get from people who just assume it's just another sort of
Yeah.
soulless reboot.
Yeah, and I saw the comment about the woke arguments being kind of bullshit, and I agree 100%. I don't think there's any validity to the critique about that at all. Actually,
No, not
it's
with this movie.
no.
It doesn't like. I mean, someone was earlier was joking like, "Aha, it's female Cenobite now." You know, I mean, they weren't
Well,
seriously critiquing it, but it's like it doesn't really matter. Like that
yeah.
doesn't
Well,
play
I
a
think
part in
so.
it at
It
all.
is interesting to note that I think in the books or in the source material, whatever source material, they are very and like imply or intended to be incredibly androgynous. It's supposed to be like you can't really tell
Yeah.
male or
Well,
female.
that's
It doesn't
true. I
really
think
matter.
that was pretty well executed with Pinhead in this one.
Yeah.
And some of the other ones are kind of they're humanoid, but like what's the gender of the Weeper? I don't fucking
Yeah,
know. You know,
I know it's a
I know it's a
creepy
creep.
gender.
All right.
All right.
Well, we appreciate you all for hanging in with us
Yes,
this whole time
very
to
much so.
watch that box
Quick,
bounce around the
real quick,
screen and
Jamie,
listen
before
to
we
us.
go,
Go ahead.
did you watch Halloween Ends?
No, I didn't. Why would I do that?
That's a great question. I didn't watch the second of these new Halloween movies after the first one.
Kills. Yeah.
Yeah, when the whole goal of Jamie Lee Curtis's character now is to kill Michael Myers, and at the end when she had him dead to rights with a rifle in her hand, staring him dead in the eye, as she looks down on him into a cellar, and then she kind of turns to the right and shoots a propane tank instead. It's like, well, now I don't believe. Now, well, yeah, this is. I don't believe you really wanted to kill him, Jamie.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that she could have killed him in the first movie, and we could have avoided all of this, but she didn't.
Well,
She
yeah,
dropped the knife more than once. Very annoying. Anyway,
yeah,
well, thanks for hanging in with us, folks. I hope you enjoyed that,
yes,
and I hope you had a great Halloween.
yes. Very spooky, spooky time.
Very spooky. You can expect the next devs video when it comes out. Working on it. I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be pretty funny, and we'll see you next time.
Will do. Bye, guys.
Bye bye.